Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! Yeah. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side will deliver 5-minute closing statements to lock in their case. When that's done, we're going to move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat there for you guys, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions do get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free ones. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of those priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, or ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But, excuse me, sorry. It's always where things get wild. Today's debate prompt: should governments require photo identification to vote? And representing the affirmative tonight is Tomahawk, known for running Pac-Man at a high level, but outside the gaming world, he's become a familiar face in the open panel debates and heated online discussions, whether it's politics, culture, or whatever chaos the internet throws on the table. He's never been afraid to jump into the fire. And with the motivation and support from the community, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more content from him moving forward. So make sure you guys go check the links in the description and go show him some support. And representing the negative side today is making his debut on Swords of Reason is Cassell. And don't let debut fool any of you, though, because Cassell is no stranger to debates and high-pressure discussions. A center-left political commentator known for debating primarily on the Horseradish's Twitch channel. Cassell has built a reputation for diving headfirst into controversial topics and political clashes. Beyond live debates, he also creates YouTube content covering current politics and stays active online discussing everything from finance to economics to sports and music. And you can also find his links in the description below. So make sure you guys go show some support. With that being said, we're going to move into the opening statements. Tomahawk, we're going to start with you being on the affirmative. So, Tomahawk, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Ladies and gents, the prompt is self-explanatory. It's a resounding yes. We use ID for nearly everything else, from public services to private access, going from clubs to secure areas and buildings to driver's licenses to other events that like Coachella and stuff like that where you go and check ID. IDs have been a part of our lives. And here we have one of the most important actions a citizen can take to participate in their society, voting. And we all vehemently discuss how we want elections to be secure and without fraud. Yet voter ID is a controversial topic on the matter? I don't understand. If we are looking to make our election secure, the most secure one can be is having a little plastic card with your name and photo on it that shows that you show at the ballot box that ensures just that you are who you say you are when you cast a vote, namely a fellow U.S. citizen. My opponent here will argue the opposite and will mention something amounting to the fact that IDs can be falsified in some way. Sure. So? Any other form of ID can be falsified given enough effort. Signatures can be forged, names can be changed, heck, even photo ID can be photoshopped. All of this is possible, but how often would you realistically and at scale see this happen outside of heist plot lines and Mission Impossible? And would it really happen at such a level that A, we shouldn't do it at all, or B, it wouldn't be caught and corrected as it happens? Photo ID is there as one more check to balance the system, especially for the right to vote that is so sacred to everyone in this country. Having it means that when you go to make your voice heard to the government via a mark on a screen or piece of paper, it makes the process of verifying the identity of the voter much harder to corrupt by virtue of visually matching the ID with the real person, as well as making it easier to count the votes in the first place due to the same reason, lessening the time between ballots cast and final results to either next day or even the same day, because verification is instant. It wouldn't even cost that much money on the taxpayer because it's a plastic card that's easily mass-producible and customizable versus any other more involved solution to the issue of election security. As an aside, it also acts as further filter for who can and can't vote in said elections. In the US, for example, only US citizens can vote in federal elections. Yet, one of the ways to get started on being able to vote is through the giving of an SSN by the government. And any non-citizen can get that via being a worker/permanent resident in this country. Who's to say that it can't be bridged, depending on who's running the voter rolls, that those non-citizens can be counted as citizens because the SSN is legitimate in and of itself. It is the first form of ID one can get in this country, and getting one is completely free of charge. That right there opens the gate to corruption of the process, because how do you even check to make sure that the non-citizen isn't voting? With mail-in, you can't. And trying to do so with a human behind the system will overwhelm anyone trying to tackle the millions of votes that get sent in every election cycle, from local to state to federal. Yes, we need a government ID to make sure the fact that elections are smooth, secure, and without fraud. An ID is the most cost-effective way of doing so. And with that, I yield my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Cassell. And Cassell, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, you should hear me now, right? Am I good?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So I'll start with the question before us whether strict voter ID laws in this United States are very necessary or not. My position is that they aren't because they attempt to solve a problem that is already extraordinarily rare while creating real burdens for legitimate American citizens exercising a fundamental constitutional right. At the center of this debate is a simple principle. In a democracy, the government should not place additional barriers in front of voting unless it can clearly demonstrate those barriers are necessary, effective, and proportional to the problem being addressed. And when we actually examine the evidence surrounding voter fraud in the United States, that justification simply isn't there. Supporters of strict voter ID laws often argue that these laws are needed to prevent fraud and protect election integrity. But what type of fraud are these laws actually designed to stop? Primarily in-person voter impersonation, someone pretending to be somebody else at another polling place. The problem is that this kind of fraud is incredibly rare. After the 2024 election, one of the most scrutinized elections in modern American history, there was still no evidence of widespread coordinated voter fraud capable of changing the outcome of any state election. Investigations across the country uncovered only isolated incidents and irregularities out of well over 150 million votes cast. And that matters because if you're going to place additional restrictions on a constitutional right, the burden should be on the government to prove that there is serious and widespread problems requiring those restrictions. Instead, what we're seeing is the opposite. Millions of legitimate voters being asked to overcome additional bureaucratic hurdles in response to a problem measured in scattered individual cases. Now, my opponent will say, what's the big deal? Everybody has an ID. You're born with a social security number. But that misunderstands the argument entirely. The issue is not whether most Americans possess identification. The issue is whether the government should condition access to voting on navigating documentation systems that are not equally accessible to every citizen. Strict voter ID laws often require very specific forms of identification. Not every form counts. In some states, a student ID may count. In some states, it may not. An expired ID may not count. And certain local documents may not count either. And obtaining acceptable identification is not always as simple as walking into a DMV for 5 minutes. Many people need underlying documents like a birth certificate, social security record, a marriage certificate, or a proof of residency. For elderly Americans, low-income citizens, rural voter, disabled individuals, or married women whose names have changed, these requirements can become real obstacles. And this becomes especially important when discussing proposals like the SAVE Act, which is currently under review in Congress today. Critics of the SAVE Act are not claiming married women would suddenly lose the right to vote. The concern is that millions of women who have changed their names after marriage may face additional documentation burdens because the names on their birth certificates no longer match their current legal identities. That means some voters may need to track down marriage certificates, old records, or additional paperwork simply to prove what is already true, that they are eligible American citizens. And that raises another serious question. Why should exercising a constitutional right on navigating layers of administrative paperwork when the fraud being targeted is already exceedingly rare? Now, supporters of the strict voter ID laws argue that you need an ID for everything else, but voting is not everything else. Voting is not going to a concert or the grocery store or to buy alcohol. Voting is not boarding a plane. It's not entering a nightclub. Voting is a foundational constitutional right in a democratic republic. And I want to point out an inconsistency that appears in this debate. In many parts of the country, there is strong political resistance to licensing requirements for firearm ownership because people argue that constitutional rights should not require excessive government barriers. Yet some of the same people support increasingly strict identification and documentation requirements for voting. So we should ask ourselves, why are we willing to burden the constitutional right that determines representation and democratic legitimacy itself? If we believe constitutional rights deserve protection from unnecessary government interference, that principle should also apply consistently. I would argue that because in a democracy, we should be far more concerned about eligible citizens being discouraged, delayed, or prevented from voting than about extraordinarily rare cases of impersonation fraud. And when the government burdens that right, it should have compelling reasons granted in evidence, not hypotheticals, not fear or anecdotes. Strict voter ID laws fail that test. And I'll yield any time I have left.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get over into the rebuttal round. So this is 5-minute rebuttals for each side to directly respond to their opponent's opening statement. So it's no interjections yet. And then after the rebuttals, we'll get into the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back to Tomahawk. Tomahawk, whenever you are ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
My opponent says that the voter ID would be strict, and it would attempt to solve a problem that is essentially rare. There's not enough evidence that exists of it happening such that it warrants there to be photo ID to even be accounted for. And he says that it's a constitutional right. Well, last time I checked, the Constitution didn't really name that everyone has a right to vote. It didn't, not initially. That was part of what happened when the 19th Amendment was passed with universal suffrage. We've only been dealing with that for the past 100 years. Before that, only a select few people were allowed to vote. It wasn't really enshrined in the Constitution to begin with. Now, to address the problem that it is rare because the evidence doesn't really support it, there's only been a minute number of cases in various counties. Well, that right there is why ID would help, because even in those cases, it shouldn't happen to begin with, and it would be curtailed at the ballot box by having that voter ID right there, so that when the person goes to cast the ballot, the person who's accepting that person there can look at the ID and then look at the person who's there to try to cast the ballot and can verify right then and there, hey, this is the person that is actually there to cast the ballot. They are who they say they are. Right then and there is no reason to check behind and check the systems for any abnormalities, because at that point, you've already confirmed and already verified that the person is who they say they are. You can't do that if you just show up and say, yes, I can vote, and just say yes I can vote, and that's it, really. What he described is more so the prerequisites to getting onto the rolls themselves, which I addressed in my opening via the giving of social security numbers and whatnot and birth certificates. He mentions that people like married women wouldn't be able to would be disenfranchised because since they changed the names, they'd have to go and chase down their old birth certificates to be able to then enfranchise themselves into voting. And I'm just saying, well, okay, that's just extra. That's work that all of us as adults would have to do in order to get to the things that we want. It's not that big. What's really not that big a deal is taking the steps necessary to be able to express one's voice at the ballot box. If it means that you have to go and chase down, some old information that may not apply, so be it. But even then, the new information, the name change is part of that effort in being able to express yourself at the ballot box. And through all of the bureaucracy wouldn't even matter. There wouldn't be any bureaucracy with voter ID, because all you would have is just this. He says that there's not much of a difference, or there's more of a difference between voting as a fundamental right in our constitutional republic, by the way, versus going to a concert or something. I don't see there being any difference, because in both cases, one, you show for ID to get in. The other is you show your ID and you go vote. The principle of getting into and getting access is the same. So there really wouldn't be any bureaucracy, because You get a card that says you can vote, and you get a card that says you can vote, and that's it. Anybody can get a driver's license. Anybody can get an SSN. Anybody can get the credentials necessary to get to where they need to go. And he's basically just looking down on people who would take the time and the effort to go and get to where they would want. And for that, I will yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Cassell. And Cassell, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Cool. So my opponent said a couple things there in the open. One being that, he views having to go out and showing your ID at a nightclub is the same as showing your ID to go out to vote. But you don't have a constitutional right to go out to a nightclub and party. You do have one to go out and vote, though. But his argument essentially boils down to a few things. Even though there's, voter impersonation and fraud, that's extremely and extraordinarily rare, that we should still impose these additional barriers because any amount of fraud is unacceptable. Well, by that logic, almost unlimited restrictions, you could justify almost unlimited restrictions on constitutional rights if you think that's the case. There's no constitutional right that's abuse proof. There is illegal speech, there's illegal gun possession, and abuse of due process rights. But we don't just eliminate or heavily burden those rights simply because violations exist, right? So the relevant question isn't really whether fraud should exist at all. Of course, it shouldn't exist. The question is whether the scale of the problem justifies burdening a ton of actual legitimate voters. Also, another point that was said was that voting was historically limited to a select few, but that kind of just strengthens my position. I know that we had the 19th Amendment that came after the Constitution was written, but the history of voting in America has always been a history of expanding access to people. We've had, removed property right requirements and ended racial restrictions and granted women the right to vote, lowered the voting age through the 26th Amendment. So all of these things have changed throughout history for the better, I would say, for most of the American citizenry. And I think if the system already catches and prosecutes fraud cases, as we've seen in multiple states, that just demonstrates that these existing safeguards have worked before. They continue to work and catch fraud. And my opponent hasn't shown that strict photo ID is going to improve election accuracy or outcomes. He's just assuming that's the case. Because if that were the case, we wouldn't see any voter fraud existing where voter ID already is necessary to vote. But that's also not the case. In a democracy, we know that perfection is not the standard. We do not restrict fundamental rights until abuse becomes literally impossible. We have to balance that security with access. So if my opponent wants to make your constitutional rights harder to perform under the guise of preventing 10 fraudulent voters from voting in an election, I think that you and the audience have to decide whether you think that juice is worth the squeeze. And I don't think it is. I think that the amount of fraud that we've seen over the years has been tantamount to dozens or hundreds of people out of the 150 million that vote every year. We know that these cases of fraud exist where voter ID laws already exist. And we know that cases have existed in states without voter ID laws that have still been able to prosecute people who vote illegitimately. So I'm just not seeing how this extra burden of proof is really going to be worth making your constitutional right harder to carry on forward. But interested to see how the conversation goes forward in the open debate space. So I'll end my time there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour back and forth, just talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, religion, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion collide. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming for you. Also, a reminder for the live chat: after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. I think the Q&A has already been put up. If not, I will put it in there. But I think it's already been put up in there for you. But remember, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, they will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free ones may not get read. So if you have something really want answered, send it through one of those options. We'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing their perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start off this open floor, just go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
So, Cassell, describe to me what is the fundamental difference between showing your ID at a concert and showing your ID at a voter roll? How is that a different concept? How is that different?
So let's say you show up to a concert or an event or a bar or whatever. That's a private institution or private space that you're entering. So the owners of that property or event have the right to see who's coming into it. And they can require any ID that they say, please, for my right to vote, that is not necessary. That's a constitutional right already. So
hold on. So wait. So a private institution can verify that you are who you say you are, but not a public governmental action such as voting?
We already do verify.
How do you verify when, especially with mail-in voting, all that's happening is you put in an envelope at a ballot box versus at a private event where they have to check an ID to make sure that you are who you say you are? Where's that verification with an envelope?
So let's start with not vote by mail first, and I'll get to that. But why
not though? Right then and there.
I'm gonna get to it.
Right then and there, you have one entity that is checking to make sure that you are who you say you are, versus an entire governmental system that has widespread implications of setting policy, of voting in taxes, of voting in individuals who to help run the country. But this process, you don't have to show an ID for. This process, you don't have to verify that you are who you say you are. But a private institution, you do. What's the difference? Why is one okay and the other one not okay?
So you do have,
especially if you're looking to secure elections for these quote unquote 10 voters out there that illegally weren't who we thought they were.
Okay, so you have to verify who you are in order to register to vote, right?
And what's the best way to do that? Especially when you're at the ballot box there to cast the vote.
No, I'm saying you have to verify who you are when you register to vote.
Yeah,
not to go to vote, right?
Okay, sure.
Before you get your ballot, you have to showcase where you live, who you are.
Okay.
Voter.
All of which can be given to you, and then at the time of voting, you could be somewhere completely different. I could be in South Carolina and vote in a California election, but I gave all of that information. I gave a California address, said I'm a California resident, all of that, but I live in South Carolina and I voted in a California election. How do they know? How would they know that I am an actual California voter voting in a California election when I could be somewhere else?
Wait, so you're saying that let me just understand your example here. So you're saying you moved to South Carolina, but
I didn't say move. I didn't say move. I'm not where I say I am, but I gave all of this in the pre-verification to register to vote. When I go to vote, I'm not actually in California. I'm somewhere else. How would the ballots know that I am where I say I am, and that I am who I say I am when I go to cast the vote? That's the big problem, and that's why voter ID would come into play, because when it comes time to vote, you go to the ballot box, you show that, hey, it's another form of checking to make sure that you are who you say you are, especially when you've already pre-registered. Another way to show that you are a U.S. citizen, that you live here, that you are voting in this election, not some other one, and a voter ID would help to do that. You already do that at private events. What's the difference between that and voting in an election right now with the same kind of card?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it, but I'm getting confused by your example. So you register to vote, you already need
Okay.
an ID to do that. Then
Sir.
they mail you your ballot in the state that wherever you live in or said you lived in. Let's say you lived in California. They would mail you your ballot to your address wherever you live. And then in your case, let's say you are in South Carolina for whatever reason, you're on a trip. You're saying that if you were to vote by mail while in South Carolina, how would they know you're in a different state?
Or
I'm
rather,
confused.
how do they know that it's actually me putting in that vote? I could give that, and maybe not me, but someone with that mail-in vote could give that vote or that choice to someone else. How do they know whether it's me or that's someone else?
Yeah, so so first off, they do signature verification. They also make sure that there's
how do they do
there's
that? Do they have some?
When you register to vote, you also have to provide your signature on the ballot, or not ballot, on the registration form. So that's what they're linking up a lot of times, is between the two signatures between that form. But then also there's voter registries that they can look back to as well to verify and check to make sure, like, does this person still live here? Because if you're registered in another state, then your vote gets canceled out. If another state says, "Hey,"
but I didn't. But the thing is, the vote. I'm not actually living in another state, or in this. I'm saying me, but this could be anyone. Yeah. Anyone could be living in a different state, not register themselves in that other state, and still give their vote out to someone else. How does the system distinguish me or distinguish that voter that received that vote versus someone else that received the same vote? Where's the how do you distinguish that?
So
you mentioned systems, but like that's all beating around the bush of trying to get this verification when you could just solve all of that by being at the ballots saying, "Hey, this is my voter ID. I can vote. Let me vote."
I'm trying to understand again, though. You're saying if somebody receives somebody else's ballot from another state?
Maybe not another state, but the point I'm making is you can't. There's so much to the sequence to trying to verify that this is this is the person that's actually casting the vote, that is for the vote. Like this, you're trying to do all of this to match the person to the vote,
right?
When all that would really need to happen is when that person goes to the ballot to cast a vote, they come in, they go to the ballot box, they show the voter ID, say, "This is me, I am this, let me go vote."
Okay, so for example,
and again, you do that, and what I'm saying is you do that at any other institution. When you go to get your driver's license, when you go to a private event, when you go through security to a building, they all ask for some form of photo ID to make sure that you are allowed in the space. Why can't we do that with voter ID?
I mean, states do it already. Doesn't
Virginia, certain states don't.
Voter ID. Georgia requires voter ID. Let me ask you this: in Georgia, in 2024, the president in 2020, before he went out, President Donald Trump said that there was voter fraud, massive voter fraud in the state of Georgia. Do you believe that to be the case?
What would the numbers be? You'd have to. What was the context behind that? And even if I would say that even if these certain states do, what's wrong with making this a nationwide policy? Everywhere has that, having the right to vote and stuff like that. Again,
yeah. So
going back to
it up is because the president himself said that there was massive voter fraud in a state that has strict voter ID in it. So he either is lying about that, or a state with strict voter ID law couldn't stop a huge amount of fraud that prevented him from winning the state.
I mean, the only reason a massive Virginia with a massive amount of voter
in
fraud,
Georgia.
even in Georgia. Well, in Georgia right now, you have a bunch. There's a case going on right now where it shows that the people behind the voter rolls, they're still going through it. So we're still having to we're still waiting on the finality of that, whatever the word is. We're still waiting for the finality of that, but that usually comes down to something else within the system that is incorrect, that is wrong, rather than the voter ID itself. What you didn't address is what would the difference be, and why wouldn't it be akin to going to a private event where they ask for your ID as well? What is wrong with that?
Yeah,
What's
so
wrong
I'll
with
say
doing
I'll
it
say
with
again.
that?
I'm maybe we just
What's the
agree to
difference
disagree,
between
but
what is the difference between
you don't have a
you know,
constitutional right to go out to party. You do
you,
have one to vote. That's just the
a
difference.
you didn't really have a constitutional right to begin with, and even if you
But it
if I
doesn't
would
matter. We
even
had
if
an
I were to
amendment for that.
it was through the 10th Amendment. That your historical context is through the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment was the one that that addressed all of the things that would not be handled by the federal government, aka, going back to the states, which would include voting. There's your vote. There's your constitutional right there, which would mean it would be up to the states for how that were to go forth. So
Okay.
if every state were to say, okay, let's do voter IDs for everybody, that's what's wrong with that?
Well, you're saying it's a state's decision. So clearly, there's no federal election law deciding it. You're arguing for a federal law that says every state must have or should have voter ID associated with it. So my point is, based on Georgia, based on Virginia, you're saying that, oh, it's because of the people who are counting it who are committing fraud. So
Hmm.
if there's fraud
That's
occurring, it doesn't matter if you have an ID or not, clearly, because fraud can still occur at a massive
Well, it
scale.
does. Well, it does, because if you go right then and there, those usually happen, especially in something like in blue states, where you have usually weeks upon weeks waiting for the final results to these ballots, and during those times, anything can happen to the numbers in regards to the counting of those ballots. And in those cases with like Georgia and Virginia, and especially Florida, where ballot voter ID is present, those votes are counted right then and there, and it's due in part because when somebody goes to the ballot box to cast their vote, all they do is show that they can link up, especially visually and physically, that the picture on the card and the physical person at the ballot box are the same thing when they go to cast, and then automatically the vote is counted right there, and there's less time for any sort of finagling to happen within the system.
Okay, so your
Again,
argument is more not really about the difference in fraud. It's more we would be able to count votes faster.
no, 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 no. It's all encompassing, but the real point that you still need to address is what's the act. You say constitutional right. It wasn't really a constitutional right. So again, what would the difference be when you have a private event that asks for your ID anyway, and a government sanctified action in voting to do the same thing, so that all these problems don't happen, especially at the ballot box. If we're gonna be if we're gonna treat voting as this super sacred part of American society, wouldn't the best way to alleviate any sort of real problems outside of some system mess up or human error than to go through the process of, are you the person on the card? If yes, go vote. Just like, are you the person on the card? If yes, enjoy the show.
Okay,
What's
so I'll address it again, but you kind of mentioned it already with the 10th Amendment. The states have the right to conduct elections how they deem fit. Right now, we have states who don't deem that you need to present a photo ID to vote, and some states do. So the difference there is a private event, or if you come to my house and I demand you show an ID before you step foot in my house, I can do that. In some states, they said, as long as you've registered to vote and we have a voter roll, you do not need to have your ID present. So that's just the law. I don't make the laws up. If you want to change the laws,
maybe
you
not,
can change the laws, but that's the difference.
But that goes back to okay, you don't need to show the ID in order to cast a vote. But then how would you curtail any attempt to be like, okay, I don't have to show my ID, so Bob, go vote for me?
So this already happens. We've already seen in states. First off,
so how would you fix a problem like that? How would you fix a problem like that though?
Do you think it's illegal to have somebody who is not registered to vote in a state that doesn't require photo ID? Would that be illegal?
Would that be illegal? It would depend on the state.
You have to be registered to vote in order to vote in a general election. So it's already illegal in a state without a photo ID. People have been caught before. There has been voter tampering that has happened. People who are providing fake signatures on ballot. In Connecticut, there was a case. If you look at the election in Connecticut, it was a mayor for Bridgeport, and the state found out that there were people stuffing fake ballots in the mailboxes there that gave the current incumbent mayor the win in that state. And then they went back and said, hey, this is not matching up with voter records that we have. And then they found out that these were fake votes. So
indeed,
in a state that they didn't have voter ID for, they were able to curtail fraud and a fake fraudulent election this way.
But that wouldn't even. But with voter ID, that wouldn't even happen in the first place, and that goes into the whole. That goes into the problems of that goes. But that goes into problems of the mail-in ballot. They're lucky that they managed to catch that, because whether or not. But the safeguards
that they have in place there. So the safeguards they have in a state like Connecticut worked. In a state like in Georgia, where the president is alleging that huge fraud, but they have voter ID.
Hold on. The thing about Connecticut, though, is that that was allowed to happen in the first place because
it wasn't allowed. The election was not.
They had to catch it rather than right at the time of voting. That's the problem. Right at the time of voting, they didn't catch something like that, and that's a case that you see happen everywhere. They call it fake votes, but
okay,
would they really Would they really be fake votes if according to them those votes are just legitimate? But good on them for catching it. However, with photo ID, that wouldn't happen in the first place. It wouldn't. Okay, so it just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen in the first place because they could be.
Why is fraud happening with photo ID? Why is fraud happening in states with photo ID?
Because something happened in the system. That's not because of photo ID. That's because
not true. We already have cases of people fraudulently claiming there's somebody else with a photo ID. This is in Ohio. We have cases that this has happened. Tennessee.
What would the actual case be in terms of that? You got to give specifics, because I'm not too familiar with them. That being said, though, is that really a case of somebody bringing a fraudulent voter ID? Because I mentioned this in my openings that yes, you can tap into that, but how in the world? In those cases with voter ID, you would bring somebody. Were they cases in that the person who brought the voter ID had someone speak for them and vote for them? Or was it?
So this was in Ohio, at least. The case that I was citing was that there were people who illegally.
Do you have a link? So I can look at that.
Yeah, it's New York. Where do I post links? Speakeasy.
You could just post in the back chat there. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was an indictment for fraud for people who were non-citizens and also double voters. So people who voted twice, whether it was through mail voting, and then they went to an actual physical location to then vote again. And so they were able to vote 2 times. They were caught for that at the end.
So hold on. Mail voting, and then they went to the physical location to vote again.
Right.
So that's really a point against mail-in voting, not voter ID. Because If they just
Okay.
if all they did was just go to the place and show that they had voter ID and then voted, that'd be fine. But the problem was the mail-in, right?
But if you're voting by mail and then you go to a place and show your ID and then vote again, why aren't you being caught the second time after you've shown your ID?
Well, in these cases, they were caught, but that's because they voted twice. One through the mail, and the other at the polling place, which I would think flagged the system at that point because they first received a mail-in vote and then they went to go vote physically. So again, that's not
arguing that the people in Bridgeport were able to do it fraudulently and then were caught after the fact as well. So what's the difference?
Yeah, because it was a bunch of mail-in votes that were collected and then put into those voting boxes. Yeah, but they were allowed to go through in the first place. They were allowed
to vote in Ohio.
It's not a knock on voter ID. That's a knock on mail-in ballots themselves. If we didn't have mail-in ballots, a lot of these issues would come down to: are you who you say you are when you come to vote? A voter ID solves that. A voter ID solves that problem. Mail-in ballots do not. So really, what you were going against here is mail-in ballots being the ones at fault here.
Well, the debate wasn't about whether mail-in ballots should be discouraged, and I think
very much true. Which goes to my point in that photo identification should still be required. Therefore, things like that don't happen. Because I just
gave you an instance where it does happen without mail-in voting. There were non-citizens who were able to vote in Ohio as well. It wasn't just the double vote.
How were they able to do that? Like with what ID, I guess?
So non-citizens, you could think of like a green card holder, visa holder who has maybe a state identification card. Not like you don't even necessarily have to have a license, although in some states you can have a license if you're a non-citizen. You can present that as an ID at a voting
this is what happened. They physically went to the voting place and said, "Here's my green card. Let me vote."
According to the indictments in Ohio, that's what happened. They don't present their physical
This is on that same New York Post.
Because
from what it looks like, this New York Post doesn't again, it shows the problems of mail-in voting, not necessarily photo ID. So how is this a knock against photo ID? You have a photo ID, they were able to go and vote just fine. It's the mail-in votes that were the problem.
So 5 of them were mail-in votes who also voted at a booth, and then 1 was a non-citizen who voted in 3 separate elections. So actually, they weren't even caught.
How were they caught? Because they checked the ID? They checked the ID when they went to go vote?
So they were caught after the 3rd election because they were not registered. They were not on the additional voter roll in 2020. So in 2014, 2016, and 2018, they were notified that they were not an actual citizen because they weren't on the voter roll itself. They were presenting an ID.
They weren't on the voter roll even though they presented an ID. That's what you said, right?
I believe that was the case. I can look back. Yes, I can look back and see and confirm that it was because the New York Post article only gives you the name of the person and where they were located. But I know that I did additional research on this. I got to bring it back up. But in that case, if you have an illegal citizen or not even illegal, they weren't illegal, they were a non-citizen. So again, if you have a visa or green card, you can still live in the country legally. You just can't vote in a general election for president or even like a state election. But in that case, they were caught after the 3rd time. So I'm still not understanding
when this case was brought to the attention of the people that eventually caught this guy, was it because that they had a fake ID at the booth, or they didn't have an ID or they weren't like checked for this ID?
That was, again, I have to give me 1 second.
Because if it's a matter of somebody not checking for ID, that's A, human error, and B, not a knock against having voter ID, against having a photo ID to go and vote.
So
Again,
it was the system. So yeah. So in this case, it came from cross-checking his voter record through his citizenship and immigration database. So they were able
not
to
a photo
review-
ID.
Well, he
So
had
not-
to present the photo. Well, no, he had to present his photo ID when he went to vote in Ohio. But I'm saying that they were able to check if he was still an immigrant here legally or an actual citizen. And when they checked the immigration databases, they were like, wait a minute, this guy's been voting and he is not even a citizen here. So it wasn't even the ID itself. It was checking a whole separate immigration database to see if he was in the country as a United States citizen or just here visiting on a visa or on a green card. So that's what I mean when we have these checks in place, even with voter ID checks, they're not solving some of these fraudulent issues with voting. And if you want to talk about how many
But one of the reasons we were able to catch the guy was because we were able to catch the guy was due to the fact that, you know, he had essentially an ID that was not supposed to be an ID. He had an ID to go and vote.
Yeah.
And having that ID helped with catching this guy, much easier than, say, all these other ballots that were harvested in Connecticut and then stuffed into the ballots to inflate numbers, rather than this one case of somebody with a photo ID that did not allow them to actually vote in the election versus I don't even know how many numbers of ballots that were stuffed into a ballot box to inflate numbers. When you have a photo identification,
his vote was counted.
So you mentioned scale. You mentioned scale beforehand. You mentioned the fact that, you know, there's like 10 instances of non-citizens voting or non-citizens voting.
It's a very small amount.
Oh, whoa. There's actually more than 10 cases.
It was 11.
Not.
I'm sorry, it was 11.
Oh shit, 11, 12. But the fact that you had to, the fact that you had to increase that number though is why voter ID would help solve this issue, because right then and there you'd be able to, like you said, cross-check. It's another check.
Well, how are they able
system.
to cross? So that's a good point. If you're able to cross-check, how are they able to cross-check that this guy wasn't a citizen if your ID doesn't showcase your citizenship status?
Well, that's the whole thing. Having a voter ID, it's a voter ID, not a citizenship ID. I would like it. Hold on. But okay. I would like to extend it to where only U.S. citizens are allowed to vote. However, that is a separate issue. In this case, we're just going off of should governments require photo identification to vote, and the answer being yes, due to cases like what you just described. They were able to cross-check. It was one more form of cross-checking to make sure that the person voting was able to vote. And the most obvious way to do that is through the fact that, hey, are you the person on this card? If you are the person on this card, if you are the person on this card and this says, oh, voter ID, you're allowed to vote with this thing, go ahead and vote.
They were able to prove he was the person on the card.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
was the person on the card, but what they couldn't find out from that instance was if he was a citizen or not. They cross-checked through immigration databases, which is
this was in Ohio, correct?
Yeah.
Does Ohio allow in certain municipalities and districts non-citizens to vote?
In Ohio, no.
In Ohio, no. Nowhere
in California, New York, certain jurisdictions, non-citizens are, but not in Ohio.
Not in Ohio. So the one case where this happened versus the many other cases of what is essentially ballot harvesting, where a whole bunch of votes were gathered together, some were legitimate, others were not. With voter ID. With voter ID, wouldn't that stop all of that from happening? Because at the time of voting, you are then cast because you showed that you are who you say you are, versus a mail-in ballot where that doesn't happen.
No, so again, because of this case, it showcased that voter ID didn't stop this person from voting. Now, let's agree on something.
Are we
Did this,
looking
did
for a
the-
hold on? Are we looking for a perfect solution here?
well, that's what I was going to say. Let's agree that we need more safeguards, right?
And so,
Safeguards in states that we have in Connecticut where they don't have voter ID, safeguards that they have in the state of Ohio where they were able to
So,
catch him
if
through
we're
the
looking-
immigration databases.
If we're
right?
looking for hold on. If we're looking for safeguards, why wouldn't a voter ID do just that? You do that at any
Because
I'm going to go back to the private event stuff because that's exactly what it is. Like the safeguard is the ID. You check to make sure that are you this person? Yes? Go in. Enjoy the show. Have fun. No? Stay out. You're not allowed in here until you get the actual verification necessary to be allowed in. What is the difference between that and voting?
Yeah, so
Why
if you
wouldn't
wanna-
we have that other safeguard to be able to do that? Again,
All right, so-
you brought
so
up
think of
one
it-
case versus the other
Well, it was-
five
it was-
cases where it was
it was
all
one
mail-in
example. I had
mail-in ballots
others,
that were the
but-
problem.
Let's think about it this way, Tomahawk. Do you want me to say to you that safeguards making your constitutional rights harder to possess is better for the people in this country as a whole? Let's say I want to make it harder for you to own a gun. You can still own one, but I'm going to make sure that red flag laws are more restrictive. I'm going to make sure that you can only buy certain types of guns or have a longer waiting period when you do buy a gun. Now, again, these are going to make us safer. These are safeguards. Is that
Do
worth
they?
me trampling
When-
over
hold
those
on.
constitutional rights?
The difference between the guns the gun restrictions is that you're talking about this is all these are all safeguards for the law-abiding citizen to
Right.
for the law-abiding citizen to make it harder for them to acquire said gun versus essentially, you have all of these processes, having to wait a whole bunch of time, having to
Right.
get all of the certifications versus a card that can be subsidized by the government. We have reduced fee to no fee ID subsidies to allow people to get state IDs already, and that's just a piece of plastic. That's all we're
Right, but
asking for is a piece
I'm
of
saying-
plastic versus
saying-
an entire fucking firearm mechanism that takes hundreds of thousands of dollars to make versus a card.
So I believe in all of our constitutional rights should be easier to access, and that safeguards against
Well,
guns
hold on.
are
Why-
restricted the
why
same
would
way
you wanna-
safeguards against restricting
would you-
people from voting is also harmful. I want people to be able to own firearms as freely as they want. Same with voting. I don't want to be restricted by my own government to say, "Oh yeah, you registered to vote with
But
an
you
ID."
wouldn't be
Now you're going to have to
restricted,
show
though.
me ID again.
Yep.
I would
you
be.
exactly, but
So-
exactly if it's to justify the safeguard of, in this case, if it's to justify the safeguard the election and make sure that whatever election is happening is actually filled with people who are allowed to vote. What is
So,
one card
It's
versus
if-
all of what is one card in this case?
So it is illegal if you're not a citizen in this country to vote in a federal election. It's already illegal. We already have laws on the books.
But I will say that certain jurisdictions do allow for non-citizens to vote.
That's for local, or I don't even know if state elections are even allowed. But for local elections, that's totally different, right?
But
I
how?
mean, if you
Hold
wanna talk
on,
about-
not really, because who's to say that you can't make the jump from a local ballot to having a federal ballot? Again, you're not.
you can.
there,
It's
you-
illegal though.
It's illegal,
It's
but
illegal.
you could still go and make that. You can still
Sure,
go
if
and
you
make
want
that.
if you want to risk your staying in this country and being able to stay here legally.
So
I mean,
what-
that's
so-
a pretty stupid risk to me.
It would be it would be an even more stupider risk when you try to go to cast your ballot and you are asked, "Hey, can you show me your voter ID and to make sure that you are who you say you are and that you're allowed to vote?" And they go and try and do that, and they are found to be not allowed to vote. Versus a mail-in ballot where they don't have to do that. That's one step in the safeguarding process that is not taken because it just isn't happening.
But we kind of talked about it a little bit already. But for mail-in votes, you have to verify yourself the same way you would as
Not
go
when
to
you
a
cast the
polling
vote. which is why we have all that ballot harvesting. Not when you cast the vote.
Yes, you do. You have it's signature matching.
How? It's signature. So these ballot places have handwriting experts to verify that every single signature is legit.
So if somebody, let's say you go to register to vote, you have that piece of paper, you sign it, then you go to actually mail your ballot where you have to verify your own signature, right? If somebody notices an abnormality, they're going to use signature matching to ensure that this person didn't vote twice. They didn't.
How do they do that?
It's not with everybody who votes.
Whoa! It's not with everything. Voter ID across the board would eliminate the need for that, because you say not everybody. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? That's a security risk, because if not everybody is checking these signatures to make sure that they match
they're checking
in the system.
They're seeing if they still have to check.
Voter rolls isn't signatures now, is it though?
No, but I'm saying if somebody shows up more than once in a voter roll, then that's when they go and check the signatures to see. That's how they're checking through it.
That's the thing now, isn't it?
If there's more than.
That's the thing now, isn't it? You say signatures can be forged, and you'd say signatures can be forged. It is fraud, but if it's already put into the system, then that's more effort being put to make sure that even though the vote has already been mailed, has already been cast, you're putting extra work on the ballot counters in order to make sure after the vote has been cast to make sure that cast is cast is valid, versus having a voter ID and voter identification where all of that effort is front loaded by that plastic card. When you go to vote, when you go to vote and you show this card, automatically that eliminates the need for any sort of checking back on the signature, because you wouldn't need signatures. You just have a card, and if you match the face on the card, go and vote. No need for signatures. No need to put any more human expense or effort into trying to get it after the fact, which is a lot of the problems of everything that you've brought up to this point. Is after the fact. It would all be front loaded on right then and there at the ballot box. You solve the issues of needing to do all of this back end work by simply just matching a face. How much money did that take from? How much money does that take from trying to get? First of all, how much money does that take? And secondly, how? Well, again, what's the difference? You say constitutional right. It's not a constitutional right. Oh,
all right. We've already gone over the fact that this fraud has happened with somebody.
One time,
I know, but you're saying it never happens. You're saying this is what it would prevent. It hasn't.
It would prevent it because it would prevent it because you have that. All you've been able to do is come up with the one case where
I can come up with more. I have a list of other cases.
You don't have to, because this debate is already in my favor due to the fact that you have millions, thousands, hundreds of thousands of ballot harvesting that people on the back end have to go and check back. Whereas if you were to be physically...
Wait. Are you arguing that there are thousands of ballots that are fraudulent that haven't been labeled as such? Through ballot harvesting? Are you saying all ballot harvesting has been...
I did not say all ballot harvesting. No. You misconstrued the words, because you already said it with the Connecticut case where a whole bunch of mail-in ballots were collected and put into... And it's not just it doesn't happen in Connecticut, but it happens in so many blue states where mail-in ballots is like the primary way of voting.
Wait, but you're not getting that they were caught before they were counted.
It doesn't matter because they were caught before they were counted. But the thing is, it happened at the time. They were allowed to put all of those votes into the ballot boxes before anyone could count them. It only happened on the back end. Versus if you have a government ID and you go to cast the ballot, that automatically alleviates any back end work, because you just match the person physically in front of you and the person on the plastic card.
Okay.
The person on the plastic card. You haven't been able to see how that is any worse than what you're talking about.
Let's talk about this another way. If I actually am, I'm getting married in a couple months. My fiance has to
Congratulations. I'm glad.
Thank you. She has to change her last name.
Okay.
If she goes to a voting booth and presents her ID,
All right.
and that's not her actual name, and she's
Okay.
convicted of voter fraud, which would happen under this, current proposed law, the SAVE Act, isn't there something wrong with that? She's a citizen. She's registered to vote.
Let me ask this though. Would you allow your wife, since you brought it up, I'm going to talk about it. Would you allow your wife to remain for the system to occur? Would you let me try to ask this correctly, but would you allow your wife to go on without changing the necessary system documentation so that it's not under her old name but now is under her new name? Would you not see to it that she gets all of her documents in order, like her birth certificate, her social security number, whatever other forms of ID? You would allow for all of that to stay under her old name?
No.
And
I'm
not
saying,
change it
I'm
under
saying
her
when
new
it
name?
happens, we're gonna have to change passport. We're gonna have to change ID. I'm saying,
okay. Hold on. Before you go on, what's different between doing all of that and just adding voter ID to that process?
So in this example, if she were to change her name and she has to apply for a new passport, and that takes, I don't know, a month or two.
You apply for a voter ID. What's the difference?
Okay, or a voter ID, sure, with a different name. And there's an election that's happening before she gets her new ID. She's not allowed to vote. Why not? She's an American citizen who's been registered. Why wouldn't she?
Do you not think that there won't be programs that would allow her to showcase that, hey, I'm at least in transition to changing my name, but really this is who I am, and I can match this in the database? Do you not think that there are? And so she would be.
And that's my point. I'm saying if you were to go to a voter
booth
and it's the wrong ID, you're still able to vote through other means.
But
you can still address that.
So having a voter ID
doesn't even matter if it's not.
Yeah, it does, because right then and but hold on, right then and there, they were able to match the person. They were able to. You just added just a different step, but really it just boiled down to, okay, she came in and showed her ID, and they were able to look it up on the computer to match the face to whatever's in the system.
Yeah,
and in the process, and in the process that she's able to still vote. So I don't know what your gotcha here is.
Well, with the SAVE Act, they would change that law, so she wouldn't be able to just address that at a voter booth. She would have to change it before an election. So, but it's not law. Yeah, I'm just saying that would be a voter ID law.
Hold on. She has to do that before she goes out to vote. Okay. Do you not do that for any other like thing that you don't plan ahead like that?
Well, like I mentioned, if you're getting married and you're close to an election day and your ID or passport isn't coming in with that name change, then I don't think it's right for you not to be able to.
But is that your
constitutional right to vote? I just think
first of all, is that your fault that that's happening? And secondly, wouldn't there be some government assistance program that will allow you to get past that so that you're able to vote still? You're still the person.
In some states, I'm saying
you're still the person on the card, and they're able to check that within the system. I don't see how that's wrong or a knock against me.
They're using that to give you more steps to obtain your right to vote. It's not like you're able to still vote at that time.
Hold on. But she still had the voter ID though, right?
Yeah, but she wasn't able to vote at the voting booth. She was told that she was going to have to fill out some other form, provide legal documentation to show that she did change her name, a marriage certificate. So you have to put all these things together to just be able to get the right to vote again, which I think is a bit silly. If you're saying that you just need a voter ID, you just need an ID to vote. Clearly, that's not the case in this situation. If you just need an ID to vote.
So what's wrong with all of that to make sure that she has the right to make sure that she's able to vote?
I'm saying it's prohibitive and it's unnecessary. It's
not unnecessary if you're.
We've already showcased that states that don't need an ID to vote do this all the time there isn't any more fraud than in states that do require the ID to vote. In states like Virginia,
it kind of does, because
Ohio.
hold on.
So showcase me the difference in the statistics there in states with ID. How many cases of voter fraud have existed in states with ID and states without ID? Because I have the numbers here.
I would like for you to show those numbers, because again from the examples that you showed so far even in the NY Post link that you just showed, you had one person who double voted, and the other ones, all the other ones was a fault of the fact that they all sent a mail-in ballot. So is that really a problem? Is that a problem of voter ID specifically, or mail-in ballots?
Well, the point is that it's not necessary to have voter ID if your point is just to prevent fraud, because we're already seeing fraud.
Yeah, but so if anything, the fraud is really with the mail-in ballots rather than voter ID.
Well, how much voter fraud is occurring with mail-in ballots compared to regular voting at a
just look at Connecticut. Even though they caught it, this is one case where they caught all of those fraudulent votes, and yet if you look at
soldiers not be able to vote overseas, do you think that soldiers shouldn't be able to vote overseas?
Now you bring that up, but you already know the answer to that, which is they are allowed because they're U.S. citizens and they're soldiers. So that's a special case. That's a special case, and therefore
expats can also vote overseas. You don't have to be a soldier, but somebody who's living in England, for example, is a U.S. citizen.
But they're
not allowed to vote overseas.
You're talking mail-in ballots for special cases rather than people in America who can physically go to the ballots. You got to stay on topic here, because
But you're saying mail-in ballots are more fraudulent. So why
they are more fraudulent? But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have its place, especially for exceptions such as you're overseas.
So do you think people who are overseas are more special than you and I?
Didn't say special. More special than you or I.
What's the difference between you and I, and why can't we vote by mail? Are we going to tamper with our vote? I would hope not.
I mean, Connecticut says otherwise.
Not between you and I. Should you have the right to vote by mail? Should you have that right? Should you have
Should I have that right? I wouldn't vote by mail, and I don't think you should either, because again,
why? Are you going to commit fraud? Are you going to commit fraud if you do?
That's a really loaded question, sir. I wouldn't commit fraud, but someone else who is voting by mail, especially here in the United States, very much could. And usually in the cases of expats or U.S. soldiers overseas, you're in amongst people who are also U.S. citizens, so there wouldn't be a possibility of any fraud going on in that case, even if
why not? Why wouldn't somebody overseas? Do you actually know how much fraud was caught overseas through?
Do you? You're asking the questions here. You're asking the question of you're here suggesting, implying that people overseas are going to fake their votes in some way. Can you show that that's even a possibility of happening?
Can you show that it's happening in the U.S.?
I mean, we just talked about the Connecticut situation of mail-in vote, and to that end, the thing is, it's possible for widespread ballots to just come in, and they can all be legitimate in the form of, well, if they hit the right boxes, then this vote would count this vote would count even though it's a mail-in ballot, versus if you show up at the ballot box itself, especially if you're able to physically go to the ballot box and you show that you are who you say you are, there's not an opportunity for those mail-in ballots to be miscounted, or for all of those fake votes to be harvested, because all the votes are counted right then and there, because you confirm that the person voting is who they say they are. There's a difference for people who are overseas for them to participate in the election. They have to do something different rather than fly all the way over to America just to vote in an election. There's a difference for them, so we're not counting them as part of this discussion. What we are counting are people here in the States, here stateside, going to a booth and saying, "Hey, I want to vote in this election." Okay, show me that you can vote in this election. Here's my voter ID. Cool. Go ahead. It's the same thing that you. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that you would do.
You're not giving me a good enough reason to why I.
What else would you need? What else would you need?
Why do I have to go get in my car and go to a voting booth if I live 10 miles away? If I can just mail it in myself at home.
Why do you see yourself so lazy as to not try to fight?
I'm an American, goddammit. That's my
yeah.
right.
You're an American, and you want to fight for your right to vote.
If
you're gonna fight for your right to vote, the best way to fight for your right to vote is to be there physically.
You can
go there physically. You gotta go there physically to make sure that your voice is heard right then and there. And the best way to do that is through a government ID. What is one small step in doing that?
So actually, quick anecdote. When I did, so I'm from Connecticut. When I lived in Virginia, because I was a student there, I had to send in a vote while I was a student in Virginia to vote in elections in Connecticut. I didn't want to drive 9 miles to my voting booth to do that, or 9 hours. Sorry, not 9. I wish it was 9 miles. 9 hours to go back to Connecticut to vote in person. Why is that a bad thing? I lived in the U.S. Why am I not allowed to do that?
Why is that a bad thing? I wouldn't really call it a bad thing. However, wouldn't you, for security's sake, for the safeguarding of making sure that when your vote gets counted in those systems, wouldn't it be better for you to have been physically there and have your vote count right then and there rather than waiting
I'm saying
a whole bunch of time?
To be there, I would rather, personally, I always like to go in person. But I'm saying I don't want to drive 9 hours back home if I'm in college to just be able to vote. Obviously, I think voting is super important. But I'm going to waste all that gas money, all that time just to drive back home for that. I don't think that's right.
I would say
for most people to incur that cost. It shouldn't incur a cost to vote, right? If you have a constitutional right like that,
but
I shouldn't be able to pay more to do that.
Hold on, why?
Because it's still safe.
Why not?
Because it's still safe. My vote's still being counted.
How? How did they know that? All you did was, again, it goes back to you just said you
registered. I still have to fill out a form.
Okay, I'm saying you registered. Great, you're in the system.
Right. I still have to fill out a form to send back home.
You're in the system, but when you go to vote, right, when you go in to vote for that election at the time, how would the ballot counters know that you are the one that sent that envelope in? How would they know that?
Because I have
you pre-registered before, but
wait,
when you go to
how
vote,
would they know I sent it? I would have to verify my information based on.
And how do you do that without without an ID to show that you are who you say you are? How would you do that?
I'm saying I did show an ID via mail. I had to write my identification number on the voter ballot when I sent it in. I had to verify who I was. But you're saying
by doing what?
I think it was like my license. I think it was my license number I had to like put on the form itself. But I don't know why you're saying that that's something that could be fraudulent and then sign it.
Because
and then say that
anybody can take a picture and then anybody can take a picture rather than the extra layer of security, the extra layer of checks and balances being you physically being there. Again, what you're bringing up is exception. What you're bringing up are exceptions to the system, where in those exceptions there would be more justification for a more indirect form of voting. But even then, with a voter ID, something that could happen, something that could change is, even though you were in Virginia, wherever you weren't in your home state. Even though where you live was different than where you are trying to vote, there could be a program that exists where when you show that you are a part of a different jurisdiction and you go to the voting booth, we have technology at this point. You can go to a voting booth and say, hey, actually, I am a resident of this such and such a state. Even though I'm here, I am voting in this other election or something like that. And what could happen? This is me speculating at this point with everybody having photo ID, is that they could check with your photo. Say, okay, show me your ID to make sure that this is correct. They scan your ID. They say, oh, you are actually this person who lives in this other state. Here's your ballot for that election. and then you can vote physically at a ballot in some other state for a different election at that point, all because you showed your voter ID at the ballot box, and they were then able to bring up your specific election on the system. We have electronic voter rolls at this point. I'm not sure why that can't. Tell me where the problem is with that.
Okay, so your argument is that if we had people show up to the voter booth physically to get their ballot in the first place, and then they can
to go and cast their vote, and
to go and cast their vote.
Yeah, to go and cast their vote.
Okay, that's going to prevent them from going home and committing fraud rather than the current system we have right now.
Because at this point you went physically to the voter booth, and at the voter booth, and showing your, you know how on driver's licenses, on the back of those driver's licenses, see, I work for a delivery company, and one of our systems scans, especially to verify the ages of people. To verifying the ages of people, there's a scan on the back of people's driver's licenses where I have a device that would scan the back of people's driver's licenses.
Like the barcode.
The barcode to verify that the person is over the age of 21, so that they are able to receive this package. What's to stop that a voter ID can't have something similar to where you're able to vote anywhere in the U.S.? Just go to a ballot box where they go in and they have a device that scans your voter ID barcode, and then through that scan, they're able to give you a ballot that is custom made for your jurisdiction.
Well, you'd have to invent that.
You don't have to do any. There would not be any.
We don't
need
have
to
that
mail
infrastructure, but that's basically what going to.
But that's possible, right?
Already. I mean, if you can just go to a voting booth and just do that. I mean, if you're saying you can have places where it's just scanning your ID and it's not like an actual physical building you have to go into, and you can do that from like another place that's maybe like closer to your house that you can drive to.
Well, these are
like a delivery
ballot boxes. The ballots. This is where you go to cast your vote. You go and cast your vote.
It's kind of a hypothetical. I wouldn't be against if you want to like set that up. I just
don't know completely eliminate.
You want that to replace everything?
Mail-in votes? I would say so, because that's a more surefire way to make sure that the sanctity of American voting is preserved. Because now you don't have the possibility of someone tampering with the mail as it travels through the system. You've eliminated paper, you've eliminated the travel process through the fact that a scan of this ID gets put into the system, and you're able to vote right then and there and have your vote cast.
If you want to do that in some states,
what would be? How is that a worse idea to implement over? How would a system like that with voter ID to be able to scan a barcode and have all of your election choices right then and there at the ballot box be worse than mail-in?
I'm not saying it would be better, or again, I like to physically go in to vote myself, but I'm saying that if you aren't able to be there in person like I was, I don't know how that's helping you. But then also you're expecting people, instead of going to a voting booth, to just drive up to like a separate voting box to do that. I don't know. It seems kind of silly.
I never said a voting box. I said go physically to the booth. I don't see why you would.
Utah, those states already have vote by mail. That's their way of vote. They don't have going in person. So then you
doesn't mean that it can't be changed. You're saying that.
I'm just saying you'd have to change the state and how they send out ballots.
That's why the prompt is, should governments require photo identification to vote? And I say, yeah,
that's true. That's true. But in those states, in Colorado and Utah, I can't really think of a lot of voter fraud happening, and they're strictly vote by mail. So
how would? But the thing is, how would you? You can't think of many cases, but how can you make sure that there won't be cases, or at the very least, the cases would be
because of the safeguards they currently have in place. That's how they're preventing fraud already, right? So we have safeguards with vote by mail.
We can't add one more that is just something that can.
Well, that's
that
the
you
point.
Can get.
Why do you want to add more government to this? They don't need to be involved anymore. We don't need more government involved.
There's not much. This is for to keep the sanctity of voting in.
I know, but we have that. You're saying, well, what's the problem with adding one more step? Well, what's the problem with the government stomping on our rights one more time? What's the problem?
This isn't stomping on our rights. Hold on. This isn't stomping on your. No, it's not.
So if you have, hold on, you go out to a voting booth and present my ID every time I want to, instead of voting.
Do you not do that? Do you Do you not do that to showcase buying beer? Do you not do that to showcase buying beer or alcohol of any kind?
Constitutional right to buy beer.
It doesn't matter. You go to show that. No,
constitutional law. There's a whole subset of law just based on the Constitution that we have to adhere to. Like buying beer is not as important, at least to me, as being able to vote is. And I think that we have separate laws.
But hold on. So the age of consent and making sure that you're over 18 or over 21 is not as important as voting. Wait.
No, I don't think so. Well, age of consent. I mean, that's a whole other
would you then say that a 16-year-old can go vote? You would want a 16-year-old. You'd say a 16-year-old can go vote.
I mean, that's been discussed. I'm not currently in favor of a 16-year-old going to vote, but I know people think that we should lower the voting age.
Why not? Because
that's a debate about whether people have enough knowledge and whether they're old enough to or mature enough to really understand what they're voting on. But that's kind of like
mature enough to vote, and yet you are against people taking the time and putting in the effort to go make their voices heard by being at the ballot boxes physically. What's the difference?
I'm saying we should allow people to explore their constitutional right with as less government interference as possible, as long as it's still safe and effective. If it's safe and effective still, then what's the point?
What's the point? Well, you just said, maturity and whatnot. You were talking about maturity and also not... You're also saying that the age of consent isn't as important as voting. So why wouldn't a 16-year-old or hell even a 12-year-old go out to vote at this point? That's them giving their making their voices heard. Why not let them vote? Why not let somebody like the Mr. 100-year our old president, what's his name? I can't remember, but he was there was a picture of him on Jimmy Carter. There it is. Jimmy Carter. Mr. 100-year-old Jimmy Carter. Mr. Skeletal Jimmy Carter saying that he went and voted. Would you want someone like that? Someone as capable to go and vote like that? 12-year-olds or Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, that's a speak if you want me to finish this one up and then
I was going to say I'll let you answer that. Go ahead.
Just to answer that. I mean, that's a subjective question. A lot of people think that if you're too old, you shouldn't even be able to serve in Congress too. So I guess if you want to argue about maturity, does it mean that that's an age thing? Does age mean you're mature? I don't know. I mean, I still don't think, I think that more younger people, like if you're 12 years old, I would say you're pretty immature. If you're 24 years old, you could still be immature. But again, we have these limits already on who we've decided should and should be not allowed to vote. So that's just the way the laws are right now. I'd say that we just have to obey what they are at this point. If you want them changed to be higher or lower, that's another discussion.
So that right there would wrap up the hour of open floor. But usually when there still seems like there's a little bit of meat on the bones, I like to offer both sides, keeping in mind that we have the 30-minute Q&A as well. But I like to offer both sides. If you guys would like an extra 30 minutes of open floor, we could do that as well. Just because
up to Tomahawk, I'll give it up to him because I feel like the conversation's kind of starting to go circular again.
Yeah, I feel like what I was seeing a lot of a pattern of is kind of maybe I'd ask this question to you guys, and then if you guys want to go another 30 minutes on this, it kind of seemed like there was a conflict here where, like, should election systems prioritize like maximum participation or maximum verification if these two are coming into conflict? Because I think that's where you guys were.
That's a great question, actually.
That is a great
question. And I think that for me personally, because of the amount of low participation that we've seen already, although in the previous ones we've seen it higher than it was maybe a decade or so ago, I think that Americans are really missing out on having their voices heard when they don't show up, and a lot of them feel not included in the system, whether that's because of the politics themselves and the partisanship. But I think that having more and more people vote can really have a real effect on who we elect into office. And a lot of times we don't see that because people stay home, and then we get these old bureaucrats running and winning all the time because you just have a core group of voters that keep coming out. I think making it easier and having more people vote should be kind of a goal that we have in this country, and kind of showing support for that. And I think if you enact certain things that make that harder or make it more annoying for them, they're going to be like, screw it. Not worth my time, especially to vote for like these same old people. So I think having more people show up is better.
So with that last point, I guess I'll go in on that last point. You have a whole bunch of people that go, I don't really want to go if it's going to be that hard. Doesn't that actually more purify the vote at that point? Because now you have a whole bunch, you then get a bunch of people who they find themselves more inclined to participate in the process versus a whole bunch of people that weren't really interested in the process to begin with. Because if you have a whole bunch of people that are just going, that's a little too hard for me to go and vote, and I don't think we would want someone's voice like that to be heard, because at that point it's like, well, why are you voting?
Well, I don't know, because a lot of people, you could say have an opinion. Does that mean that they shouldn't complain about?
But they didn't really care. That doesn't sound like someone really cares about what happens to the vote.
These policies affect them, right? And
but they don't care. You just said it yourself. They look at more. They look at the amount of effort that it takes to put in. It takes to get their voices heard, and they just go, actually not for me. And it's like, I don't think I wanted your vote anyway, if that's the case.
Well, yeah,
we can talk
about that. But let's say someone, for example, they have an ID, they were going to go out to vote, and then they forgot it at home, and then they went to a voting booth, and they were like, yeah, we need your ID. And they're like, well, now it's a waste. I wasted all this time. Screw it. I'm not going to vote. I think we should give that person an opportunity to have other ways of participating in this. What?
I'm going to stop you right there, because if they're just going to give up on having their voices heard in an election, why should we have them vote in the first place? And if that's the case, if they're just going to give up on their sacred right to vote, sacred right to have their voices heard, and they just go in and say, we need to see your ID, and you say, oh, never mind.
Yeah. Well,
why would we want their vote to begin with? If that's how they're going to feel about the sacred act of voting in an election, why would we want that?
Well,
wouldn't it be better to have?
Do you think that their opinion on politics matters less than somebody who did go out to vote? Do you think that their voice is less important?
I would say so, because the person that actually took the time to go and make their voices heard is someone that has much more investment than the person that goes to the booth and gets turned away by not forgetting their idea.
Well, let's say it's not even the idea. Let's say it's the candidates themselves. A lot of Trump supporters, a lot of people on the left in 2020 or 2024 said, I don't like either of these people. They don't represent me. Maybe we should have more options at the ballot booth to make sure that they come out to vote. Maybe get rid of parties. Maybe have it so it's nonpartisan on a list, so you're not seeing somebody with a D or R next to their name, to encourage more people to come out. So there are ways we can get people more incorporated into the voting system, rather than just make it harder for them to vote with an ID or something. I think that's much better.
That's not a fault of voting. That's a fault of the way our politics work in this country. That's not a fault.
I'm saying, would you agree that the way politics works in this country is a bigger threat to democracy than enacting voter ID that's going to stop one person from illegally voting? Because I think that's a bigger.
What do you mean by a bigger threat? What do you mean a bigger?
So the two-party system. Do you think that the two-party system is a bigger threat to our way of life than somebody voting twice in Ohio? The example I gave. Do you think that's the bigger threat?
No, because if you're voting twice, you are breaking the law versus
Right, that's still illegal.
versus
You're breaking the law.
versus having a choice between this guy, that guy, or not voting at all, or some third party candidate. I would say that voting twice and breaking the law is worse than not really having choices in where you vote and where you cast your ballot. That's worse.
Really? I mean, the amount of fraud, again, that we talked about, which amounts to dozens or hundreds out of millions of votes, you think is a bigger threat to the country than two mega donor parties that are controlling how this country's politics work.
At the end of the day, it's a choice. At the end of the day, it's a choice versus people who are breaking the law. And what government...
We're still catching them for breaking the law. I'm saying the scale. Think about the scale.
Yeah, the scale is you're talking about people breaking the law versus having limited choice.
Right.
You're breaking the law versus having limited choice. That's not man, I wish I had words, but that's... I mean,
no, you're good. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree because, like, think about it, man. Like, the amount of people, it's kind
how
of
is it like worse? It's worse in what way, though?
It's kind of how we scapegoat a lot of issues, at least in the U.S., where it's like, you know, the politicians tell you, look over here, look at the issues, while they deal with all the stuff that's going to affect my life and your life. And I feel like those are the people.
But that doesn't affect voting in the same way that fraudulent voting does. And
I'm talking about a macro level. I'm not advocating for fraudulent.
The macro level is
the scale. At the scale it's happening at, a lot of people's lives are not affected by the few people every 4 years that are found to vote, that they are found guilty. How do you know that the political system?
So little chinks in the armor doesn't amount to maybe needing to fix those chinks so that those chinks don't get bigger. You're saying that not trying to address a problem such as fraud isn't worth trying to actually fix with something as simple as, here's a card that you can scan at a booth to give you your ballot and have it count right then and there.
If you showed me that those chinks in the armor were amounting to something larger and larger every 4 years, I would probably be more
it showed
positive towards your position, but that's not happening.
Your Connecticut, hold on. Your Connecticut case, the one that you brought, your example, and other examples like in 2020 where you see those graphs where you have, there's the red line of votes that goes up in a very consistent manner, and the blue line that's under them that goes up, and then all of a sudden you see a jump with the blue line that goes above. How does that happen? Where in the world
that also happened in 2024?
Yeah, it did. That's something worth looking at. That having a photo ID. Now hold on, but having a photo ID wouldn't allow to happen in the first place, because when you go to the ballot and have, how would a voter ID not prevent something like that from happening?
You think voter ID was going to prevent illegal votes from being counted? That's silly now.
Are you saying
the jump that happened was because illegal votes were?
Are you saying I'm maybe not illegal votes, but something weird happened with that? Wouldn't you say? Is that something that's not worth looking at? You're not saying that's not something worth looking at.
I'm saying every election you have to look at what's happening, but I'm saying they've looked at it and they came back and told us there was no fraud that was occurring.
In Georgia, there's a case going on right now about that very election that investigating all those various votes in Georgia specifically in regards to that election, in regards to a bunch of votes that were counted that seemingly may not have needed been counted.
Sure, there's cases always going on. There were like 12 cases that were already.
It wasn't 12 cases. We're talking thousands of votes in Georgia that are on the books to potentially be investigated as a falsity. That's hundreds of thousands of votes.
Do you know how many times they recounted the votes in Georgia? 3 separate times. Three separate times.
And yet the Georgia voter roll associate. I don't know what the name is, but the people that run the ballots in Georgia have come out to say that, hey, we might have messed up here. And it's
so you're saying it's not even voter ID. It's the people.
I never said that. Yeah, it's the people. It's the people. But
so
with
forget voter ID. We gotta get corrupt people out of the system who are counting votes. That's fine
and
with me.
that I do, and that I do agree with. However, however,
Agreed.
that has nothing to do with how voter ID wouldn't curtail a lot of that by just counting the vote right then and there.
Well, we just
Again, you have states like Florida that were able to get their voter counts and voter rolls. We were able to finalize results from all of their voting the day of or the next day, just by the fact that first of all the votes were counted physically, and also having voter ID made all of those votes legitimate in the first place, without ever having to do any back-end work.
That's fine. I concede if you think it's a faster method, although other states like Vermont, New Hampshire, smaller states are able to count them just as fast. But like, if you want that to be your hill to die on, of being able to count votes faster, fine. I don't know if the evidence really shows that. In Arizona, they took days to count. They have voter ID in Arizona. In Florida, maybe it works better because of their system. I'm fine with having.
Did it really take days? In Arizona? Did it really take days in Arizona to count all those votes despite all the voter ID? They also have mail-in, right? They have mail-in, right?
They did also have mail-in, yes.
Okay, so
but
again,
that wasn't the majority, but they did have some. But they did take days as well, so it's not every state.
So again, this is a strike against mail-in rather than a strike against voter ID.
All right, I feel like we've also talked about mail-in enough. That will probably. Just go
it's one of the primary. I would say that mail-in is one of the primary ways to be able to mess with the voter numbers.
I think it's an easy scapegoat, but the evidence is not showing that mail-in particularly has a lot of fraud.
Why would it be an easy scapegoat though? Why would it be an easy scapegoat? What's the reason that mail-in votes would be an easy scapegoat for corruption and fraud in elections?
Because you're not able to put a person in a physical location, and you can just assume that they're wherever or whomever, even though we already have safeguards.
Hold on, wait. If you're not able to verify who it is,
you are. How are we verifying it now?
I don't know, man. How are we verifying it now, bro?
I told you how we verify it already. You already So we're having to do all of this work of trying on the back end. By the way, we're back to this, and we're circling back, and we're having to do all of this work on the back end, having to get, people that can read signatures. You have to set up systems that also read all of this other stuff, trying to get pictures of ballots and making sure that each and every single mail-in ballot, having to open up every single... That's your argument for having to get an ID to vote. You have to make that. You have to provide documents. You have to go in person to a DMV. You have to get a passport. You have to get a driver's license. It's the same process.
No. Because what you're talking about is when you go in and you have the context of that is changing a name, where all of that is already
or your address or other parts of you that have changed. So
you do that for your driver's license, do you not?
Yeah, but I'm saying you're saying there's all this changes that you have to do for mail-in voting. It's the same thing if you have to change if you get a new passport, for example. To change all of that, to make sure that all of the information on that passport is accurate. Sure.
Once it's accurate, do you need all of those documents? Do you need it when you go to show your passport, when you go to show your driver's license, when everything is accurate?
Unless something's changed, you wouldn't need it again, but you'd have to.
Would that not be the case? And so would that not be the case with voter ID? Once everything is accurate in the system, all you got to do is show your card, and that's it. Right?
Yeah, but you're saying that there's no verification that happens during mail-in ballots.
There isn't. There isn't, because at the time of putting it into the box.
All right. Do you know how?
Where's the verification?
Right, be honest. Do you know how mail-in ballots work?
On
like
on
the
a simple.
process. Because it seems
Give it
like,
to me straight, Doc. Give it to me straight, Doc.
Because I feel like from a top level, it's easy to misconstrue the system, and I think a lot of people, it's not just you, but like a lot of people are like, it's easily
It's easily
able to get through it.
falsifiable.
Sure,
It's easily
or
falsifiable
you can have
because
someone
it's
fake write a signature or whatever. There's serialized envelopes. There's tracking numbers. There's where the ballot was sent, when it was returned, when it was. They have dates when it was accepted. So if you sent it at a certain date that was after the proposal, they won't accept it. Signature verification, DMV records, driver's license numbers, partial witnesses, notarization. So there are many ways during this process that they're able to verify it. With another person involved. If you sign your signature, they have these people who are witnesses or notarizers. The rules differ by state, but there are parts of this process where I feel like there's so much oversight, and especially by these are laws written by Republicans and Democrats, so it's not just one party either.
I will grant
chain of custody procedures, fraud penalties, criminal charges that can happen if you lie on a form. So
I will grant all of that. All right. I'm going to grant all of that and say, yeah, you have all of these checks, balances, and ways to verify and all of this stuff that happens on the back end of every vote that gets sent via the mail. How does any of that beat having a card right there? How does any of that justify not having a card right there to show at the ballot box?
Again, I'm not against showing your card at a ballot box. I'm just saying if you want to prevent fraud, that card is not getting rid of all the fraud that you're talking about.
It doesn't have to. However, it adds one more safeguard.
But that's my argument. The one more safeguard, it's more government getting in the way of a system that we already have checks and balances for, and it's not adding anything that's going to save.
Hold on. How is it not
going to save election results?
How is it not how by getting? Hold on. You can't just. Is this having this, something like this, not a much simpler way to front end all of those checks and balances?
Well, if the debate was about which way is simpler, you got me there. But that's not the debate. It's about if the government should impose these. If the government should impose,
but it is a reason. It is a reason. It is a reason why having them would, why governments should issue them, especially when it comes to the vote. Instead of having to work all of everything you just said, you can just have this.
All right. Well,
this is really easy, and it alleviates most of the problems and most of the back end work that you just mentioned. And even if all of that was still there, you have this as a first gate. As a first gate. That's the first thing you see when you go to cast a ballot.
Is it simpler for the government to drive to your home, take your picture, and then ask for your vote there? You don't have to go anywhere. Of course, you don't have to drive to a voting booth. You have the state. What
does this have to do with either trying to simplify the voting process, or making sure that the voting process is kept sacred?
Think
Wish
about
I had
it.
Better words, man.
If a government employee came to where you say you live and verified that, and then made you vote while they were there, isn't that simpler for you and also more verifiable for them?
Maybe at the time.
So why don't we do that? Why don't the government just show up to your house?
That would be before the vote. What happens what happens at the vote itself? At the time of voting.
No, I'm saying they go to your house and they give you a ballot. They show up to your house. They confirm your ID, take a picture of you, whatever, confirm that's you on your ID, hand you a ballot, you fill it out, and then they take it back in their little van or car, go to the next house. Isn't that simple? Isn't that easy?
No, because no, it's not.
How?
Because you're
not even having to drive anywhere.
Because there's another human cost in that the government agent or the government employee coming to your house.
You think it doesn't cost money for you to buy an ID or to get a new ID? Think that?
Yeah, but how much versus everything how much of that
you think
cost
versus
everything else?
You think through mail transit they're going to be able to send you the right ID? Maybe they sent you the wrong one. You have to reorder it again. It doesn't come.
So
in
you're
on time.
talking. So are you bringing up human error as a means for why I didn't get my proper voter
Do
ID?
you think there's less human error if somebody came straight to you? I think there would be.
That has nothing
Does that
to
mean
do
it's
with.
better?
Hold on. That has nothing to do with the fact that if you go and because you're talking pre-verification. Pre-verification is pre-verification.
No.
It has
I'm
nothing.
talking
It has
about
nothing
the
to.
vote itself. I'm talking about the vote itself.
How? Then you're gonna need to start over then because it's from what it sounded like you were talking about. Oh well, if they go and if they go and try to uh go to your house to get all of your information, then you're able to vote afterward. And it's like, well, that's pre-verification.
No.
That's
I'm
not the
saying
time.
that-
That's not
I'm
the time
saying-
of casting the vote
I'm saying
itself.
I show up to Tomahawk's house or apartment or wherever you live, and I say, "Are you Tomahawk? Let me take a picture and show it to your ID and say, okay,
So-
I can confirm you're Tomahawk. Here's a ballot. Fill it out right in front of me. I take that ballot as an election official, put it in my car, drive back to the ballot place or whatever.
Why would you do?
What's
Why
wrong
would you
with-
need? Hold on. Why would you need to do all of that when the ballot box is down the street?
All right,
You
they
go to
can
the
drop
you
it
go to
off.
the ballot box and
They
vote
can drop it
physically.
up. You don't have to. It's simpler. Wouldn't that be simpler for you?
No, it's not. It would simpler for
Really?
me.
If the
No,
ballot box, if you have to drive to a ballot box or you have to drive to a voting booth to do that yourself,
that's
you don't
under
think
your
that'd be
own
simpler?
power. Hold on, that's under your own power. And
So?
it's letting the voter take control of their own voting power and their own voice.
You think when you put your ballot in a ballot box at the voting booth, whatever happens after is in your control? Because it's not. It's up to them what happens to it. They can do whatever they want.
Very true. That doesn't stop from the fact that at the time of casting the vote, they are able to verify that you are who you say you are, and be
They're able to do that if they
and then
show up to
confirm.
your house. It's easier for you. I'm saying simpler does not equal better. Simpler,
But
faster
simpler doesn't
mean it's safer. There still can be people who work in these elections offices who can be fraudulent people. They can be bad actors.
So
That doesn't
human error.
end the fraud.
So human error.
Sure. Human error is part of that. It could be
not
bad
some-
actors that are part of that. Yeah, of course.
So
of
you're
course, there's
saying-
different
so
things.
you're saying that we
it's
should-
not. I'm saying it's not ending fraud with elections just to have an ID. We can agree to that. It's not ending fraud.
No system is foolproof. However, if
That's
we
right.
have, but that's not what I'm trying to get, and that's not really what I'm trying to
So
get.
you're saying
We're
voter
having-
ID isn't foolproof. You're saying there will still be fraud with voter ID.
I mean, I mentioned that I mentioned that
So then
if
what
you
are we
get
doing here?
huh?
What are we doing here? We're still talking about fraud still existing. I thought the whole point of voter ID was to get rid of fraud. Now you're
It
saying
makes it much
happen?
much less it makes it
We don't
much
know
less
that. That's the
possible.
thing. You
Yeah,
haven't
it would.
given me any data saying that voter ID has prevented fraud from taking place.
Hold on.
I've already given you evidence that it has.
The
You
day
said
hold
that-
on the data is through what happened. The data is through what your examples that you gave, where it showed how places that didn't have that voter ID actually experienced more cases where there was fraud attempted rather than
Where did I show that? When did I
your
say
New
that?
York Post, where you had one case of someone voting double,
Yeah,
who
and there were
also-
five
who
other
showed- who
cases
showed
who
that-
were
mail-in
No, it was
ballots.
It was one case that was voting double, and then the other were mail-in ballots. In a case with voter ID. But that was a state with voter ID. That was the whole point of me bringing that up.
The voter
So I don't know.
the whole no.
I don't know what your point is.
The point is that in the cases with the mail-in ballots, and I know I'm not very articulate with this, but if the only thing that was really stopping these cases from being from going from legitimate to illegitimate is the fact that they were mail-in votes, that doesn't speak against the fact that having voter ID would have, at the very least, put in another gateway to making sure that that vote was legitimate. It didn't for the one case that you brought in where the person voted double, the fault, the error was in the fact that he had whoever it was had a mail-in vote, and then they also went physically and showed their ID. That's not a knock against voter ID. That's a knock against the fact that that person was trying to game the system. That's not a knock against voter ID. You have yet to show how voter ID wouldn't, at the very least, prevent more cases like that from happening over all of these checks and balances with mail-in voting.
You keep going back
How
to it's
it wouldn't
another added
alleviate all
security
of that.
measure, but I'm
Yeah, it's an added
I don't know
security
how many-
measure by
I just
being
don't know
by.
how many, but like how many more added security measures do we need to enact in the law
Just
to make
this one.
society? So just this. So
Just this
for
one,
voting,
because
you don't need any more security measures anywhere else that the government will impose.
I mean,
they're just
just
going to take this specific example and not apply it everywhere else.
would you
Come on,
not
think about
hold
the
on, hold on?
government. Think about government overreach. Do you think they're
Wait,
going to
wait, hold on. So you're saying that not having a bouncer at the not having a bouncer wouldn't be beneficial, especially when it comes to verifying the sanctity of an election, like not having a bouncer like you would at a club or at a private event. That bouncer is not necessary to making sure.
We got a gate, we got a lock, we got this, and now you're saying, well, it's the bouncer that's really going to protect.
No. The gate. The gate is the voter ID. Right now, we don't have a gate. We have to try and root you out after you've already gone into the event.
Why?
With a voter ID, there then stands a metaphorical gate that one has to pass through first before enjoying the rest of the event. The voter ID is that gate. The voter ID could just be the key, but there's a gate right there to make sure that when you go into the event, you are who you. I say you are who you say you are, but you're not going to be someone that's going to cause trouble. And the way to do that is to have a gate right there, and the voter ID is the key card. Right now, without voter ID, there is no gate and there is no key card. That's why you have places like Connecticut or in California and most blue states where you have a whole bunch of these ballots that are collected and then stuffed into these ballot boxes after the fact, and we're having to root them out after they've gone through the system a little bit. When you have voter ID, you stop the fraud in its tracks right at the very beginning by saying, are you allowed to vote? Yes or no. If you're not allowed to vote, then you're not allowed into the event. That's what voter ID would be designed to stop.
I know that's what you keep saying, but then every time I move on to the case in Ohio, you're like, well, it wasn't him, it was the system that failed. So you keep
the system that failed.
You keep moving the goalpost.
It's not moving the goalpost because the guy still hold on.
About the guy who voted and voter ID didn't stop it, but then you're saying, well, that was because of a system failure. It's like, well,
the guy. Hold on. Did the guy not go to the ballot box and show his ID saying that he was able to go and vote when he did that?
But he's not a citizen.
So there it is.
He should have been. He voted 3 separate times. Why weren't they stopping him the other 3 times?
I have no idea because
that's why I'm saying the voter ID didn't work.
Hold on. The vote. But that's the voter ID. The thing is, the voter ID did work because eventually they did actually get the guy. And this is
after 3 times
versus. And you're saying all this versus the 5 other cases where mail-in ballots had to be caught after they were submitted.
But I already told you
ballots.
About mail-in ballots, you also have to register with an ID, and you also have to prove your
registry. Hold on. Registry is not at the time of voting, and that's where my hang-up is.
We still have signature. I kind of went you through the list, right, of like how the mail-in ballots.
Yeah, but how would you?
There's different forms.
Do you not think that through all of that there's not some way that you could make all of that look good in the system? versus.
I mean, that's like
versus
anything is possible at that.
Right.
Like, we can bring up any hypothetical. Like anything can look good. Anything can happen here. Like then it's the person in charge of the ballots. It's this and that. Like we have to. If you can show real life examples on a large scale of this happening, I would agree with you. But there's just nothing out there that you can showcase to me that's like, okay, here's how much fraud existed before in 2003 compared to now. We're just not seeing an increased large scale.
The thing is, you're not going to see all of that.
Why not?
You're not going to, because most of these mail-in votes, maybe, and this is me speculating really. I'm going to admit that this is me speculating, but most of these mail-in ballots already count in the system. They're not going to be flagged as wrong when most of the time, because part of pre-registry, the government will give out a social security number. You're already one step forward in the vote, in registering to vote, just by virtue of having a social security number to begin with. Who's to say that after the social security number, you can't also get a ballot with that and have it be legitimate because of that? Whereas a voter ID would make it so that it's not just a social security number that you would need in order to cast the vote at the time of election. Pre-verification is one thing. Going to the actual ballot to cast your vote and make your voice heard, completely different, because that's two different points where you would essentially need your ID to make sure that what's pre-registered in the system matches who's actually come to make that vote. Anyway,
did you want to answer that at all, Cassell? Before
I'm good.
Okay. No worries. So that is going to wrap up the open floor back and forth. Excellent exchange from both sides tonight. We're now going to enter the final phase of the debate, the closing statement. Quick reminder to the live chat, Q&A is already up there for you guys. So if you've got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. And reminder though, super chats, PayPal, Cash App, these questions take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we won't get to all the free ones. But I don't see too many super chats there, so I think you can get your questions in there. All right, so get them in there. With that said, we're going to move into the closing statements here. So we're going to be starting with Tomahawk. That'll give Cassell the last word. So Tomahawk, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
my opponent did a great job arguing against voter ID, saying that, there's going to be too much government overreach, and what's really, trying to fix a problem that doesn't happen, so much that it requires a tiny card in order to fix. He hasn't really convinced me, and I don't think he would have convinced the rest of the audience here, that not having a government ID wouldn't be itself a check against that fraud. No plan is foolproof because humans are foolish. But having that government ID, having that photo ID when you go in to vote, alleviates and simplifies the process of not only counting votes, but verifying them, and even can solve the issue, given all of our technology these days, can solve the issue of indirect voting by simply having the means of bringing it up electronically. Voter ID is not meant to be a catch-all solution to any and all fraud. That's not what the point of having a voter ID is supposed to do. Having a voter ID is to be that gate that you first encounter to any event that you ever go to that requires you to have an ID in order to get in. That gate is opened by a key, and that key is that voter ID. Without that gate, anyone can get in, anyone can simply just go into the event and do whatever without really being checked at the door to make sure that you're not going to go there and cause trouble. A lot of the problems that we see that get caught by the system, get caught by the checks and balances, is through means that don't stop the fundamental problem that is they were already cast, and so we had to go in and search for them. With voter ID, there is no searching. You stop at the door. He wasn't really able to address the fact that stopping the process at inception, which is the ballot box itself, would be any worse than having to go and root out the problems after it's already been cast. Yeah, we have all of these checks and balances after the fact, but how do you address the problem at the door, where at the time of committing the ballot, you've already gone past and put it in, and now you've stressed the whole system out through the fact that it's already running through the system and you have to stop it there. With voter ID, you stop it right there, because if you're able to vote in the election, if you're able to vote in the election, you'll have it ready, and therefore all you have to do is just show that, hey, I can do this. Okay, go on through. The one case that he brought where voter ID didn't work isn't really a matter of voter ID didn't work and not working, but something else entirely. That's not a knock against voter ID. That's a knock against mail-in ballots as a system. If anything, we should get rid of mail-in ballots and go back to physical voting, because mail-in ballots can't really be trusted more than an ID would. So I would say I'm just here to say go for voter ID, because we all want a bouncer, and we all know, and we all live through the fact that we just use ID for everything else. What's one more thing, especially if you want to justify security in the vote? I yield my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Cassell. And Cassell, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so my opponent wanted you to believe that more government bureaucracy was going to solve an already minuscule amount of voter fraud occurring. More overreach to protect elections, right? Well, most Americans in our institutions believe our elections are safe. We've already seen that the 2024 election, whether you believe it or not, was one of the safest elections conducted. And guess what? Donald Trump won outright that election. He won the popular vote even. So Donald Trump wasn't concerned about voter fraud in 2024, but he was concerned about voter fraud in states like Georgia in 2020. He closed down his own voter fraud commission for having no evidence of widespread voter fraud in that state. No fraud found in Georgia, no fraud found in Arizona. And yet my opponent, who appears to be a fan of Donald Trump, had no response to any of that. So we already know that the fraud that was alleged to be committed during the 2020 election didn't happen after dozens of court cases, the appeals, the recounting. So more documents, more identification, the changes of state laws, state processes will all have to change, because we want to prevent a handful of people who sent in 2 ballots in a state like Ohio or Indiana, and then who were caught for doing that, for committing a federal crime of voting twice in an election. This is everything that my opponent wants to happen, just to prevent those people from getting caught fraudulently voting. Is that worth it to you? Is that worth stomping over our constitutional rights just for a few cases like that? It's like I'm asking us for a specific law for people who jaywalk while doing a cartwheel. Do we really need to add another added layer of security where we already have safeguards in place that already answer these questions? So this is unnecessary. It's undue additions to an already close to perfect system we have. It's not perfect, but we already know, based on the evidence my proponent lacked to provide, he couldn't give me any widespread fraud cases occurring. He just mentioned that mail-in voting was fraudulent because he didn't understand how the process worked, quite frankly. At the end of the debate, the central question is not whether election security matters. We agreed on that. We even agreed on a few things like how you can add more safeguards without it being voter ID itself. But of course, we agree on safeguards. Every person in this room agrees that elections should be secure, accurate, and trusted. The real question is whether photo ID is that necessary safeguard that's going to be enough to justify placing an additional barrier on people for a fundamental constitutional right. So throughout the debate, my opponent pointed to isolated incidents of illegal voting or concerns about fraud, but those isolated cases are not the same thing as a widespread systematic fraud capable of undermining our democracy. When you start putting fear into people that our elections aren't safe, like my opponent saying only voter ID will solve fraud, it starts undermining our elections. It starts having people question their vote when they go out to vote, whether they do it in person or through mail. So I think it's undermining to our democracy. It makes people question the system and not want to participate in it. Speakeasy brought up a great point about, do we want our systems to be more secure, to have more people vote in it? I want more people to vote in a more secure system. And right now, we have a secure enough system. We don't have the people who are having their voices heard enough. And I think getting those people out to the polls and making it easier for them to vote while still being secure and safe is better for our democracy, because we all know that the people at the top in the two-party system are more destructive than two people who voted twice in the state of Ohio. This matters too, because our election system, we already has shown it has safeguards, whether it's through mail or through the voting booth itself. And when we even discussed mail-in voting, we saw that elections are not operating without that verification that's necessary. We have mail ballots that are tracked, the signatures are compared, identities are checked, ballots are monitored through multiple layers of oversight. So the argument tonight can't simply be fraud exists somewhere. Every system has isolated violations. The question really is, does that justify imposing new burdens on millions of legitimate voters, because those burdens are real, as I stated tonight. So what we heard were just hypotheticals and fears and isolated anecdotes, and not just evidence of widespread fraud requiring broad new restrictions. A democracy should be careful about making voting harder, because if they can make it harder for you to vote, the government can make it harder for you to own a gun. The government can make it harder for you to protest, and so on and so forth, especially when the problem being targeted is already extremely rare. We don't want to make other constitutional rights that we have also harder to showcase as our right as an American. So because when legitimate citizens are discouraged, delayed, or blocked from participating, that's how the government can really impose their will. Democracy itself becomes weaker, and I think that's bad.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that is going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing out there, make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Okay, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy. Anything where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you guys go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. Now, before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on things I heard, arguments I want clarified, maybe something I think deserves another pass, just anything from along that nature. And once those questions are answered, we get to the official 30-minute Q&A. So to start, I'm going to start with the affirmative side. So how do we ensure that stricter voter verification laws don't unintentionally disenfranchise lawful voters who do lack the easy access to identification or in-person verification?
Well, there would be, much like we have for things like social security numbers, driver's license, there are programs that each state or even the federal government, if they so choose, to be able to subsidize a voter identification for those people that need it. It's not like we don't have other programs that allow. It's not that we don't have other programs that help out those very same people to get other forms of ID, to get other official documents. What would voter ID be one more program to be able to subsidize and get more people that need that help in order to get that ID? It would just be another program that could be offered. Reduced fee, no fees, however.
All right. And is there anything you wanted to say to that, Cassell?
Yeah, I think the question you asked is valid, because that's one of the concerns that a lot of people have with this SAFE Act that's working itself through Congress, because there would be voter disenfranchisement happening. Because like I said, if you're somebody who's getting married and you're a woman who has to change her last name and you don't get an ID in time, that's basically disenfranchising you from being able to vote at the voting
In
booth.
that
So
one election, if that's the case. But you're saying that there wouldn't be some form of leeway granted by the state to, as a second form of verification while that process is going on?
That's currently the case, but with the federal law, that would overtake all state law, right? If they passed a federal law, that would change the way that states are able to conduct their current processes. So I think that's something.
You don't think that the state would come up with some program to help out with that, though?
Maybe, but that's why do we need these? That's my problem with your point too. Is like, why do we need these additional processes to come up with other ways to bypass it? It just seems like you're coming up with more and more steps that we don't need, and I think that's the unnecessary part.
This is not to bypass anything. This is to help them vote. Just like you would help people to get their driver's license, this is to help U.S. citizens to vote. And if they're in the process of changing all of these various information, to the correct ones and whatnot, why wouldn't we extend that same process to voting with ID? Where's the issue with that?
Again,
it's the same. Go ahead.
I feel like these unnecessary steps, again, like if you're having somebody who's already legally, they're a citizen, they're legally registered to vote here, and you're saying, well, you didn't get your ID in time because your last name changed, you can't vote. But you're saying, well, maybe that the state, all 50 states are going to have their own way of dealing with this issue by having impose other avenues for these people. It's like,
yeah, but
I just don't get why
again,
that's necessary. I don't get it.
Why that's necessary? You're changing your name, and the states need to know that. The federal government needs to know that you're changing your name. Why wouldn't they also account for that and have some form of liaison to help you through that process and still allow you to vote? How would that
to you? Why don't we have that in this bill? Why isn't that part of the bill that they're proposing?
Because it would be up to the states in order to do that, just like any other federal law.
It's up to the states already.
Yeah, and the SAVE Act would just make it. Yeah, and the SAVE Act would just make it so that everybody would need an ID in order to go vote. The states would help out with that with whatever whatever state-sponsored program there would be to get them that proper documentation, just like reduced fee.
This is kind of segueing a little bit into my second question. So, like, hypothetically, if election fraud allegations continued after a nationwide voter ID implementation, would you still consider that policy successful? And if so, why?
I'd still consider it successful due to the fact that the context of the fraud would have to come out that voter ID itself, the method of obtaining it, and then the method of implementing it in the way that it was supposed to, which is you go into the ballot and show your ID and whatnot. That whole process is what was wrong. If fraud comes out and the context was something within the system was either messed up or there was some human error, but not the actual voter ID itself, that's not a knock against voter ID. That's a knock against human error. That's a knock against making sure that the system was not checked or something like that. That's not an unsuccessful voter ID case. It would be something else. So yeah, I'd still consider it a success because for what it was supposed to do, which is verify that the person voting is who they say they are, and that's what happened. For its intended purpose of doing just that. If that's all it did, then it was successful afterward. Anything else is a different problem, different issue.
All right. And did you want to say something to that, Cassell?
I'm trying to think of anything that I haven't said already. I don't want to be too repetitive. You can speak if you want to go to the next question. I think I'd rather
no
just go to the
problem. No
next one.
problem. Yeah. So I'll go to my questions I have for you then.
Yeah.
So first one is if voting access should be maximized above all else, because I asked about if they were to come into conflict, like what is the specific safeguards you're willing to support to maintain like a public confidence in the election outcomes?
So I think that increasing the amount of people who are currently counting votes right now to make it faster, like one of the points that Tomahawk brought up is like in some states, even where I live, like New York, they're super slow. They're super slow to count. They don't have the resources. Less resources that you have will show more cracks, I believe, than voter ID. If you have less people or you have more people working overtime to count thousands and thousands of ballots, one slips through that they either counted wrong or they went through the wrong process. So like human error is always a factor, and why I think recounts are always important when it's a close election. And these do already happen. So I'm fine with recounting or having either candidate come in and say like, I suspect fraud, we should look into this. So I think it's really a resource thing, resource management, having more people count ballots, have more nonpartisan people overwatching people, poll workers, people who are there at the polls themselves. When it comes to mail-in voting, I know that was a big point of contention. I don't have the details off the top of my dome, but if there are ways to make it more verifiable for people who are sending in a mail-in ballot, I think that's fair. I mean, right now that the points that I mentioned already, where we already have a verification system, we have ways to scan ballots, who we've sent them to, when they were sent back, and by who, signature verifications. I think it's showcased already that they've thought through this enough where the amount of fraud coming in is limited in these cases. So I would just have to think if there's anything else that wouldn't be kind of get in the way of somebody's right to vote, that would make it harder for them. Like if they're sending you like a password or something, or some like chain of numbers and letters that you also have to put on like a form, and then that just discourages people. I don't know if that's something I could find agreement with or disagreement with. So I could be presented with ideas. Again, I'm not against safeguards to vote and election fraud. I think that we agreed on that. It was just that voter ID being the way to prevent this, I just don't see the proof or the way that it's already done so already in certain states where they have voter ID and they've come back and said no fraud has occurred. I think if there was more evidence where we saw voter ID preventing no fraud completely, I think he would have a stronger argument, and maybe I could be convinced, but it just seems like it's not what's actually solving the issue here. So that's what I would say to that.
All right. And then Tomahawk, did you have anything you wanted to say to that?
He talks about, adding more people at the ballots, more people on the back end, more people. That all takes a whole bunch of money. That takes, money, manpower, resources, when the much simpler solution in this case would be having that card instead. If anything, my opponent is putting the onus of making sure that the elections themselves are safe and secure on the system itself, rather than making the voter themselves partially liable for making sure that their vote gets counted. And and that will actually take a lot of resources out of trying to get all of this to happen by simply asking the voter, asking the citizenry to help out with the safety and security and verification of the law by getting them involved in the form of an ID. It really doesn't take much. It wouldn't take much cost wise on the part of the voter. It wouldn't take much cost wise on the part of the government to give out those IDs, and it's in a sense a mutual cooperation to making sure that the sanctity of the vote is maintained. You won't need to spend all of this taxpayer money trying to fix what is essentially human error when both sides of the coin, the voters and the people counting the votes, can work together, with the voters having ID and the ones that counting the votes having the stress of making sure that every ID and every vote is legitimate, taking that stress away by simply stopping it at the door that is voter ID. That gate is the primary stoppage point.
Okay. All right. And then so for my next question for you, Cassell, is if the identity verification is for voting is considered like a government overreach, where would you draw the line, like between protecting civil liberties and protecting election integrity?
That's a good question. I think anything that kind of invokes a type of poll tax is where I think I would draw the line. So some people will argue, I think in the South, they have the state government provide you like an ID if you're a citizen there. So they have voter ID there. They say, well, if you don't have a voter ID, we'll send you one in. If you lose it again, then you have to like pay for it the next time, but we'll give you one for free. That's fine. I think if states are making you off the bat pay for that, I think that's something that I would consider kind of like a poll tax, where the government should be able to provide you with the resource at one point in time to make it easy for you to vote and have your voter booth accessible for you. If you lose that ID or whatever happens, that's on you. But I think that the fact, if you want somebody to have you sign all these documents, proof citizenship, prove where you live, your ID that proves what you look like and who you are, and then they have all these documents to register to vote, and then if you lose it in the span between that and when you're able to vote 4 years later, if they aren't able to provide you an ID and they're saying, hey, you got to pay $80, $100 instead, I think that's where I think it's a little overreach of the government in terms of like an additional safeguard when there are states that don't have voter ID. You don't have to worry about that in certain instances. So that's one thing. I think outside of that, again, like I've been open to other ways to make voting more secure. For me, the thing that when people say that, like, well, what if we can make it more secure? What if we had this and that? It's like, I don't think people really understand like the scale we're talking about here, where out of hundreds of millions, or 150 million at least, people who voted in the general election 2024, we'll go back to 2024, for example, you had a dozen people in Indiana or 4 people in Alaska. And again, I'm not saying voter fraud is good. I'm not saying that we should allow it and encourage it to continue, but like, how much of these excesses are going to reduce that 4 vote total to 3 votes, or maybe even 3 votes to 2 votes? It's like, is it really worth the cost and burden? I mean, Tomahawk talked about cost. It was kind of ironic. He talked about the sanctity and safety of our vote, but then he was like, well, if we add all these resources, it's going to cost too much. Well, if you really believe in the sanctity and safety of the vote, any cost shouldn't be dissuadable to you. You should really be accepting anything to preserve that. So I don't know.
I'm going to jump in. You mentioned all of these people that would be needed as part of your solution to counting all of these votes. Are you saying that having all of that manpower wouldn't be resources used?
Well, the question was asking me if what I would think could help. And I'm saying, I gave an example. Of course, there would be resources that cost money, but if it were to help the sanctity and preserve the safety of the vote, I don't know why that would be an issue for you. I thought you were arguing that that's what voter ID would do.
Yeah, and would it be more expensive or less expensive to have all of these people working on the back end, trying to count all these votes and making sure that they're all legitimate that you offered versus a card?
Is there a cost to democracy in your eye?
Can you answer the question first? Which one is more expensive? I'm going to ask again. Which one is more expensive? A card or all of the manpower that would be needed via your suggestion?
Which one's more
count
expensive?
All of those?
Which one's more expensive? A card or somebody who volunteers for free? Can I volunteer for free? That's a resource. That doesn't cost money.
That doesn't answer my question, though. And
it does. It's free.
No, it doesn't.
It's but you have all volunteer versus a card I have to pay for, right?
Once, and then still didn't answer the question. Are you saying that there's not you can't put a material cost to labor to be able to make an equivalent argument between all the manual labor that would be necessary for this versus having a card that you pay once every couple of years or every few years or something.
I thought we were talking about government costs. The government doesn't have to pay volunteers, but if you're saying the person working at a poll has to sacrifice
their time and their time to but
volunteer. They're not forced to. They're volunteering. So
hold on, and also what you're suggesting also doesn't take into account all of the machines that go into counting the votes, that go into casting the votes. You have all of the material goods and materials that go into setting up these places to poll and then having to get all of these people to work those polls. Are you saying all of that and all of the costs that would go into not just that, but going into counting all of those votes? Are you saying all of that is cheaper than a card that can be bought by the voter and then be used whether or not they want to vote or not?
Well, the machines are to count votes. Are you saying that less machines
is it more expensive? Hold on. Is it more expensive to deal with all of that versus a card? Is that more expensive or not?
It's not. You're not making the right analogy. All those are parts of the system. Those are the voting machines. That's part of the system. It's not.
It's part of the system, but it costs. Hold on, but it costs money to run it. It costs money.
So you want to manually read IDs with a human instead? You need a machine.
I never said that there wouldn't be a cost, but I'm asking, would it be more expensive, especially in the long term, but would it be more expensive to have a card versus all of the back end work that you're suggesting would need to happen to verify and make sure that every single vote that goes into the system without verified by an ID is legitimate? Is that more expensive or less expensive?
I already gave you the example.
Than a card.
If we're talking about volunteers, that doesn't cost money.
It doesn't. But there is hold on. But there is a material quantifiable amount that
not for the government.
That you could.
Not for the government.
Yes, there would be.
No.
All of those ballots are tax paid, because it's the government that has to run those things. So sure. I'm putting my material costs every single time I pay my taxes, and you too, you paying your taxes to run all of those systems. And here you are asking for more manpower, more materials, and more resources to go into
to be able to be able to count them fast
and verify. You also mentioned verification as well. All of that has to go into just verifying a ballot that was already cast.
But
what I'm asking is
verify your ID. If you go to a voting booth, they have to see
after it's already been cast versus an ID, which at the time of voting, if you have it or not, can you cast a vote or not? Yes, no.
Wait a minute.
Which is more important? Which is more important, or not more important? Which is more expensive to have a card that alleviates all of the back end work and even makes it all easier to count because
Who are you showing the card to? Who are you showing the card to?
the person that you're at the ballot box as we've been this entire time.
More people looking at cards, do you think that would speed up the process or slow it down?
It would speed it up because
that's what we wanted to.
So we should all have government ID so that it makes the process faster. There you go. Thanks for the debate, man. Thank you very much. Yes.
All right, so we are gonna get into the chat questions now. So remember, chat, we're going through the super chats first, but there doesn't look like there's too many. So if you have questions, get them in now. All right, because
that's the inexperience.
30 minutes, and people may bump themselves up. Okay, people may bump themselves up. But let's go ahead and start the timer up here. And let me see what we got first. Coming in from Prince of Dog says, salute, easy. God bless you and the family. Also salute. Thanks for the Cassell AI. By the way, GOAT lives matter. Thank you. Salute to you as well, dogs. Sempiternal Chaos comes in for $2. Just
we might not have too many questions.
Appreciate you. John Cassell comes in, not my relative.
I saw it earlier. It's like everybody always asks me. I don't know who he is, but I always get that question. Oh,
when you first started, they were like, "Is this John or Jason?" I was like, "Neither. It's another Cassell." And they're like, "How many fucking Cassells?"
I know.
I mean, until the internet, I didn't realize it was such a popular last name.
Me neither.
Can I say a question to Mr. Cassell here? Or are we just gonna go through Q&As and stuff?
Well, yeah, you can. Is it pertinent?
Oh, it's very quick. It's very quick. Should we get rid of seatbelts?
Should we get rid of seatbelt laws or seatbelts themselves in cars?
Either or. We only have a few cases of, accident deaths because of seatbelts. Should we get rid of seatbelts?
Well, I can just choose not to wear it.
But should we get rid of seatbelts at that point? Because only a few people die via car accidents with or without seatbelts to begin with. So clearly, or with people who are seatbelts.
I think the stats are a little skewed there, but yeah, I would say if you don't want to wear a seatbelt, you don't have to. But
hold on, but that's not the question I asked though. Should we get rid of seatbelts because not everybody is protected when in an accident if they wear a seatbelt?
People should have a choice.
So we should get rid of having seatbelts as a requirement in law.
No, I mean, I just think people have a choice whether or not they want to wear one. You can either wear it or not. The seatbelt is part of the construction of the car. You'd have to ask the industry what they think about that. But I don't think that they're going to get rid of seatbelts.
Just so it is a law. I can try and cross this bridge here for you.
Yeah, go ahead. I may be asking
Tomahawk, you're asking him, should we get rid of seatbelts? That would be equivalent to asking him, should we get rid of votes? He's not saying we should get rid of the vote. Right.
Fair enough. I guess then, yeah. Should we get rid of seatbelt?
So he's saying, I don't want to get rid of the vote. I think it should be their choice if they want to go and ID in person or do it another way.
And you know
that's what he's saying.
That is very. You know what? Fair enough. Thank you for that. I messed it up. Should we get rid of seatbelt laws? And I will be more specific in saying, should we get rid of seatbelt laws?
All right, I'll let him answer that. Then we'll keep going through the questions.
Keep going.
Okay, I mean, I'll say this: if only 5 people a year died because they weren't wearing a seatbelt, and everybody else
because they were wearing a seatbelt. See, the seatbelt didn't really. Yeah, should we get rid of seatbelt laws because there are accidents that happen with people wearing seatbelts that didn't actually protect them enough to where the seatbelt mattered? So should we get rid of seatbelt laws?
Okay. I thought you were talking about if we should. Okay. Should we get rid of? No. I don't think
voter ID would act the same way. Voter ID is basically that seatbelt.
I didn't finish.
Yeah.
You can't.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You can't prove that the seatbelt is what caused them to get hurt. That's not what caused them to die. The seatbelt. The seatbelt saved them from getting fucking massacred, maybe in an accident, but that's not why they died in a car accident, right? You know
That wasn't the scenario that I
All
talked
right, if
about.
you want to bring this up, maybe if
Yeah,
we
go ahead. Yeah,
both
we'll
stay
do
for
this
the
later.
panel,
Later.
we'll do this after.
Yeah.
We had Spartacus came in for 10, just said boom. Thank you very much, Spartacus. I appreciate you. Spartacus also coming in for 5 said, question for the debaters. Why can't at Son of Jesus shut the fuck up?
Who is that?
Shit. I think that was who they were debating earlier in the chat. There's a little debate in the chat going on too. Thank you, Spartacus.
Son of Jesus, shut the fuck up, man.
I wish VK rules applied during Swords of Reason. Thank you.
Probably
Spartacus.
talk too much. That's probably why.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm working on that.
Trailer Thrash Music coming in for 10 says late tax. Hola, everyone. Salute to you, Trailer Thrash. I appreciate that. Spartacus said John Cassell had a question. Motherfucker, why didn't you put it? Let me look over here in the Q&A. I think we did have some.
I love how your chat just donates just to donate. That's pretty chill.
Yeah, you know, sometimes they're just this is a light work
community.
Light work one. Light work one. Usually they're just coming in to roast me. This question comes in from Hardwire 1%er. I think it's more of a, or I guess it's a question at the end there. The U.S. Constitution gives the right to vote, also states that you must be a U.S. citizen to vote. Where does it forbid proving you are a citizen?
It's a great question.
Is that for me or for?
Yeah, I think this one's towards you. Yeah. So it says that again, the U.S. Constitution gives the right to vote, also states that you must be a U.S. citizen to vote. Where does it forbid proving you are a citizen?
Where does it forbid proving? It doesn't. So I never argued that illegals should be voting, or even citizens should be voting in elections. I was pointing out that during the registration process, you have to prove that you are a citizen and you live in the U.S. legally. You have an ID and all that. So I was never against saying like we should have illegals to vote. Now I know he brought up some cases where you don't have to be a voting citizen in some states for like state and local. I think it's local elections, like in New York City. I know for mayoral election, you don't necessarily have to be a citizen, full citizen yet. But yeah, I'm not arguing that illegals should vote or that you shouldn't have to prove you're a U.S. citizen. I think that's still something that I'm very much for sure. I'm not, saying that should be abolished by any means.
All right, fair. We got another one comes in from Teriak. It says, here, I'm going to put it in here, a banner for you.
Oh boy.
Question for Cassell. Why do we restrict run rights?
Gun.
Oh, I think he meant to put gun rights.
Yeah.
I copy and pasted this one too, so this is how he wrote it. But why do we restrict gun rights, but you have an issue restricting voting rights?
I don't have an issue with safeguards for voting in the same that we have safeguards for gun owners. I think that a lot of Second Amendment purists believe that anything that's trying to safeguard the American people is considered a restriction on their right to own firearms. I think that's a separate debate, but to be analogous here, I think that safeguards are good. I think if you're trying to prevent death or suicide for people or people who have a history of mental illness, I think it's a good thing to stop that or prevent them from owning a firearm from hurting themselves or other people. Some people may say, well, it's their Second Amendment right. They should be able to own it anyway. So my idea on the Second Amendment and the First Amendment and how it relates to voting rights is a little different because I believe a person's life is at risk in certain scenarios. And I think, obviously, if you're pro-life, you want everybody to live if they can, who are innocent of any crimes, let's say. So I think when it comes to voting, I'm all for safeguards, but I think certain restrictions against it hurts democracy and it hurts the participation in a full democracy. So that's why I view it a little bit differently there, where I'm all for safeguards. I believe the current laws we have on the books that make it illegal for illegal voters to vote twice, to vote from another state in another election. I think just based on the evidence, there's a lot more people dying from gun violence. You could say it's a leading cause of deaths every year, compared to the amount of illegal voters each election cycle, which is, it's just infinitesimally small compared to that number. So that's why I view it a little bit different, if that helps answer the question.
All right. Next one, we got a big 50 coming in from Spartacus. Says John Cassell,
God damn it,
PhD, tell
Spartacus.
him I can't remember the question. And then I also seen him in the chat after say, I also can't recall. You guys are just fucking with me now.
This is the inexperienced tax.
You guys
man.
are just
You're
messing
just
with me. Rule over 2 comes in for 10, says, I has no question. Thank you. Thank you, Darth. I appreciate that. Prince of Dogs showing some support for 5. Thank you, Prince of Dogs. Vector of Intellect coming in for 10, showing some support. I appreciate you big time. Jeff Willard, member for 3 months with some upset faces. He's not happy. All right,
Not happy.
Nobody's happy, man. This fucking this debate
Zombie
sucks.
comes in, became a new member. Shout out to you, Zombie. I appreciate that big time. Let me
We hate
see
the inexperienced
here.
around here.
That's caught up on the super chat side. So we got another question from, this one is from Abe Dinkus in the chat. Says, should we require driver's license or photo ID for passports or job verification or social security net benefits?
I can answer that. I think I
Yes.
know what Toka.
Yeah, I think it is
would be
directed
anyway.
towards you.
Yeah. So kind of similarly to what we talked about in the beginning, where he was like, "Oh, you need an ID to show up to like a bar, club, or concert or whatever." I think if you're receiving money from the government, they already require you to show an ID in this way. So I'm not against that. In terms of a job, they're a private entity. They can choose and they can deem fit. However, like, you go to a construction site, how many people are always accusing half of them of being illegal? So you have certain jobs that do require valid ID. You have other private institutions that don't, or subcontractors, things that matter. So I think when it comes to the government giving you money, it's our money. We should be able to provide for our own citizens first. I've always believed that. I think if you're an illegal trying to game the system and you're caught, you should obviously be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So again, I'm not for
What happened
that.
at the wheat farm?
At the what?
At the wheat farm. Did we remember the wheat farm raid back in summer of 2025, where they found all those illegals that were working the farms?
Oh, really? So
no accusations about it. You see on like X Twitter where you have a bunch of construction sites, especially during Trump's the first year in 2025, a bunch of construction sites that were barren, that used to have a whole bunch of Mexican workers. Turns out they were all illegal. Turns out they were illegal.
I think if you have to require that for every job, I know farmers employ a lot of questionably legal citizens as well, so it can affect.
You can say illegal. They are illegal. That is the proper term. You can say that.
No, I know I can say it. I just don't. I mean, I can't label every brown person illegal if I don't know for sure. So I'm just saying, in general, I'm not for paying government benefits to people who are illegally here. So yeah, I don't know what more I can say about it, but I think Abe's question is a little bit veering differently from the right to vote for legal citizens. Like, we're talking about legal citizens anyway.
It's just, but that's what I started off in my opening. In my opening, it's the same concept though. You have to show an ID to get these benefits. Why can't we just show an ID to go vote? What's wrong with what's really wrong with that? Especially if it's a safeguard.
I don't want to rehash the whole debate we just had.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And you can't really answer that other than it's too much for the person himself. But yet
I had more than that. But yeah, people can.
I'm
go
simplifying
back.
it, and I can't remember every single word that you said. But yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Wait, you didn't send me the question then. You didn't send it to me. You just sent me saying it's in the DM. Where's the question? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm talking to him. What is the question? Okay. Hold up. Okay, so it's the question is
Oh dear.
via Cash App. It says Tomahawk is black. Can you please ask that mega kid to stop playing blackface and remove the makeup, please?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh. Shit. I'm still black.
It's still there. It's still there. Next, we got a 10 comes in from Spartacus. Says, Abe, remember John Cassell, PhD's questions? LOL. Both staying for open panel?
Yeah, I'll stay.
Sure, I can stay. Yeah.
There we go.
I'm ready to get roasted by people telling me I didn't ask the right questions.
That's right. You're going to get roasted. Vector of Intellect comes in for 20. Says, here's another for the grift. Hey, you're a fucking legend. Thank you, Vector. Trailer thrash. You know the th and the tr at the starting of these two always fuck me up.
Yeah, trailer thrash.
Yeah, music. It always fucks me up. The thra and then the tra. It always gets me. Trailer thrash music. Number 1, Tomahawk has a great hat. Number 2, Easy, your hair is also great. And number 3, Goat Lives Matter. Thank you for that.
Goat Lives Matter, boys.
Goat Lives Matter. That's right. That's right. That's why we're in Iran saving them now.
There you go.
Lord Random Person becomes a member. Shout out to you, Lord Random Person. I appreciate that big time. Let me look. That's caught up on the super chat side now. Let's get back to over here in the Q&A. We have... where was it? This one comes in from a Seahawk Daddy. Says...
Ooh, a hawk.
Right here. Both debaters, do you consider the ballot and the bullet to be equal in power? If not, which one is more powerful?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, nice question that I think is very context dependent, but and there's no context to this, so I just have to choose. If I had to choose one,
well, if we're talking in the sense of, you know,
I'll answer it with like a caveat. Like if we were under government, authoritarian type of government, right? The right to vote obviously wouldn't matter at that point. Our right to bear arms would. To gain back our democracy or right to vote or whatever type of government that we feel is best that represents us. So I think they both work in harmony. You try to keep the government, a stable government with your right to vote. And then the Second Amendment is to not to scare, but to show that you can revolt against tyranny if that right or other rights of yours are trying to be taken away. So I think they kind of both work together in harmony. If you try to compare which one's better than the other, then I kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's like depends which one you have and which one you don't at the time, but you try to use both.
I think if I were to truly answer this question, the fact that the bullet is often used as the last resort when the ballot fails, I think the bullet it wouldn't really be equal in power at that point because the bullet is the last resort. The bullet's the last thing you use when the ballot doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also true.
I like it. Next question that comes in. This one's from the Penetrator. Comes in.
Wow, what a name.
What a name, right? Penetrator says, will the government fund the ID, Tomahawk?
Only if it's a reduced fee or a no fee solution, then I think the ID would be eating the would be eating the cost of creating an ID. But just like you pay the government like a fee to get your driver's license, I mean, what's paying for an ID to make sure that you are able to vote? And after you have it, you don't have to pay again, just like you don't have to pay for a driver's license.
Again, though, just to real quick, you don't have the right to drive a car. You have the constitutional right to vote, so that's why it's a little different with the driver's license and paying for that rather than like a state ID. That's what I would say on that. Because I agree, if the state provided you with a free ID, makes it less of an argument for most people to say, "Oh, it's too hard to get one." So that's why I'm for it. But
that falls under the social security number argument, where non-citizens are able to get a social security number for free, and non-citizens and citizens are able to get a social security number for free. So if that's the
fraud.
case, then yeah.
Wait, no, that's fraud. If an illegal
that's not free.
citizen
That's not fraud. A non-citizen
getting a social security number
if you apply for an H-1B or work visa as a non-citizen, one of the ways you get identified is through a social security number that the government provides for you.
I thought that was only if I could be wrong. I thought only if you were an actual citizen you were provided a social security number. But if I'm wrong on that, I'll take the L. All right.
Yeah. Citizen, non permanent residents get a social ID. Work visa permits, work permits get a social ID. H-1Bs get a social ID. Social security number.
So just for clarification. Just for clarification, because Penetrator's next question was kind of just a follow-up. Like, it just says, is Tomahawk against the government funding the ID? Like, would you be against that?
Would I be against it? I don't think I'd be against it, especially if it's a public service to make sure. If it's a public service,
let me add a little caveat just to see.
Yeah, because
what if it was like tax funded, like we paid for it out of our taxes?
If we paid for it through our own taxes, would I be against it if it was like taxpayer funded voter IDs?
Yeah, a portion of your taxes is to guarantee that every citizen has voter ID.
Citizen carries a lot of weight in that question. The answer is yes, but it is dependent on verifying that you are actually a citizen that is participating in the vote, that is getting the ID.
Okay. And just because I think you said this earlier, Cassell, if that was the case where like it was just a funded thing that all our taxes paid for, would you have any like argument against it, or would you be like, actually that makes sense?
Yeah, well, I think I kind of mentioned earlier, if the government was able to provide you your first ID for free and there was no cost associated for it, I think that the arguments on my end would definitely be whittled down to more of like the disenfranchisement cases I brought up, where you have your name changed, or if you were to move, or when we were talking about other cases where
transportation, things like that.
Yeah, transportation, things like that. But yeah, I think it would be limited to those instances, because I think if it were provided for free, it would take away some of the cost that people complain about in terms of the extra documentation and all that. So it's a good point.
You're voting for you're supporting the government basically needing to provide this rather than the citizen providing it for themselves.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, and like how you said you would kind of be for it on your side, Tomahawk, that would be some common ground we would find here between you two, I think, is that if it was government funded and everyone had the easy access to the ID, then I mean,
like removing a hurdle like that, again, I'm for removing the hurdles rather than adding more. So that would be something I would be agreeable to. Yeah, for sure.
I did mention that through there being certain state-sponsored programs like reduced fee or no fee IDs to allow for help like that. you apply for the tool that will allow you to get the ID easier, because whatever your financial situation is at the time that doesn't allow you to get the money necessary to buy it for you, the government helps you out in that way. I wouldn't really have a problem with that, because, well, you applied and you are utilizing the tools that are available to you to help get what you need, especially if you really want to participate in voting in this case.
All right. All right. Big $300 Rumble rant
Whoa.
coming
My
in.
gosh.
Jungle from says hot seat unlocked. I have some things to say about some people. Damn it! Let's
Uh-oh.
fucking go, you legend, Jungle. You legend. Thank you very much. I cannot.
Well, I'm
thank
glad.
you enough.
I'm glad it was able to help out with that. We were
That's
able to
what's
help
up.
out with that.
Yeah.
Jungle's a legend. Legend around these parts. And since we don't have any more questions in the Q&A, I'm gonna actually let me ask a question to both of you. It's kind of, it may be a little philosophical, a little deep here, but only because we still got 5 minutes and I gotta actually piss really bad. So I'm
shit.
gonna piss while I'm listening to your answers. But I want to know here. I think one of the questions is important here is, at what point does protecting democracy begin to actually undermine democracy?
Yeah, that's a good point, because kind of what I was getting at is like how much safeguard under the guise of protection is really the government imposing its will on the people and actually adding layers of security that starts to undermine people's privacy. So obviously these are hypotheticals, but if the government wants to impose, facial recognition in a voter booth, let's say, instead of an ID, like obviously that would be similar, but that's actually more invasive in my opinion, even if they would say it's safer. So you have to think about things going forward about like how much is too much until the government starts to impose more what they would call security, but it's starting to take away kind of rights to privacy, things of that nature. So it's a good question. I mean, I don't know how far we would try to get with that, but I think some people could be worried about things like that happening in the future.
Yeah, and I would agree to that in the sense that when you're going into the facial recognition territory, we're moving away from actual like sanctity of keeping the vote sacred and into just surveillance, like mass surveillance and stuff like that with facial recognition and whatnot. That's a separate topic than simply keeping the vote sacred. And that's more.
It's kind of similar.
How?
Right? If
What's the similarity when all we're asking for is just a card that you can scan versus getting a full facial thing,
I'm saying the government starting with a card and then evolving and using that as a reason why, well, the card's not good enough. Now we have to do this. Well, this isn't good enough. I'm just saying it's a starting point, because
it's a starting point. So
we've seen that using an ID still fraud occurs in these states. So
but
if there
I have to ask though, what would the this isn't good enough be? What would the this isn't good enough reason be to where having a voter ID would not be good enough? Like, what would a reason be?
So if they wanted zero fraud to occur, that would be their reason.
Well, obviously we wouldn't be able to achieve that, considering.
But that would be their reason. That's what I'm saying. Like, they will use reasons, even if they're wrong, to impose certain policies or regulations to say, well, we haven't got to zero yet. More government is needed, or like more security.
So in a sense, this would be not necessarily a problem of voter ID, but a bigger problem of government overreach trying to push the boundaries rather than voter ID.
But yeah, that was
itself.
what I thought the question was talking about. Is like, what's too much? And I'm not saying just
Yeah,
voter
and that
ID,
would
but
be
I'm saying
too
when
much.
the government has the power to enact things like that, they can overreach. Like I don't know if you do, but
it can overreach if the powers that be, the people in the government, start to actually do that. Then we're going into a separate a separate argument and a separate topic than strictly voter ID. If you were to just stay on topic, obviously that wouldn't be part of the conversation at that point. We'd be having a different conversation in mass surveillance rather than, oh, we're trying to keep the vote sacred. So
okay, I think that's the question was kind of asking, like how that would evolve from.
Policy it would evolve from not being. It would evolve from being strictly voter related to something else entirely. And yeah, we don't want that something else, so we would tackle that something else. But for the purposes of voting, an ID addresses that. It wouldn't be. You wouldn't really need anything more, which is where we would get to.
I know that's what you're saying, and that's what you believe, but I'm just saying the government could say there's still one voter fraud out there, one act out there that we have to get to zero. I'm just saying they can use reasoning, even if you believe voter ID, anything past that would be too much. The government may not see it that way, and I think that's where things can get iffy. But it's a hypothetical.
Yeah,
obviously,
it
might not happen.
So. Mr. Pissman.
You must have really had to go.
You really had to go. Holy shit!
I'm telling you, I was dancing.
You didn't mute. No, I'm kidding. Never mind.
The mic's good, not that good. It would never hear me from that far.
Stay hydrated, folks.
Yeah, stay hydrated. That's true. That is gonna wrap up the Q&A. First off, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions. Oh, holy shit! Wait a minute.
Oh, something came in.
Big $500 Rumble rant comes in from Jungle. Says another thing. I have a question for Tomashiki. What would you say if I told you I think ID requirements are racist? Period. In my Shaniqua voice.
I just say tough shit. Go get your ID, man, and fight for your rights to party!
Actually, Cassell made it clear earlier we don't have a right to party, motherfucker. So just
shit.
I didn't say that.
Made that clear. Listen, I really thank you all.
No, thank you, dude.
Like
this is
Shaniqua,
great.
I don't know how Shaniqua would read it. What would you say if I told you I think ID requirements are racist? Period. Was that
You're
better?
too white. You're too white for it, man. I can't. You're too white with it, bro.
Fair enough. I'm not Shaniqua enough.
You gotta be someone like Baker Mayfield who's hung around a bunch of black people to know like the lingo and to understand jive.
Chet Holmgren.
Nothing but black people. The half of my family, you understand what I mean. But no, it's not the same. It's island black, not American black. But seriously, everyone in the chat, your support is what allows me to keep bringing you these debates, the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you more than I can ever put into words. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. You both, before I move on quick, you both said that you're planning to stay for the open panel?
I'm staying, yeah.
Yeah, for Speakeasy, let me know too if it's okay if I can. Is there a way I can be in chat with not on camera, or do I have to stay on camera?
Oh no, you can get off camera. Yeah.
Well, once the panel goes on, it's up to you, bro.
Like, I don't have a camera requirement for my debates. I just like to ask ahead of time. That's why I asked you ahead of time. But like,
yeah,
I understand,
I like but it's only because it's like later now. I have another person who's probably like, oh, I don't want to be on camera. So I'm like, all right, I can go up and you can roam around.
Yeah,
So,
no problem. Yeah, you could be on
Yeah.
camera. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
cool,
no
cool.
problem at all. Yeah, 100%. So
Yeah.
what's gonna happen next is we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. Runs for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the chaos and chill open panel begins. Holy shit! With another 150 coming in, VKO, anyone,
Damn.
Spartacus, you fucking. I think we are there. I gotta add that 800 to the dono bar, and we're already on 248. Let's
Cassell,
fuck.
you and I have to Cassell, you and I have to do much better with entertaining the masses. They are more focused on other things than us. We gotta do better, bro.
It's what's making them want more. Come on, man. What's down like that? Listen, like I said, during the outro, I'm gonna drop a link for everyone in the chat. To anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just obviously come ready to think, question, debate. If you're coming up to try and just troll, bring personal dramas, spurg over everyone, you're just gonna get muted, most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. All right. Before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you guys go subscribe to both debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. If you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes for the chaos and chill.
Into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with love precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason.
beat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
So,
And we're back. Welcome
Hey.
in, everyone.
Good evening.
Hey y'all.
hello, peoples. Yo, yo.
So, what did everyone think of the debate? Does anyone have any questions directly for the debaters?
Yeah, it didn't really seem like Cassell had an argument because, like, the whole kind of aspect here was like, well, you know, the voter ID like won't outright stop fraud, so why bother with it? And the whole like seatbelt point, that's the equivalent of saying, well, seatbelts don't prevent deaths in car crashes, so why do we have seatbelts?
I wish I could have said that better, but yeah, you're right.
Well, seatbelts do prevent deaths, car crashes.
But they
Yeah,
don't
and
prevent-
voter ID does help prevent fraud.
But it doesn't. We've already proved it doesn't.
It does.
It
Just
does.
because car crashes still happen despite the fact that people could be wearing their seatbelt. That doesn't
Right,
mean
what
that
is-
you
what is
should
that-
not wear a seatbelt.
What does a car crash have to do with wearing a seatbelt, though?
Yeah, because the car crash is the fraud. Fraud will still happen,
So why is
but
fraud
it doesn't
occurring in
mean
states
it
with-
does not
with-
mean that you shouldn't put in situations or policies that help prevent fraud.
Okay, so how much fraud has voter ID prevented in states that have voter ID?
Yeah, so would you not agree that having to present voter ID would help prevent fraud?
Show me where it's prevented fraud.
It makes it more difficult for someone to commit fraud, correct?
Like I said, there's a gate. We're putting a gate at the very beginning, at the start of the process.
I know. I already showed examples of this not working. So you got to show me where voter ID has prevented fraud from happening. 'cause it's
What
not.
example? What example have you shown? All you've done is you've pointed to, well, there were frauds still took place in these states that require voter ID, and it's not that
Right.
the voter ID outright prevents fraud the same way a seatbelt does not prevent car crashes or people dying from car crashes, but it does
prevents
help
people from
prevents
dying.
one sec. It helps.
You're
It helps
wrong.
prevent
You're
people
wrong.
from dying from car crashes. The same way voter
Prevents
ID
people
helps
from
prevent
dying.
fraud.
Okay, hold on. Do you agree that seatbelts have prevented thousands of people from dying in car crashes?
Yes.
How many thousands of people have been prevented from voter fraud from voter ID?
Can
No,
I interrupt?
your false assumption is
I
that
heard
okay,
that.
voter ID will just outright stop fraud. That's not the claim. It helps
not my
prevent
claim.
fraud. The same way
not my
seatbelts help prevent death from car crashes.
Well, that's
Correct?
not my claim. So you're wrong.
People, you guys, the only mistake that we made was not making it mandatory from the day one of voting that the individual must identify themselves in order to vote. Arguing about car crashes or anything like that, we made a mistake because we thought that people would always be honest at the very beginning. Period. You've got to present an identification to vote. It just needs that it has nothing to do with anything else other than that. You must identify yourself in order to vote for this in this country that is almost torn to shreds.
At the time that you go to cast, at the time that you go to cast, because Castle's, I will say this to Steelman Castle's point, Cassell brings up, the pre-verification aspect, the setting up your ability to vote in the first place aspect with, oh, you got to show your ID when you go to register. You got to show your ID and you got to have all of these setups in place in order to vote in the first place. I granted all of that, but that doesn't necessitate, or that doesn't address what happens when you go to the ballot box itself and go to cast your vote. How does the system know that the person that verified all of this pre-verification stuff is actually the person that casts the vote, and that wasn't addressed in the
Voter ID
debate.
with a photo on the front, just like a driver's license. It's
And that was
because we,
Well, like-
we can't even then go into a grocery store anymore and have the things sitting on the shelves. It's gone insane. So to vote, you need to have a picture and whatever else. Like they need to get your driver's license now.
yeah. I was
And I would agree with that.
And I was just adding on to your point, premonition, that it would be a voter ID at the time that you go to cast the vote. Cassell, how would you prevent fraud from happening at the point of casting the vote? Not all the back end stuff, at the time that you go to cast the vote without voter ID.
You know how when you go, and I haven't been to a club in 9,000 years, how they card you at a club, and if you get caught by the bartender and or the guy at the door, it's the same exact thing. They examine your identification, and if it isn't you, you get hauled away to jail.
That happens already. If you vote illegally, that's a federal
it
crime.
doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
No one's
many
questioning
dead
the
people
punishments
voted
of
illegally?
the fraud.
So wait.
If I can jump in real fast.
Hold on,
You're
guys.
saying-
Hold on.
There's also a statistical error kind of being introduced here. Cassell, you were saying that voter ID won't prevent fraud, and that is true on its face, but that's not really the problem we're trying to solve. Fraud can't be prevented by any voter ID measure.
Right.
The way that voter ID would interact with fraud is it would be used to prove fraud down the road and thereby arrest and convict criminals doing fraud. It doesn't actually act as a preventative measure. It acts as a justice measure, similar to where you can't prevent theft, you can only capture a thief.
Right, but Tomahawk's
Both
saying it's a
kinds are
preventative measure.
post-actions.
That's
It would be
Right,
would be a preventative measure by essentially stopping the first act of that whole process by setting up a gate first that checks whether or not you are who you say you are before all of that happens. Right now we don't have that. Certain states they do, but most states they don't. And we're trying to solve for that, and voter ID adds that gate to be able to check first that you are who you say you are, and then afterwards, if for some reason they get past that within the system, they find some other thing that doesn't work, as in catching the thief, then we have a different scenario on our hands. But that's not the fault of voter ID.
That's
So
failing.
real quick, big $500 Rumble rant comes in from Jungle. Says credits for the battles because I got some shiznittery for Shaniqua.
Oh
we
my
need
gosh.
that name change. Tomahawk to Shaniqua, please and thank you.
So this man wants me to go on VK. So when I go, the next time I go on VK, I'm just going to be Shaniqua the whole time.
Thank you, Jean.
Well, we're gonna be doing a verbal combat origins tonight. So
Oh shit.
It's
Okay.
funny. It's
Well, like
funny because I used to work in a car dealership, and there was a girl, Shanice. She was a fucking gorgeous black woman, and she decided to rename all of us black names, and that's what she would call us all. And I was Shaniqua.
Hot diggity.
Beautiful. Well, I think the flaw in Cassell's position is a flawed position where he thinks that voting is a right, not a privilege.
It is
It
a
is
privilege.
right. It's a right. It's a constitutional right.
Yeah, it depends on.
Yeah, so
in
was Roe v.
America-
Wade, and then we overturned that shit. What I'm saying is
but we
that
didn't
is a
overturn
false
the right to vote.
presupposition.
But it can.
The idea that voting is a right or an inherited right is a bullshit delusion.
I just want to say one thing real quick, Terry. Sorry to cut off, but you did just kind of skip over the Shaniqua shit. You didn't even engage in that. You went right back to this debate bullshit.
I can't believe Terry would do that,
What,
man.
Shaniqua
Why
last
would
night? Is that what it is?
Does Ireland even have a
shucks.
Shaniqua in it?
that's racist.
Could I ask? Because a lot of people here, well, maybe I don't want to assume, but Canadian and in Canada, I believe they have voter ID in that country.
Yes.
We shouldn't bring third world
My
countries into
province,
this
anyway.
discussion.
Sorry. I love Canadians. So anyway, Do we believe that Canada has experienced any voter fraud in the country based on elections that have happened there? I know the Liberal Party has been winning a lot recently, at least from the Prime Minister level. Do we
For
expect
fucking ever.
any fraud has been happening?
Me personally, I wouldn't say that there's any voter fraud happening, but the thing is, like, the elections in Canada are very different than the elections in the United States. So you have Ontario and Quebec who hold the majority of the seats. So you would have the rest of Canada who would vote conservative, but because Ontario and Quebec are voting liberal, they win.
But you don't think that they are engaging in any like ballot harvesting to increase their vote in those places? Like they're not increasing their vote through illegal measures. Okay, you do. But do you, I don't. Kim, is that your name? Kim, do you believe that?
Do I vote? What do you mean by that?
I live in Canada too, just so you know.
Well, like, do you believe illegals, for example, or non-citizens are voting in blue cities in Canada?
Oh yes, yes.
But you guys have
That I
voter.
believe,
But you guys
100%.
have voter ID.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, I don't.
That's not a knock against voter ID, because if they go to the ballot box and show that they are who they say they are, and according to the system,
you can have
checks
a fake
out,
ID, right?
But if according to the system that checks out, that's not a knock against voter ID. That's a knock against the system, and the system needs to be changed. But that's not a knock against
But
voter
that's
ID.
part of the system.
But it's not a
There
knock
are
against
some
voter
states
ID
like
specifically,
California
though.
that issue out IDs to illegal aliens, and then they can use those IDs to travel to a different state and get a different state ID. And like, there's many systems at which someone can get a fraudulent ID saying they're a citizen if they're not a citizen.
So, so what you're basically saying is that someone can bribe the bouncer to get into the club and still cause problems. Is that the fault of the bouncer? Or is that...
Well, if you're bribing the bouncer, then yes.
Okay. I asked that incorrectly, but
another
it keeps going back to the whole seatbelt thing where Cassell still say, but there's still voter fraud in these countries that require voter ID, and it's like that's completely missing the point.
And that's where
there's still people dying of car crashes despite the fact that they were wearing their seatbelt.
That's
where the
they were dying,
statistics come in,
though.
because you're never going to be able to get a system with 0% voter fraud. And any system that's pure and void of any crime is obviously, one, it's fraudulent itself. Someone's making up numbers there.
And yet I don't think a voter ID would be that big that big of a step, but be like that much of a costly measure to at least help prevent more of that from happening by basically setting up a door at the front to prevent most of that from even happening to begin with. You'll get your couple of different cases where fraud has happened, where you get something like someone forging an ID or something like that, but that's now getting to the territory of a heist plotline, like I first mentioned, Mission Impossible and stuff, where they go through all of these steps to get to, trying to vote in an election. And at that point, well, that's a different problem entirely, rather than voter ID specifically.
And I think there's another issue that we're overlooking specifically because we're talking about America. For the Canadians on the panel, you guys all have a nationally issued ID, don't you? You have, like, your medical card is all tied to a national ID, not to your driver's license.
The driver's license. And it's not like our medical is not tied to every province to their ID. In some provinces it is, but not in all.
But you guys have some type of ID outside of, like,
no, it's you just go show that you have something with your name and your address on it. So you just have to show that you have a name or an ID proving your name and address. So like you just show up with your driver's license.
Name and address.
Yeah, you just show up with your driver's license. That's your that's your
what
voter
I'm kind of
ID.
getting at here is, in most countries, especially like European countries, they require a national level ID that includes some type of photo ID.
No,
Like,
you
for
can
us
literally
America,
bring in
that
a
was kind of
utility
shoehorned in.
bill, dog. You can bring in a utility bill and vote with that.
Can you really?
Oh yeah,
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 bank
yes, you
I didn't bring my
can.
driver's
statements,
license. I didn't
the
realize you
student
Part of
ID.
yeah, part of I didn't
That's how
really
it
go in.
works.
I didn't really go into the specifics of how you can register to vote, but you can get a
You know, you have mail-in voting in Canada too, right? People
I'm
mail
sure.
in their votes.
I do know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
part of being able to register to vote, is through either a social security, at least in the United States, so social security number, and it's usually either one or two forms of ID, and one of them is a utility bill. You can provide a social security number and some form of ID, whether it be a state, real, or a driver's license, or you can have that plus a utility bill, or just, I guess, through some, if you don't have either of those two things, something else much like a utility bill could be used as a subsequent requirement to help you register to vote. And this can also go for non-citizens as well. So verifying yourself to get onto the rolls is one thing. What happens when you get to the actual ballot itself and you go to cast your vote? How do you know that the vote cast is legitimate at the time of voting, not after it's been voted, but at the time?
I personally don't think that. Sorry, I don't personally think that mail-in voting in either country should be allowed, because how many dead people voted last election in the United States?
Right, Kim.
Well, I think the problem with a lot of the dead
in
people
person.
voting is that if you vote, let's say the week before the election, and you passed away 2 weeks later, that's technically a dead person has voted. But when they cast it, they were alive. So
I can tell you why that happened in Canada. So how that happens in Canada is they don't know that person's died yet. So like the person's kid will go and like cast their vote or some stupid shit, right? And like that happens.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that would also be fraud, though, if you were to vote for a dead person.
Of course
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Yeah, 100% it is, right?
For
But
sure. If you're a cop for that, you should.
But the way that you framed that entire statement, that entire argument, is
you know what's
after
crazy?
the
What
fact.
happened in 2000? Sorry to interrupt you, Tomahawk. One of the things in Canada that happened was in 2011. What one of the parties did was they sent out automated phone. Well, only one person of the party got in trouble, but we know everybody was in on it. They sent it automated phone calls to direct people to the wrong polling stations. So what would happen is these people would either say, fuck it, that's too far. They would go show up and get turned away because that's not the polling station they're supposed to be going to. Like there was a whole bunch of fuckery, and that election didn't get overturned. They just said fuck it, even though they know there was a bunch of fraud involved. It's crazy, dude. That's why I don't believe that. I believe these elections have all been fucking rigged. No way. After that lot, like Pierre was ahead of Carney or anyone, because Carney wasn't really as spoken about until he popped himself in there last minute. But Pierre was at the fucking top of the game, and all of a sudden he lost.
Yeah.
I believe there's a fraud, man. I won't be convinced.
Do you guys think
otherwise.
Pierre is
with
still
that.
popular,
I
or do you
disagree with
think
that.
that Carney is popular, or no?
No,
Pierre.
Carney's not Carney's the reason that part of the reason we went into fucking lockdown for so long, dude. That's the reason that we had to go and fucking our truckers had to go and block shit off so that we could get out of our houses.
Carney? I thought that was Trudeau.
Yeah, it was Trudeau,
Well, it
but
was
Carney is a part of the party.
Oh, he
right?
was part of the party.
And the
Yeah,
way
yeah.
things work here, is every week the parties are constantly debating in the House. They're constantly debating. So like the other party can adopt anything that they hear from that side and just get it implemented. You don't have to actually be in power to be the one winning. You just have to have your policies being passed. That's why this is our system's really it's
Bullshit.
different. Where like we can have an election next week. if there's enough push from the citizens that this liberal fucking party is not working, they'll do a re-election.
So
sorry, my ADHD
fuck you, bitch.
kicking in speaking. I really like your hair. Sorry.
You're what?
Thank you.
I like his hair.
The wife did it.
Carry on.
I liked it too, man. Approved.
Me too.
I think Pierre. Okay, this is the way I've looked at it, or at least I've understood it. Non-campaigning Pierre, I liked. Campaigning Pierre was a limp-wristed bitch.
That is facts.
He couldn't take a strong position on basically anything.
Do you think that was because of Trump at all? Because I know that when Trump got the tariffs involved, it was a very big back and forth in Canada about him not standing up to that. But you tell me, these are Canadians.
Trump beefing during that election?
Yeah, he was.
Me personally, I think as soon as Canadians started comparing Pierre to Trump, all of a sudden he went like really meek and all of a sudden just like held back. Like before that, he was pushing and he was doing good and he was speaking to the people and people fucking loved him and I loved him.
Raise your hand if you want Alberta to become the 51st state of America. Would you take that?
I can't see, but
I'd take it. I'd move to Alberta just because of it.
Because I know
I don't think Alberta
like
should get an option.
right?
I think they need annexed.
I think I don't know.
Oh,
I think
Completely possible, to be honest.
So
I don't know.
This is the way I see it. So Pierre, like everyone's like, Pierre was like touting his, well, the liberals just took my policy position. So I'm like, this is what he said on Joe Rogan.
Oh, Joe Rogan,
They took my policy position. So I'm basically like in a roundabout way, I'm actually prime minister. But I look at it this way. Your policies were so weak or so attractive to the Liberal Party. They took your name off, put their name on and went, those are our policies. There was no daylight between the two.
There's a meme that basically describes what you're describing, which is there's two guys, it's usually stick figures. I made the thing. It's one guy that made a thing, and there's another guy. There's another guy that's standing aside, and the guy is like, and the guy that made it, I think either puts it down or gives it to the other guy, and he's like, oh, you made this. I made this. And that's basically what it was. I explained that horribly, but yeah.
So did you guys like Pierre, or did you think he was weak but would have voted for him anyway?
I like Pierre up until
I personally voted for him.
Trump.
My husband hated it, but I voted for him.
No, I know. See, that's why more beatings ensued after that.
You voted for Carney, Tyler?
No, he voted.
No.
Holy, you're so offended. Holy
shit.
You would have been kicked off the panel just for that.
I would
have given you a 5-minute timeout for that one.
No, I voted for Maxime. I voted PPC.
Okay,
and I will say,
okay,
to be fair, okay, so
you already know we're in a two-party system. That part still works the same over here, bro. Don't do that. What are you doing?
To be fair, we had Maxime on our podcast, and the things that he was talking and the things that he was saying was fucking amazing. I loved it, and I was like, "You're speaking to my soul here. I love it." Yeah. But he didn't have the popular vote, which is the only reason that I voted for Pierre, because we need change here, and we needed to get the liberals out, and Pierre Poilievre was in the running. And even if I were to vote for Maxime, which I wanted to, he wouldn't have won off of my one vote. So I voted for Pierre.
Yeah, and a snowfall doesn't blame itself for the avalanche.
Yep, just split the vote. Motherfucker.
Yeah, I split the vote, even though Pierre,
fucking guy.
It's so funny, and a lot of these.
It's your fault he lost, Tyler.
Yeah, it's my fault. It's not Pierre's weak policy position in his support of Bill C4, and even in their convention that they just had. Oh, Bill C4, let's yank.
Do you know why? When do you know why people compared Pierre to Trump?
Because he had some like cojones.
Because he was fun.
Well, yeah, it's because he was he was pushing things that was being ignored for years upon years, that to the point where even the other side has to start addressing these things, right? Again, if you look at the housing affordability, he's the reason that shit's in the spotlight the way it is. He's the one that's hammered on the gatekeeping, the zoning delays, the federal spending. He's the one who keeps hammering on this to the point that now it's addressed more seriously. Right? He's the one who was anti-carbon tax so fucking so much, and to the point where
Was that Pierre or CPC?
that was Pierre who consistently pushed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was back when they were looking at like people were freezing to death because of the carbon tax on their natural gas heat or something like that.
Yeah, it's goofy.
Absolutely insane.
Did they
Yeah, I
reduce
remember
that?
Pierre, he came out swinging the way Trump did in 2016 because he said everything that all the politicians ignored for years and years and years, and when people tried to call him out on anything, he just circled right back, and that was so great. And then they called him Trump coded, and he was just terrified of that for some reason. Like, I don't know. I guess Trump back then, Trump was still in hot water, with all the felony charges and everything. So maybe that's what he was afraid of. But I remember
most people didn't give a shit about that. Most people didn't care. Like, that's the thing. Like,
he cared.
Well, obviously he cared. He cared so much that he lost an election over it.
No, he cared so much that the other side started addressing it too. That's the whole point.
No, I mean like the Trump
then you
thing.
have-
That's a win, man. If he can get the other side to adopt all his policies, he wins, right?
Yeah, but then
Has Canada improved since the last election?
Has
What?
Canada improved
Since the last election?
Fuck no.
That's I heard. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't sound like things are going better for you.
No,
No,
it's
because
gonna-
we
I know
saw
the-
fucking liberal
I
government.
see. I don't think we're gonna be waiting very long till there's another election.
I was gonna say the irony there is since
Carney's a joke.
since Carney and Trump were elected,
Yep.
both countries have been doing worse. The U.S. is also struggling. Canada's struggling. So it doesn't seem like liberal or conservative is
But
really
is- okay,
helping.
but is
Where's the U.S.
struggling
doing worse?
because of
In what
actual
sense is the
struggle?
U.S.
Bro,
doing
gas
worse?
prices
Is the
gas
U.S.
is
struggling
$6
only
here,
because it's
Wait, where's here?
that's in there and everybody is suffering from TDS?
Wait, where's here on the $6 gas? Because I'm only just now hitting $4.
$6?
Well, you
we
might-
got $2
you
a
might-
liter right now, bro. Liter.
$6 a gallon.
Yeah, that sounds like California, bro. Because I
Yeah,
know
that's
that,
probably
I know
more
those
pricey.
prices are in California, man. And that's not. And to be fair to that, like that's not entirely Trump's fault for the $6
He
tax.
did
That's
the
mainly California
Oh,
for
no,
having
that's-
$6 and
the tax is
$7
part of
in
it,
some
but-
places.
But think about where I don't know who's talking, it was premonition somebody, but he's saying it's 4 something. It was 2 something
That would be me.
only 6 months ago.
Yeah, no,
It was-
I said that off the top
Is the
too. The
conversion
Iran thing
here,
is the
Tyler?
only thing that's really dragging Trump down. He was
what?
doing great up to this point, especially at the New Year with all the Venezuela stuff. He was
Yeah,
hitting
he was
highs.
on
I know.
fire.
Yeah,
were
and
at
then
the
he went
Twin
for
Peaks again,
Israel's
finally. I thought I'd never live
Israel's
to see it.
gain, and he just followed Bibi all the way to Iran and screwed everything up.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't care
Oh
for
my
Israel
God,
at
the
all.
anti-Semitism
They're their
is
own
crazy.
country. They can
I-
fight.
Like
for
if you
themselves.
if you genuinely believe that Israel controls America, bro, I've got a bridge
I
in
didn't
Brooklyn
say
to sell you.
that. I
Holy
didn't say
shit!
that. I
You
didn't say he
did
controlled
say
it.
that we went
I
on.
said
We went there for
followed
his.
Bibi. And I didn't say anything about Jewish or anti whatever or Semitism. I said,
said
he
we
followed
went-
Bibi.
Oh
went
yeah,
on
the only
Israel's
Jewish
behalf.
state. Yeah, you think you're following all this kind of shit, the old code of language. Don't worry,
Okay.
Castle. I'm well
So
aware
then-
of these
so then
tricks
why
that you
are
like
we-
to play and all this kind of shit. Because what you're forgetting about is 8 months
everything's
previous,
not
8 months
anti-Semitism,
previous
bro.
to 8 months
Not everything's
previous to yeah,
anti-Semitism.
8 months previous to America actually going into Iran, and they technically still haven't put any boots in the ground, just bombing thing. Before America went in and bombed the Iran, Israel had already fired bombs into Iran, and Trump called a ceasefire, and Israel stopped. So this whole thing of like Trump being controlled by Bibi,
All right, you
that's
don't-
conspiracy theory nonsense. Push
You can-
by
Brother,
anti-Semites.
why are we
be
sending
against-
troops to Iran then?
We're
You
not
can be
sending troops
against
to
the-
Iran. I don't
We
know where you got
have.
that
We already
from. No,
sent-
we
well, I can
haven't.
send you. I
Where-
will send you the link right now.
We're not sending
What-
troops to Iran the same way we're not sending troops to Ukraine. We
So,
got
Castle,
people
can you
there,
answer
we're
that
just
question?
pretending We're not.
If Trump's controlled
Wait,
by
which
Bibi,
question?
why did Trump call a ceasefire and Israel stood down?
You
They
can
didn't.
be
There is no
against Israel
ceasefire.
and not
8 months
believe
previous
that
to this thing
America's
kicking
controlled
off,
by Israel.
There's no
remember when Trump
ceasefire
said they
occurring right
don't
now.
know what the fuck they're doing?
There's no ceasefire. Show me
He
the
didn't call us-
ceasefire. Where's
he didn't
Israel
call us
not
ceasefire.
bombing
8
Lebanon?
months previous. Can you not hear what I'm saying? 8
don't
months
care.
previous,
I
when
don't
Trump
care
called
what
the
8 months
ceasefire.
previous.
Yeah, you don't care
I don't
about that
care
because
about 8
it
months
destroys your
previous.
whole narrative that Trump
Because
is
there was
controlled by
none.
Bibi.
There was no ceasefire. That's the point, my friend. There was no ceasefire.
Israel fired rockets into Iran. Trump told them to stop. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, and Israel stopped.
Then why
yeah,
are
I
they firing?
remember those
They're still firing rockets into South Lebanon as we
Aren't
see.
they
Yeah,
hitting
because what
Iran?
happened was when this thing, one sec, when this thing kicked off, Rubio says, "Oh, we had intel that Israel was going to launch an attack, and then we went in." Meaning, Trump wanted this. Yeah, Trump wanted this whole thing in the Strait of Hormuz to take place because now 20% of the energy market has to buy from America.
Then why are gas prices up for
Alhamdulillah,
Americans?
Habibi. Also, you need to explain. You need to explain why the UAE and Saudi Arabia are now attacking Iran as well.
Because no one likes.
So the Arabs are now controlled by Bibi as well.
Speakeasy. Where do I send the link?
Hold
for
up,
the
boys.
troops?
So let's let Cassell answer that. Remember, there's more views on one side. So go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind the debate, but I need just a sec. But first off, where do I put the link if I have to prove that we have troops in Iran? And then secondly, I'll answer.
Oh, and just put it in the back chat there. Everybody
Yeah,
will be
the
able
studio
to grab
chat.
it there.
Like you
That
did your
studio
NY
chat in the
post.
back there, like you put the first one, the same spot there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, everyone can see
All right.
that. Yeah. Perfect.
And then second point, you mentioned something. Could you just repeat it one more time about the UAE? I missed that last point you made because I was looking.
Yeah, so UAE and Saudi Arabia are now firing rockets into Iran. Are they controlled by Bibi?
No, we have an alliance with them.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
So
wait,
Israel-
can I ask you a
yeah,
question
Israel
though?
controls the world now.
Why are we attacking Iran? Answer that.
Because women were getting attacked.
No.
We don't want them getting
because,
we don't want them getting
because they're
nukes.
genocidal maniacs who are hell bent on what can only be described as a religious fundamentalism of wiping Israel off the face of the planet, which is why they're pursuing nuclear missiles so they can wipe Israel off the map.
What
And,
about
and the
Lebanon?
West.
Wait.
And the West.
How much-
Israel
how
and the
much
Going on
West.
50 years.
How
They're
much money?
destroying
how much-
Lebanon now. Why
how
are
much
they
money-
destroying
how much-
Lebanon?
Hold on. How much money do I have to spend as
That's
a
been going on
taxpayer to
50 years
protect
too.
Israel? How much money should I spend to protect Israel with my tax
All of it.
dollars? All of it? Sounds
Irrelevant
like it.
question.
Oh, no, that's
Irrelevant question.
irrelevant. Okay. Just wondering.
It was irrelevant to
All
begin
right,
with.
Cassell, can I ask you a clarifying question?
Of course you can.
Do you actually hold the view that Israel is controlling the United States, or do you just think, like, in general, we need to cut off all the stuff we're doing with Israel? Like, I don't think America's controlled by the Jews or anything like that. But it's
No.
Israel's
That's what he
their
was
own damn
assuming.
country. They can fight their own damn wars.
Never said that. What my point was about was that the relationship that Trump has with Bibi was a lot stronger than they had under Biden. He's allowed to get away with a lot more, and us providing them offensive and defensive weapons hasn't ceased at all based on the amount of progress that Israel is claiming we've made, even though we already bombed their nuclear facility 6 months ago, but they still have nuclear capability. We have to go back in. So the narrative that Israel is able to spin from a leadership position has been able to drag Trump further and further into this pointless war that has just caused energy prices to go up, caused troops to be killed in the Middle East at bases across the Middle East for no apparent reason other than the neocons wanting their agenda to be pushed. So I think it's all worthless.
Cassell, the link you just shared doesn't say anything about there being any troops on the ground. Only that they are
Only that we
are like
deployed
ideas.
airborne. It was about deploying our
Air
airborne
Force
division
conduct
to Iran.
strikes. So still no boots on the ground.
Yeah, they're just talking about plans of units being in the area just in case, but that's not actually boots on the ground.
Okay,
They're
if you
still
want
just
to
doing
specify
strikes.
boots. I can also provide boots on the ground. That's fine.
If they're in the area, they're on the ground. If they're
not.
there,
No.
they're on the ground.
No.
I don't care if they're
Airborne.
No.
They're
The 82nd.
Is this like the platform being built off of Gaza? It's like, well, technically they're not on the ground. They're on a platform.
Well,
which
technically
is
not
attached
in
to the
Iran,
ground.
right? We can't be in Iran physically, but we can have troops stationed in, UAE.
They're not even stationed on the
How many-
island.
One sec, Castle. How many U.S. troops have died since the start of the war?
I know that 14 have.
13.
13. Okay.
And you've killed over 6,000 IRGC. That's a KDR of 400 to 1.
I don't want any U.S. troops dying. How many more need to die?
Okay, one sec. How many U.S. troops? How many U.S. citizens die just training for the military? This is cost of having a military.
That's
anywhere between 200 to 400 U.S. people die just training for the military.
That doesn't
But you have no comprehension in terms of perspective of U.S. lives lost for this. So again, all you're doing is talking points, and you have no clue what's actually going on.
Do you
Educate yourself.
believe that
Like, that's our
Americans
actual
support this war? Do you
inflation.
believe that Americans support this war? You're crazy if you think that.
Again,
We're not
irrelevant.
dying for Israel.
That's a terrible point, Cass.
Okay, you see, I fucking called it. We're not dying for Israel. All this
I
kind
have
of
a
shit.
question
Yeah.
For you, what is your actual argument here? Are we supposed to be doing what we're doing in Iran? Why are we supposed to be? Why are we involving ourselves in a desert full of mud huts for the 5th time in 50 years?
Great question.
Yeah, because 20% of the energy market now has to go to America if they want to buy their oil.
That doesn't
Yeah,
mean
that's great for
anything
the
except for
oil barons.
oil.
That doesn't
Yeah,
mean anything for
exactly.
me.
How is
That
that-
Yeah, in
kind of
terms of-
means
yeah,
something
yeah.
in terms of the global economy. In that, if all energy goes to the United States, we kind of have leverage over the rest of the world in terms of
We're the only
having economic
power
power.
on
We
the
already
earth.
have
We
leverage.
already have all the leverage. We could
Right.
decimate every country on the earth if they all rallied their militaries against us simultaneously in a surprise attack. It would
Guess
take
how-
3 days.
Guess how much gas was before we decided to leverage our military might? It was half the price.
I think that's very optimistic
Well, in the U.S. it was.
All right, fine.
to
2
think
days.
that you can take
You guys
every
could last 2
every
days. I'm sorry. I
fucking
was trying to be
country.
optimistic on you guys.
I mean, with all of our
Every
intelligence, we
country
take us to
rally
get into it.
together, surprise attack. I don't know about that, dude.
okay, a surprise
I'm giving you guys
attack.
one
you know.
day
It's
to, like,
crazy.
get your
It's
surprise
crazy to
attack
me that
in,
like you
and then
have
1 day for us
Americans
to wipe
rallying
up.
against the one dude that's trying to reindustrialize America, rather than what America
I was
has
rallying
gone
against
through,
you.
which is completely gone to like deindustrialize, completely attacking the nation from within, losing your economic sovereignty, and you're
How
all
does
sitting
war in
back kind of
Iran
going, you
still
know
take
what?
industrialization
We
to
actually
the
we would actually rather just become just like England and Europe. Let's deindustrialize and lose our
What
lose all our
Shankle-
We
leverage.
don't want to
what-
become a
what
third world
Shank-
country. How
What Shankle was saying was
Iran
that Trump was
get us
doing this.
industrialized?
Trump was already trying to do this, and then he got us into Iran for no reason. What Shankle was saying was he was trying to do that before, and then he made this stupid decision. And apparently, like imagine if Canada started to join the U.S. and then their energy prices went up double what they already are. Do you think they'd be happy about that? Like, come on.
Canada's gas prices are more expensive than Americans at the moment.
Right,
As
they're higher
what was it,
because
Kim?
of the
As
war.
Kim just said, she said it was $2 per liter, and there's 3.8 liters in a gallon, meaning in Canada it's about $7.6 a gallon.
And how much?
So
was
what
it
the
6 months
fuck are you
ago?
talking about?
Dollars or
How much
Canadian
was it
dollars?
6
'Cause
months
isn't
ago?
it like $3 Canadian dollars?
I don't think that matters. The fact that it
The point is, we caused Canadian energy prices to go up from this stupid war. Now Canada's paying for it.
So am I.
Yeah, so am
Oh
I.
my god,
No,
the
that's-
self-hatred is crazy.
No, that's a little
That's-
disingenuous. So Canada's gas price, so we actually have carbon pricing built in to our fuel pricing, any energy production. So on business side, so one thing that was actually happening was this was a big trend on X when the carbon fuel or carbon tax was implemented. People were sharing like their heating bills, and they're like, "Look, my carbon bill, like the dollar amount, was actually more than my actual heating bill. What the fuck?" People
Yeah,
were
but
getting
that's
pissed off with
that's
that.
Canadian. That's Canada's policy, right? Like if I were to ask
Right,
you
but
before we invaded Iran, were you paying less or more for oil? It would have been
well,
less.
We were paying less, but also our government
Right.
implemented more taxes on top of fuel.
Right. What I'm saying, just
So-
on the fuel cost, I'm saying the
I think
carbon tax is its own issue for sure.
Canada's
I'm
a
not
net-
disagreeing with that.
Net
but-
energy exporter, right?
no,
no,
I don't think so.
Well, we export to the United States, the U.S. refines it, and then we buy it back at a markup.
Yeah. Wait, Tomahawk's Canadian too?
No,
Tomahawk, are you Canadian or? Oh,
I
thought
am
you
not
were mentioning-
Canadian.
I thought you were
I am
agreeing
not
with them.
those. I'm not those Canucks.
Don't
up
insult
north of
Tomahawk
me.
like that.
Unacceptably.
You would never catch me dead in the cold. Black people don't go up there. Don't go into the cold. That's
Apparently
why you don't
y'all
see us in.
either, right?
That's why. That's why you don't see. That's why you
Minnesota's
don't.
full of Somalis.
Tell that to Baltimore. 90% of that place is black.
Yeah, but that place isn't cold though.
Look at any bad place up north you don't want to go to.
To be fair, in Manitoba, we get to over plus 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer to negative 40 something in the winter. So
yeah,
you go from one extreme to another.
Wow, that sounds so mild compared to America.
Minus 40. In America gets to negative 41.
Maybe Alaska.
110.
Probably Alaska. You're right.
But so like with regards to like this whole war and like, Canadians being pissed off, it's like we've also hampered a lot of our energy production. We've put a lot of unnecessary regulations. We've shut down a lot of oil exploration and
we do that.
I'm not disagreeing with that part
Only
at
in
all.
blue
Like you
states.
totally agree with you on your own
because of the
regulation.
war.
But I think if you look at global oil prices,
Right.
we trade oil on a global market.
it's still about $100 a barrel.
Yeah, but it was $60 a barrel before the war started.
So, but now I think what we're noticing is that our buying power is less. Because if
inflation's gone up
in terms of gas or buying
Cassell,
power?
what would it mean to you if I was to say these types of things, like going to war overseas like this, is what prevents American soil from actually ever seeing any of this?
I would love
reality.
to see someone attack America. Seriously.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, like if we
so this is something you say, these type of things, right? I would love to see that. Do you think an attack like an invasion types of scenario attack would like go good for American people?
Yes, I think it would probably be the single greatest act of, like, I don't want to say kindness because obviously you're attacking and killing Americans, but like revival that you can do to America as a whole.
Revival.
Like, remember 9/11? What happened after 9/11?
This is unbelievable.
I disagree.
We went.
I don't think we want to see that.
I don't think you really want to see that, man.
Yeah.
An American saying,
don't-
"I want
don't
to be
think you guys
invaded."
understand my stomach for violence.
What the fuck's going on?
I don't. Why would you hold on? Why would you want to be invaded? I thought you liked the
Because
safety.
America's
of...
an empire and they need to start acting like it. And when you kick the sleeping bear, it wakes up and mauls you to death.
You know what? Can I say something?
I don't think. I think.
What
I think
empire
a
do we
big,
have?
This is the problem. I think a big amount of the population have lived in luxury for so long they would not be prepared for something like this.
Nope,
Exactly.
it
It
would
would
not.
shatter their worldview.
Yeah, the
And what
weak
happens
men
when you
thing.
shatter someone's worldview? They immediately turn as violent as possible.
Yeah, but
That's unfortunately the first time that happened after 9/11. We invoked the Patriot Act, and everybody got less privacy protection in this country.
Took
We
away our freedom.
started to make sure that freedoms were taken away, so it's not as good as you think.
But if you
I don't know,
think
man.
Iran
I've seen
for-
many
the oil market is a good
situations
thing, then you would
that make me think this would not go as good as you guys think it would.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, we had a situation of a dude who went into a school with a gun in America. This was in America. Went in a school with a gun, held himself in a classroom, shooting kids one by one, and the police all sat outside the room while this dude was blowing away children. But you guys think America is prepared for enemy tanks rolling through, enemy fighters dropping bombs from above on schools and hospitals? You guys think America would be prepared for that? The average American citizen would be
Can we
prepared
start
for
this off with
something
a
like that?
realistic scenario of what an attack on American soil would look like?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
It wouldn't look like
Modern
anything.
war. This is the problem.
Yeah,
has America ever actually faced modern war on its own soil?
First off, speak.
Where's all the
We have
training
been-
you think the average citizen is having for this kind of scenario?
Thank God.
Firstly,
Also, drone warfare.
you guys, we've been under invasion, active invasion, for the last 4 to 10 years. We have been there. Hundreds of millions of people have invaded this country, and they have not come in to be peaceful. They are killing our people. And you know what the Americans have done?
Oh.
Nothing.
Right.
They can't fire back. If you protect yourself, you're the one that gets arrested. There's no fighting it. yes, we all have what we need, but if we utilize what we need, they're going to take us out. So we're under invasion right now, and that is what it looks like. You're watching it.
It's a silent kind of invasion.
This is not the same thing I'm talking about.
It's not the same thing.
I'm talking about
like a full scale assault kind of thing.
I'm talking
with-
about enemy tanks rolling through major mainland cities, years of artillery
present in a
destroying
realistic scenario of what a
neighborhoods,
mainland
mass
invasion of the
occupation zones of other military and other countries.
Can we present what a
Nationwide
real-
infrastructure being fucking devastated from foreign enemies.
This
This
is
is
a-
what I'm talking about. I'm not talking
we-
about
Not at all.
illegal immigrants.
Yeah, no,
I
we're
get
not-
that's an invasion, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah, it's not the
That's
same
not what I'm
thing.
talking
prepared
about.
for that. We can't. We're not prepared for that, and it would be bad.
I'm pretty sure most of your country's entire navies can be fended. You're muted.
Oh, I was muted there. Someone was paid. Someone paid to remove Kim. That's why. Okay, my bad. My bad. I brought her back up. I thought that was a mistake. My bad.
Can we actually put down what a realistic invasion of the United States would look like? Because there's no way you're getting aircraft over United States airspace. There's no way you're doing a large Normandy-style invasion of the United States. What you're going
I was
most likely is like someone's going to deploy troops into Mexico or Canada. You know, it's in this scenario we're assuming their cooperation, and then it's
Let
going
me give
to be
you
like
a
a mass
crazy
drone
hypothetical
flight.
political. Let me give you a
Okay.
crazy hypothetical. Putin's on the verge of death, and he's like, "This is gonna be my legacy," and pushes launch on the nukes, every single one they have, towards America.
How
Do
many
you think
actually
America
launch?
can stop every single one?
No,
How many do you think the Russians can actually physically launch?
as many as they want.
How
You've
many?
seen their performance in
How
Ukraine.
many?
You've seen their performance in
Hold
How
on.
many do you think they can
They only
launch?
need one. These are
My
nukes we're talking
question
about.
is-
We only
my
need
question
one to
is-
get through.
Do you think they could stop every single one in that crazy scenario I just?
All right.
Well, at
so
that point, we're screwed.
we
so.
need to talk actual numbers here first. Are we talking about what the
Thousands. Let's
claims
say they
they
send
have?
thousands
Yeah.
of nukes over.
So we're running full Russian propaganda numbers. There are thousands of nuclear arsenals, state of the art, quote unquote, just like the T-34s they're running into Ukraine.
They don't even have to be state of the art.
Well,
One just has to get through.
If it's a 60-year-old nuclear missile, how operational do you think it is? So realistically, you're looking at like 500
Operational enough
To
to
give you a
get sent.
visual. I want to
And
give you.
yes.
I want to give you something, a visual of something.
We
okay?
can
Just-
absolutely fend
Yeah,
off
you
500
realize.
from
Yeah,
Russia.
you realize.
I just want to
like,
give you a visual of something. You're not even going to expect this to be the visual, but let me just show you this.
It's gonna be
Okay?
Fallout.
It's also next near
No,
Fallout.
no, it's not Fallout. It's not a Fallout image or nothing like that.
Damn, it's not Fallout.
Let me just look at
Shit.
this. I want you to look at this. This is a Google Earth image of a plane
Those aren't missiles.
graveyard. Okay, this is basically a bunch of decommissioned planes all fucking parked here. Now, explain. Let me ask you something. If all of these were reconstructed to be RC controlled and launched into major cities at the same time, can you stop all of them?
Nope.
Yeah, mostly because this one wouldn't get off the ground if you did that.
You think you could stop all of that?
Yeah.
Ow.
Oh my gosh.
What?
No.
And also, one sec,
I mean,
one sec,
that's not
easy. By the way,
realistic, and maybe you're right. You could be right, I guess.
What do you
but
think?
but one
the
sec.
Iron
No,
Dome
even
in
if you
Israel
grant their
sends off
position
the
right now,
missiles?
even if you grant their position right now, they're worried about Iran.
What would you
But
have?
they can
left?
stop all that shit. But they're worried about Iran. This is how crazy these people are.
It's the same reason why we were worried about North Korea. We're not worried about the United States mainland. We are the world's police force. We're worried about some idiot dictator pressing a button and nuking someone that we like say South Korea or
Man, fuck South
I guess
Korea.
Israel because
We're
we
not even
always send them
replacing
billions
himself.
of
Beat me
dollars,
to it.
or Saudi Arabia because we buy billions of dollars of oil from them.
That's
We
the same.
depend
Okay, how much?
on
One sec.
petrodollar
Since
runs
19
off of
since
Saudi
1946, since 1946, how much $1 trillion have you spent in overseas aid?
Oh, we spend more monthly in overseas aid than the rest of the world combined.
Yeah. So it's about
Literally.
2.1 trillion or 3.2 trillion. I'm not 100% on it. Out of that, let's say the lower estimates. So because I know exactly how much you've spent on trillion. You've spent 300 billion on Israel.
Guess who
That
pays
is
for that?
300 billion
One-
more than I
yeah.
would have liked to have spent. And 300.
Yeah,
and
but
I
it's
think the
that's
number in
10%.
Ukraine is what,
One
600
sec.
billion?
That's 10% of your total overseas spending. So the mere
Yes,
fact that you and Cassell here are saying Israel, no, it's
saying
out of the total whore. It's
Dude,
about the total whole.
You're
here.
you're
You know what I mean?
acting like we
So
don't.
this whole thing of like
you're acting
Israel
like we're
controls America,
blaming
it's like no,
Israel
Israel's only
controlling-
10% of your overseas spending.
First of
I
all, now
already
you're
said
commenting
we
my
did-
People
position.
say Israel
I'd like
controls
you to
America.
specify my
They don't-
position because you're just saying
Nobody's
things.
saying Israel's controlling America. We've already established that's
I
not
say
the
Israel
case.
controls America all the time, but I don't actually. It's a tongue-in-cheek type of thing where to express that they have way more influence that they should have. So if someone say, "Oh,
Right.
Israel controls America,"
What he's saying is that whenever we say that, we're anti-Semitic or something. I guess.
oh no!
How much? Hey, you know how much we spent in Israel? Do you know how much we spent in Ukraine in like the last 4 years now of this war?
Too much. No,
I think it's about the same as we
Yeah.
spent on Israel in the
Great.
last 20 some odd years.
Anyways, getting back to the
So,
oil prices.
My point
yeah,
is,
getting back to
I'm
the-
equal-
why
wait, I'm-
why
wait,
has the
you
oil
accused
prices
me of being
spiked?
like Jew-obsessed. I would like to respond to that. So
Yeah, because your whole thing was like, well, BB's controlling Trump and all this kind of shit. That was
No,
literally
that wasn't
Castle's
my
position.
thing.
Yes,
I
it was.
said-
That was my position, was that Bibi has more influence over Trump than I would like. I didn't say that he
Okay,
controls him.
well, then we're walking back. Like the whole reason the reason why we're talking about the Iran war, you're like, we're only doing the Iran war is because BB controls Trump. That was your position.
no one
Cassell.
ever said that
we're
again.
doing
I
it on
said
behalf
you
of
had a
Israel,
spotless
so-
record until
He controls,
this
yeah,
Iran
narratives.
issue. I said this
The
was
whole 2
Iran
weeks-
was a fault on Trump.
The whole 2 weeks, then they're going to get a nuke. That was Israel's narrative. That's why we had to step
Yep.
in. That wasn't the case. They don't have nukes.
No, America wanted to go in anyways, and the reason why the oil has spiked is because of the city of London. Do you know what the city of London is?
No.
That's not why oil
think
has
it's the
spiked.
What is
They're the motherfuckers that insure the boats that go through the Strait of Hormuz, and they've jacked up the price by 88%.
That's not how it works.
Well, wait, can I ask you more about
No,
that?
it's not about the-
No, that's not how it
No,
works.
that's not
Oh
how-
my god, man!
That's not how oil
So-
markets work, brother.
Wait.
That's not
I
because
just-
of
And
insurance.
that's another reason why. I
Wait,
would
wait.
take-
Okay, how do they work,
transport-
Cassell? How do they work?
The transport of oil through the strait.
The strait is closed, my friend.
So the London.
So there's no ships going in and out, no?
No.
No,
I'd say
There's
Trump
only
needs
certain
to annex
ships.
the
There's
strait as
certain
well.
ships from China.
Oh, there is certain
China-
ships. So
China
yeah,
and
they are
Russia
allowing
are
certain ships through.
allowing some-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's limited. The amount of traffic is about 6% of its
Yeah.
total. It was
Because
that's
it's
why
the
oil
city of
prices
London.
are-
They're the insurers of the ships. And the
because
reason why
we
the
don't-
ships aren't moving is because the insurance
Because
premiums have
Iran
gone
is-
up by 88%.
Wait. Why do you think the insurance premiums are up?
Because Iran was City of London's gold mine. That's how they
No,
used to
it's 'cause
fund. That was their natural resources.
No, it's because Iran is threatening to bomb the shit out of any non-Chinese or Russian boat to go through. That's why insurance rates are up, but that has nothing to do with the traffic.
Yeah, it does.
The reason why the
let's
ships
get
are not
into that
moving
for
is
a
because they're
second.
not insured.
Let me actually ask you guys a question based on just that.
Are you
Just the
actually
fact
asking
alone that controlling that choke point can be so critical to the rest of the world. Do you think it's a good idea for America to make sure they go in and maintain control of this area? Or do you think now we should just let them
There was
over
control. There was control over it before the war. It was perfectly fine. Why do we have to
But-
go in there and mess it up?
Because Iran was thinking, oh, since we control
Oh wait,
this
haven't they
strait here,
proven just now? Haven't they proven, even if you don't justify the starting of this war, haven't they proven that they can disrupt the global economy with that strait?
Well, and
Whether
this
or
is
not we should be
wildly
involved with
unpopular.
Iran has nothing to do with whether or
So
not the
maybe
state of Iran
there was
being a
some
bunch of
foreknowledge we didn't know that they had to go and make sure that they
well,
gain
that's pure
control of it.
speculation.
Yeah, of course, that part is a
How dare you speculate?
right? I'm
You don't
assuming that part because the
Yeah.
reason I'm assuming that part is because an effect of this war has been we now see that Iran can disrupt the global economy with a single spot they have control over.
Well, but they're doing that because we're attacking them, right? It's not just out of no reason.
That wasn't.
Oh, so you want to bow down to terrorists?
Why did we attack them?
When was the last time the strait was closed? Because the strait was open for how many years straight with Iran in power?
Irrelevant. The mere fact that
No,
they could have
that's
used this,
irrelevant,
they could have
because
used this
they were-
unused.
if they were
They could have
so
used this.
unused
What
and
Easy's
unreliable,
point
then
is,
why
they
would
could
they-
use this on you at any
I'll
stage.
give you that. I'll give you maybe let's just say the initial attack unjustified. We did it because we were fucking Israel's bitch, whatever you want to say. Sure. Okay. Let's just say that for a second. Okay. For the sake of the argument. If the Strait of Hormuz can be shut down this
Speakeasy, I'll
easily,
tell you why. I'm going to tell you
does
why
this
right
not
now.
justify a stronger military deterrence against Iran?
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'd say so.
Let's say Iran didn't do anything to the U.S. and they just shut the strait down for no reason. Their economy is screwed right now. So they're screwing themselves for no reason. So why would they do that?
That's not the point, though. The point is that
No one cares about Iran's reasons.
the point is the fact that they have absolute control over essentially a bottleneck of global economy with the strait.
Yes,
Okay.
but they're going to
Whether
ruin
you
their own
agree or
economy.
disagree,
I get what.
Say it again,
I
Speak.
get, no,
Because I think I might
Castle's
agree.
asking a valid question. He's basically saying what they would just cripple their own economy. Them having
They need oil to leave the strait, right? So if they can't have the amount of oil leaving the strait as they did when it was 100% of ships coming through, why would their economy right now is being destroyed currently? That's one of the U.S.'s goals.
The Middle
So
East
why
wait
would
though,
they
wait
want that
though,
to
wait
happen?
though.
that
Let's
they're willing to
let's
nuke their
think about
economy
that.
for
Just
their
think about
religious
just
and
in a
political
long-term goal though.
Mhm.
Castle, right? If Iran knows that the strait is one of the most economically sensitive fucking choke fucking holds in the planet, right? Temporary disruption, what does it do? It sends oil prices up. That gives them a bargaining power.
Can I ask a clarifying question first?
But we don't know how long that's going to be for. It's been 10 weeks already. It could be 10 more weeks. And then how long is it going to start to affect their own politics at home? One of the reasons the U.S. doesn't mind this as much is they want unrest in the country to overthrow the current government anyway. So if that happens, then we don't have to send any troops and we'll take that as well.
The last time we did a
So this would actually work
No,
if that
but
actually
I-
happened. This would work out as a master plan by Trump.
Yes,
And how,
I would
and
agree.
like, what
I would
about
agree.
this? What if we knew they were like? What if somehow there was some intelligence we knew they were going to go into some type of self sabotage, you could say, in order to also say "fuck you" to the world because they weren't accepting certain deals. They were getting pressured to accept certain deals, not fucking, not enrich the fucking uranium, not produce nukes. They said under that heavy pressure, fuck it. This is what we're going to do. And before they could do it, we fucking came in. Right? Because like if you look historically, people have done this to themselves many times. Like they'll burn their own oil fields to make sure nobody gets it. Right? Like they've done this before.
Yes, they have.
Yeah,
I
but
guess
that
Where was
after
it? It was in
invasion.
Iraq, right? The
my-
same
my
thing.
only-
They burned their own
That was
fucking
already
oil
after
field.
boosting the
It was in
ground.
My
Kuwait.
only rebuttal to that is Iran as a country is the people are very westernized. They're very much not, the Ayatollah and the theocratic government that they have at the top where they want to destroy America. A lot of those people live normal lives. And I
You think
don't
the
think that they want
majority
to
of
Now you're
sabotage.
making arguments for the invasion because we should.
I'll even
liberate
give
them.
you there probably is a lot of more there is a lot
They're
of
very
westernized
Western.
Iranians, but do you
There
think it's
are.
a majority of people there?
I don't know if it's a majority or a lot of people there because a lot of them have left already to immigrate to America at this point.
Right. This is what I'm
And at the
saying.
very
Like,
least, 40,000.
there was a
there are-
time that it
there-
was very,
But have
women
you
were
seen-
walking around in bikinis and shit. It
Yeah,
got
yeah,
to
but have
that
you
point at
seen-
one
That's
point.
why I support
Have you
this
seen the
war.
protests there? There have been thousands of people protesting in that country due to those laws about, the wearing of the burqa, the women having it at all times. A lot of people were killed over it. I think the estimates were like 30 to 40,000 people in that country were shot through these protests. I don't know if you believe that number or not, but there have been reports that people are protesting and getting killed over it. So I think they're
people that protest.
right. So I think I think enough of them.
Wouldn't that be a good reason to go in though?
Is that
they have people protesting and they just kill
it-
them instead of changing their laws? So we
What
go in and say, hey.
I got a serious question for you.
I mean, we did it in Syria.
Is it America's responsibility as the sole world superpower to police every other country in the world?
No.
In the same time that we started this Iran conflict, France has backed out, Britain's backed out, Canada's backed out. Name one country that has like openly supported us in our Iran actions besides Israel.
Saudi Arabia.
Well, if it was
like,
my
we don't want
say,
part of
yes,
it.
it would be every other country would have to abide by certain human rights and dignities, and if they didn't, I would invade. Yeah, that's how
And
I
if
would
they
do it
didn't,
I ran
America
things.
would be
If
responsible.
I got
for
if
correcting
they
their
elected me as president, I would do the same. Yeah. That
So
if,
it's
if a
America's
country
responsibility to
doesn't
police
want
the
to
world.
give their people basic human rights, where they're not allowed to even speak or they get shot up. Yeah.
What I'm looking
I
for
would
here is I
invade.
want a clear yes or no. Is America's
Yes.
job to police everyone else?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, America is the world superpower that runs the world. Everything belongs to us. We can do whatever we want, essentially.
No.
Because we can.
No.
Because we decide. We have the power.
I think we have a
decide what is
duty. I
right
don't
and what
think
is
we
wrong.
have a right to do whatever we want. I think we have a duty because of being the most most advanced technologically. We have the best fucking military. I think we should these types of things, right? And also, if we want to keep the power, yeah, we got to do those kind of things.
Can I make two really quick points? And I mean, I promise they'll be quick. Firstly, I don't.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Tyriak, I know.
Holy fuck!
What?
1 second. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not paying attention. First off, a big 500 Rumble rant comes in, says, "Are we there yet?" Another 500 comes in, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and he spelled it correctly. I want to let you guys
Impressive.
know. All right. And then another $500 comes in on Rumble, says, "Oh my gosh. Flim flam, jibber jabber, teriyaki, wobble dobble, zizzer zazzer, castle, snicker, snacker, plop plop, floof, blim blim, teriyaki, wonky wonky, castle, flim flam, dingle dangle, zip zop, flibber gibbet, teriyaki, castle." I got it. I think so. Another holy shit. Another 500 comes in, says, "Speakeasy is the most flabbergastical beverage I've ever snorted, with
Damn.
a taste that tickles your think nubs and makes your elbows feel optimistic."
This is splendiferous use of the English language
Holy
there, right there.
shit. Another big 500. The fizziness is so tremendous, it practically reorganizes your brain cells into a more efficient pattern of happiness. Let's fucking go. And another big 500 says, "Every sip of Speakeasy is like a tiny party in your mouth where all the flavor molecules are dancing the cha-cha slide and wearing tiny party hats." Let's fucking go. Holy shit, big shout out to fucking Jungle. I cannot thank you enough. And with that added to the dono bar, we're up to fucking 4,110. You fucking legend. Holy shit. Everybody put some W's and crowns in there for Jungle.
Thank you,
Let's
Jungle.
fucking go.
I mean,
Jesus.
thank you.
Jesus.
Incredible.
That was a
Things
guy.
I would do for.
Oh, wait a minute.
$4 right
I've been corrected. There's another 500 I missed to add. So it's actually
Damn, Jungle.
4,610.
That was AI.
I did the math wrong. See, that's why it's good. I
Yeah,
got a wife with good math.
1000%, baby. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go is right. That's literally that's 1,000% of the goal.
I'm firing AI Jungle, by the way.
I'm not gay, but $4,610.
Like Kim's like, drink Kim's back.
I could unalive for $4,610.
Yeah.
Poor Kim.
I would unalive you for $4,610.
That's a better statement.
Why would you do that, man? That's racist.
Can't be racist. I'm a minority.
So am I.
Yeah. So it's just, standard gang violence.
Minority and minority crime.
Speaking. Wait, hold on. Which minority are you?
Oh, I won't specify that.
Fair enough.
I was just gonna
Because if
say
you were
really quick.
Okay. Okay, that's what's going on too. First off, so Tiny, you can do these name changes from now. That's why she wasn't highlighting them. Go ahead, you can do the name changes from now, and shout out to everybody for the name changes. Let me highlight these ones here quick first, because I didn't say. Shout out to you, Rule Over 2, Big W's to Easy, Tomahawk and Cassell for the Swords of Reason. Shout out to you, thank you. So split the vote, Tyler. We read that one. I bet Canadians, like the real ones, could give the Americans a run for their money. Let's go.
What real Canadians are there?
Canada and America did fight once upon a time ago, all right? And Canada
World War II was 70 was
that wasn't Canada, that was Britain.
80 years ago.
But I'm sorry, Canada's not going to have me if that ever happens, because I'm going to go back to the American side, so Canada's going to lose. So I just got to tell you.
Remember,
that's right. Speakeasy is the only real Canadian in this panel.
And he's
all in Canada.
Fucking turncoat.
Yeah, I'm fighting for the other side.
Just a quick FYI, if America conquers 100 miles north of the 34th parallel, or whatever the heck the north edge of America is, that takes out 90% of Canada's population. 100 miles, that's all you got to do. 2 hours drive.
It's true. It's very true.
It's not wrong.
All we'd have to do is just 100 miles inland, and all of Canada is secure.
All we'd have to do is walk up there and say, "This is America now," and they'd be like, "Oh, you betcha." Sorry, eh?
Alberta's already right on their way.
Sec, you have no idea how brutal the Canadians can be. When the Canadians go to war, trust me, they will do pretty insane shit.
Yeah, but those Canadians would all join America. They'd be like, "Oh, you betcha. Let's go back to committing war crimes in the Middle East, eh?"
Back in the World War, right? Back in the World War, the Americans said live and let live. The Canadians said live and let die.
Yeah.
All right, we didn't give them a fuck.
Basically, the whole Geneva Convention, or the laws in the Geneva Convention, are basically all the shit Canada did in the World Wars.
Speak just because I gotta head out because it's later here and I gotta wake up, but I just wanted to thank you for having me on. Also Jungle for the donations. I'm glad you guys got a lot of donos tonight. And also Tomahawk, was a pleasure debating with you. Appreciate it.
Tell everyone where they find you.
Yeah, dude, that was great.
Yeah. You can find me at Cassell Guard YT on Twitter. I tweet a lot. I also on my Twitch, you can find the link there. And then I think you had a YouTube link you could share out. But the panel was great. I really did appreciate y'all and the back and forth, and respect to the Canadians. I still respect our northern brothers, so I gotta hand it to you. You guys are class.
Enjoy your name change, Lemon Juice. And you got Tomahawk's name wrong. You need to tell Shaniqua bye, Felicia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Shaniqua. That was my bad.
You gotta
Oh shit! It's great having you though. Good job tonight.
Yeah, great job, man. Great job, especially for a first time. Night. It's my first time too.
That's what she said.
Appreciate it. All right, have a good one, guys.
Have a good night. Remember, God loves
Later.
you.
And also, I guess I got gifted membership from Rule Over 2 as well. Thank you, Darth, for that, and a gifted membership from Frankie. Thank you, Frankie. Absolutely amazing. I appreciate that big time. And then Vintage said, salute all. Looking forward to defending the title on the next VKW Speakeasy. W Vintage, welcome in to the current Verbal Combat champion. And we're going to be doing a Verbal Combat Origins in about 30 minutes, a little over 30 minutes.
Ah, man.
That was what you guys started. What, 6:30 on Friday? It was 6:30 or 7:30?
7:30, yeah.
And you went to what, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning?
That happens, yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna start earlier so we're not so late. And
that happens.
Like, oh, Jesus.
Well, since we got 30 minutes, I can go work the street corner for a little bit, make some more money. I'll be back speaking.
Ah, shit. All right.
I'll hang out in the thing, but I'll just be away from the keyboard.
Okay.
Thanks, Jungle. You the best.
No problem.
All right. So what other, non-controversial issues can we talk about?
Let's talk about
Iran. No, the best conversations come from controversial issues, man. In fact, this whole like debate topic is a controversial issue in and of itself. It shouldn't be, but it is.
Anything's controversial if you're, crazy enough.
I think my opponent was pretty crazy for taking that position.
I would never, yeah. That dude has a wild grab bag of policies.
There's this like presupposition that like voting is a right. You know what I mean? And like when you go back, it's like there's the Voting Rights Act, all this kind of shit, 1965, and all this bollocks, right? But like this is a delusion. Voting is a privilege, and you need to put in stake in the nation and competency tests. We have too much retards voting.
Being delusional is a prerequisite for voting left.
Being delusional?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is a prerequisite.
It's a clump of cells. Voting is a right.
My body, my choice is the equivalent of saying because I said so. It's literally tyranny.
It actually just because I said so. That's literally what that means.
Yeah, it's a clump of cells. Delusional. It's not a human. It's a parasite. It's a cancerous tumor. Like, if you want, I can start naming off all the different delusions you got when you go left. Take me like 3 hours.
And yet thinking that showing a card that you can easily like get for yourself before you vote is that big of a is a bigger controversy than everything you just said.
Well, but that is because they don't believe you have the capacity of doing it, right? They're going to destroy the voting block if they're unable to get a little bit of a card. Yeah,
I really could have hammered home that point of you're really just looking down on the capabilities of the American people to be able to get what they want and get what they need if you're not able to go and get a card. In fact, part of my argumentation was that very fact. I just wasn't explicit with it.
But it's because they fundamentally want to destroy the nation. They do not want nations. They do because nations are hard to deal with. You know what I mean? This is why they want free trade. This is why they want mass immigration. This is why they want deindustrialization. There's the enemy
should be able to vote.
There's the enemies we see clearly on the left, which is the communists, but there's also the unseen or hidden enemy, which is the global capitalists. This is what they mean by globalists. These vast fucking like people who were like sit on the UN or set up the UN, all this kind of shit, is because they basically have like infinite money. What they want to do is they want to use the globe as their own kind of playground, essentially. They use China for the manufacturing, they use America as the consumer base, they'll use Europe as whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean? They'll use Africa as natural resources, Middle East as their oil.
But they're already doing that. Like this is like all this shit is like such a fucking facade that like you have this illusion of choice. You have the illusion that the world is operating in these altruistic things when this has always been conquest of empire. That's how the world has always operated. Like
but in a conquest of empire, you run the empire. We are ceding the empire entirely while somehow still being its protectors, and everything's running through China, and China's controlling all the world's manufacturing and deciding who gets what.
Yeah, you were
So
full. You were sold
the
a full
globalist-
bill of goods. The whole idea of like the American dream of owning a house and all this type of shit. It was all by bankers so that they could fucking make more money.
Wait. You
No.
mean the Jews?
Wait, the American dream of owning a house and having a family is a banker conspiracy.
That was an anti-communist.
The American dream. One sec. The American dream is the counter to the British Empire, the imperial system, the imperial empire that like that's why I mentioned the city of London that has this soft power that enables the globalists and all this kind of shit. The American dream is the direct counter to that, to say, fuck yous, our nation is self-sufficient. We're going to have a middle class. We're going to have a strong nation that's built around the family, because you cannot have a nation without family.
How's that
What
working
are we
out?
talking about?
That's
This is so
pre-1940s
weird.
America. That's pre-World War II when we left our isolationist system and became the global police force.
See, that's the thing, Terry.
And who got you involved in World War II?
Terry, let me say something.
Jews?
And I
No,
adore
Britain.
You know,
Sorry, I'm gonna run that line all night now.
over here, we're paying the humans, the people, are paying for all of this stuff that everybody wants us to do. And I don't know if you've ever, there's a story, and I'll just say it really quick. It's called The Giving Tree. Okay. It's just,
I remember that book.
okay. Yeah. So the tree starts out, it's big, it's beautiful. And these people take everything from the tree and it ends up being a little tiny stump and it's dead. And I feel as though the United States is the giving tree. They are going to take from us until there is nothing left.
Well, it's a given tree with guns.
I mean,
I completely agree.
You're
But
saying,
that's-
you know, oh, well, you guys need to do this and you need to do that. We're paying for this and we are going without. We don't have the American dream anymore.
What are you talking about?
Look,
we used
hold
to be able to buy a
on.
house by the time we were 25. That was the first starter house buying time. Now you're 50 if you're lucky. How much more must we give and get nothing in return? That's all I'll say.
So is that like an return to isolationism position?
I would go isolation position if we could, but nobody will. That'll never happen. That's a fairy tale too. We're going to have to ride this boat off the cliff and see where it lands.
No, you don't have
that's
to.
why
What are we talking about? No,
Yeah,
no.
the whole point, part of the reason that the tariffs are even implemented to begin with is to bring that manufacturing back here into the States so that we can become more independent from the rest of the world.
Do you see it happening?
That's the whole global capitalist system setup thing. The evil global capitalist is essentially a workaround for the modern American Western system that's outlawed slavery. It's exporting everything to countries that effectively have slave labor still. When you're paying someone in China 30 cents a day to work what an American pays $40 an hour to get, it's essentially slave labor. There are still farm peasants working these jobs. In Africa, blood diamonds, they're worked by child minors for slave wages. If they get any wage at all, they are slaves in Africa still.
Yeah,
I don't think you
So
guys.
all of this
I don't
is
think
just-
most people don't give a fuck about slavery.
No one
You're
gives a
right,
fuck
they
about the third
don't.
world in
Which is
general.
why a lot of these leftist, positions and leftist talking points are moot on their face. Because if they really cared about all of that, they'd be going into all of these other places that have actual slavery and saying, no, you can't hit them. No, you can't do that. But they're not going after them, are they? They only care about the shit that happens here in the United States. What happens here in America, not China, which is where all of their environmental positions really apply.
Not to mention human rights violations.
Exactly.
Nobody cares about human rights.
Yeah, literally.
That's
What are we
true.
talking about?
You are correct, Emmett.
Human rights.
No, nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit.
This pretend.
This guy right here next to
even the
me,
right.
down up in Canada, he doesn't give a shit. He's the war. He's here with us having fun. Well, Charles he doesn't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You don't give. Nobody gives a this shit. Exactly. No one
That's
cares.
why to
The
every
only
leftist that touts this, you could just say to their face, "Nobody gives a shit," and they should not have any power.
The only reason.
It's
no,
everyone.
no. You guys are missing the point. The only reason why it's even brought up is because they want power. That is the only thing they care for is power.
America
because
has all the power.
It doesn't matter who has all the power. What they want is
power.
So what they're doing is they're using pretty much a Hegelian dialectic. They're saying, hey, look at all these bad things. Okay? Oh, these guys are bad. You know what?
Give us power and we will do something to fix it.
And we're gonna do something different. Even though all of our ideas is to, make things worse so we can point at that and get more power. That's the idea
can I
they
ask
have.
Who the they is in this? Are you talking like the Democrat
I'm talking
Party,
about
the capitalists?
I'm talking about every single one of the people who are Marxist. Marxism is just a way to get power.
Well, and this is always a funny thing, hearing, even in here, none of us really, we don't give a shit about slavery. We're totally okay with it. We're just happy that we're the beneficiaries of that slavery. As long as it's not happening in my backyard is basically the whole argument. We don't care if there's 8, 9-year-old kids that are, picking cobalt out of cobalt mines in, whatever fucking southern country, or all the atrocities that supposedly go on within China, everywhere else. Because we don't see it and we're okay with it. We could go and build our own things here, but it costs too much. I like how Emmett is melting.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to. Emmett
really got
is
going.
Yeah, you really got him barking there, Tyler.
I know.
Shit, man.
Shit. The reason why I said the whole idea of the American dream is and was a facade. What do banks call homes?
Mortgages?
Well,
assets.
Investments?
They're an asset. To you, it's a liability.
No,
they
it's an asset
own
to
it.
me.
It's most
until you
people
pay
are
off
not.
the mortgage, and then they only own it so
No.
long as you don't ever pay off the mortgage. Once you do,
No, it's still an
not theirs
asset to me, even while I have it on mortgage. Like, for instance,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a house, and that house has a full basement and then a top story and a garage attached. When I moved into this house, the basement was unfinished. It was not sealed correctly, and the garage was just bare walls. So -40 outside in the winter with 60-mile-an-hour winds, that was a miserable garage. I added in insulation to it. I added in siding to it on the inside, so now it's not bare insulation and it's warm. And I added in a heat pump, actually, so it's warm year-round in that garage now. It's a climate-controlled garage. When I sell this house, whether or not the mortgage is paid off, I'm going to see a return on that investment. This house is still an asset to me. I'm going to make $50,000-$60,000 on the sale of this house, which will facilitate me moving further into a larger, nicer house, a nicer neighborhood, maybe in a city. Because right now I live out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but the house itself is an asset, Tyler. The mortgage is the liability.
Yeah, and how many people actually pay off those mortgages, or do they just keep renewing? the
Yes, but
mortgage
Tyler,
somewhere
100
else
years
and then-
ago, 30-year mortgages were unheard of.
Owning things.
Yeah, that's true. It was unheard of.
Having
So,
your
like,
name
people
on
need
a
so
piece of
much
paper
more-
that says you own something.
Yes,
is
so the
greatest
bankers
thing that you
are
can
the
do
ones
as
that
an
destroyed the American dream.
No, they didn't.
I could see a part of it. I think greedy, self-centered fucks destroyed a lot of the American dream.
That's everything. That's
all throughout human history, man.
Yeah.
Greed is a sin.
I would like to pull this back a little bit. So we were just talking about how no one gives a crap about child slavery, this, that, and the other. So why do we care about Iran? If we don't care about the Strait of Hormuz, because it doesn't affect America, we are a net energy exporter. In fact, it helps us with the strait closed economically. Why do we care about Iran? Why do we care about Israel? Why do we care about Ukraine? Why do we care about any of this if it's just
most people
the American
don't.
dream that we're going on here?
I think most people don't care about Iran, don't care about Israel.
Then why
don't
have
care
we
about
voted
Ukraine.
for it consistently for 40 years straight?
Yeah, because the only way to fight back against globalists is to have sovereign nations.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yes, it does.
Can you repeat back to me my question?
Because You said, why do we care about all these other countries if we just care about America? If you care about America and you want a strong nation of America, you need to have allies. Otherwise, it's you versus the whole rest of the fucking globe.
Which I already said we would win.
Okay, bro. Yeah. No, you can just like do the space laser thing and just wipe out all things. The globalists aren't coming for you. They're not like undermining your whole system and all this kind of shit. They're not deindustrializing America. They haven't removed all the manufacturing from America. They haven't done all this free trade bullshit. They haven't done mass immigration, all this kind of shit. You guys are Gucci. You guys got this.
So what you're saying is we should cut off all trade with the outside world and then just return to producing everything.
No.
Because if we don't,
that's not what I said. I said free trade.
Manufacturing. Yeah.
I said free trade, which means 0% tariffs.
If we cut ourselves off from the outside world, there is no exterior trade. Ergo, there is no problem with trade.
And you don't think the globalists won't come from America?
Then the U.S. kind of sees.
What are they going to bring? How many ships can the United Kingdom's military feed?
Who do you think? Who do you think's influencing your politicians to open the borders? To deindustrialize, to move manufacturing to America, to China. Who do you think's funding that?
See, that's another problem
in America that want to make an extra buck.
You know, we can't believe.
Oh my God!
I personally, I've gotten to the point now after all these years. I don't believe a single word that any of our politicians say. Not one word. As a matter of fact, whatever they say, I look at the opposite. And I'm a Trumper. I mean, I'm conservative, and I don't believe a single word that any of them say anymore. Nothing. So.
Well, and yeah, let's look at it this way. Okay. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. How are those cities looking today? Pretty fucking incredible.
Yeah.
What's the wealthiest city in the United States?
Don't know.
Like, is it what? It's just outside of Maryland, right? I think it's like Loudoun County and that kind of area is like considered one of the richest cities. And it looks like a shithole, like in comparison. Like the United States is so.
Depends on what metrics you're looking at.
If
it has a lot of districts that are rich on paper, and that's it. Like, we have a place in Maryland, I think it was, that's a post office that's worth like $50 billion because it's what.
Yeah, no one's looking at a post office and it's like that shows real splendor. No, they're going, what the fuck is this shit?
That's on paper. That's what you mean when it's the richest county. It's a post office where a bunch of national corporations send their mail to headquarters in because it gives them a tax break.
But actual splendor. Like when you actually want to take a walk around there, it looks nice. It looks kept. Is it kempt? Kempt. It looks kempt.
Any lake in the Midwest looks beautiful. The city, the town around it, beautiful, unspoiled, perfect streets, lake houses, lovely people. You'll see them do like 6 festivals a year. It's great. Get away from the shithole cities on the coasts, and you'll be fine. Essentially, in America.
Well, when I was driving in the U.S., almost every single city that was like.
Well, that's your first problem.
Wealthy, well, it was, they're innovating. Like you're seeing other countries are innovating. High speed rail. They're doing all these things, and it's like the United States is just like it's fucking collapsing. Like it's old. It's this old idea of splendor and all this other stuff. When you actually see, it's old cobblestone. It's old brick that's falling apart. And someone's like, yeah, well, back in the good old days, we were doing X, Y, and Z. It's like, yeah, grandpa, that was 40 years ago.
First of all, find a grandpa that doesn't say that. Second of all, look anywhere in Europe and they have cities that are older than the United States with cobblestone houses that are older than the United States. And they're just fine. It's not about the age necessarily of materials. Yes, our cities are in decay. I completely
saying
there, but the cities have been in decay. Yeah, they've been. I completely agree with you on the cities. They've been in decay for decades. They're trash. They're full of drug addicts, homeless people, and that's entirely a policy issue of those cities. Because if you go 2 hours out into the suburbs, all these problems evaporate. If you take, I think it's like 2% of the counties in the United States account for 50% of the violent crime, which is essentially all the town areas of all the cities. Accounts for over half of violent crime.
No, what I'm saying is that while these cities, while these countries have moved forward, making it more accessible for people, giving them options, actually like catering to the people, it's like the United States is just stuck in this weird fucking slump of just like, yeah, well, we were really good 40 years ago. But
Can you give me an example of one of these other countries?
Yeah, well, you could just look at all the high-speed rail that's going on within like Japan, or how about the United States' adversary, China?
Look at Dubai.
China's high-speed rail has been a colossal failure. It's like underwater by
look at Dubai.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. They're shutting down rail lines left and right. Have you seen the styrofoam concrete cities of China?
Are we saying that giving people trains is what allows them not to commit crime?
No, what I'm saying is that that other countries seem to be investing in people to actually make things look nice. Like
so they can
Hiroshima and Nagasaki
nice,
is rebuilt, completely rebuilt.
Do you know anything of the culture of Japan?
Well, yeah, that they got fucking mutated after 1940.
They got mutated? That's the culture of Japan?
It was a joke that they got nuked.
I know that they're the only people who have seen the sun come up twice. Twice, to be fair. But do you know anything of the actual culture of Japan?
Well, no, I'm aware. I have a tacit understanding of the culture. But what I'm voicing or showing is that the West has like kind of held on to this grandeur of the past, while other places are looking at innovation of the future.
I don't think that's the case. I think that the problem is, the culture. So in Japan, you have a very forceful culture when it comes to how you are supposed to act in public, how you're supposed to behave in public.
Yeah,
if you go to all of these,
very oppressive
if you go to all of these inner cities, you don't have that at all. I think, right?
They're not
Japan has an
forced
extremely
to
oppressive
behave that
culture.
way. It's the way that they behave. It is their population standards is their behavior, which is what we have lost. They absolutely, they're quiet, they're courteous.
But it would have to be
an invasion.
What I'm saying is that
they're
the only way that
culturally
we can
homogenous.
Yeah,
meaning they have one culture, and all the way over the West, it's multiculturalism.
It's
a
not
destabilization.
There's plenty of cultures that are monocultural. China's monocultural. Iran's monocultural. A lot of these Middle Eastern countries are monocultural. What it is the culture in specific. Japan has an extremely oppressive culture. If you look at them, people still jump in front of trains because they didn't get into their first choice college. Like, they have an extremely oppressive culture. You can't compare Japan to anywhere else, really, in terms of that. People will... Yeah, it's a huge issue with people jumping in trains. Have you ever heard about the sewer slide forest? The video that happened there? That's a real thing at the base of Mount Fuji.
Yeah, okay. There are people that strive on perfectionism. These guys have committed hara-kiri. Since their dawn of time. If they disappointed their leaders or their family, they did their ceremony and did their thing.
Exactly, and you won't find them littering for similar reasons.
They have maintained that excellence, and they all try to work towards it. It saddens me that they don't let themselves off.
No, they
but
do.
I have complete respect for the Japanese culture.
Yeah, no one's talking about Japan being negative like that. It's just how they are. But you can't just say it's because of a monoculturalism or multiculturalism, because there's plenty of multicultural areas that work just fine too. America worked just fine until 1970, 1980. Like, things really didn't go downhill until the 2000s. Honestly, like, the housing market crashes really when before Clinton, probably no one really complained. Like, yeah, there was problems, but none of this stuff going on today. What changed is the individual cultures specifically have to be racked against each other, because there are good cultures and there are bad cultures. There's a famous historical saying about a British man that visited China, and he said, in our culture, we're so honorable that if my father committed a crime, I would turn him into authorities. And the Chinese man said in return, well, our country is so honorable that I would protect my father against the authorities. And that's just a clear cultural distinction that you have to, that's not one's worse than the other or anything. That's two people having two views on life.
Okay. What I was saying is that there is a difference in between cultures, and we want to have like the best capacity in our cultural, in the culture that we hold. I would say that the great advances in the societal structure in the West was due to Christianity, right? So right now that we're moving away moving away from Christianity, we're seeing the deterioration of the cultural elements, and the places that are moving further and further away from them are the ones that are worse off, and it affects everything. It will affect all the way to aesthetics.
How come? So, if the United States is as rich and as wealthy as it, as it is, why are places like Abu Dhabi like so much more attractive for people to go, even though it is a predominantly Muslim nation? And in fact, they've even quite heavily, they've secularized quite a bit. But why is that seen as more opulent than like any major city in the United States?
Because Saudi Arabia pushes one cultural homogeneity. In all across the West, they've been pushing multiculturalism, meaning there is no culture. This is the whole meme where it's like white people have no culture.
What's the matter with having a culture?
And it also looks nice.
I'm not saying there's
outside.
What I'm saying, Prem, is that you need a culture. But when you push multiculturalism, you're taking the culture away from America. That's what Emmett's basically saying.
Our culture. That's the problem. And the Japanese have held tightly to theirs.
But it's not only one culture. There's also the culture that is being pushed also matters. It's not only to have one culture. It also matters what kind of culture you have. So yeah, you can have a place that is being subverted. Like you can put a lot of money in a place and make it look nice in a sense. Like it would be a specific city like Abu Dhabi. But that has nothing to do with how the cities in the United States were amazing not long ago. And the only difference is that the deterioration has happened due to the cultural deterioration of the inner cities specifically. So the cities have been attacked and destroyed.
Yeah, and also that
when you look at the religion was Christianity, the language was English, the ethnicity was Aryan. You know what I mean? And now all that's been undermined.
And
by
also,
open borders, mass migration, multiculturalism, all this kind of shit, because they want to destroy the American culture. They want to deindustrialize it. They want to... Yeah, go ahead.
And also note that cities like Abu Dhabi look nice and have all of that built in, the homogeneity, the fact that it's one culture and all that. Those places, Abu Dhabi is a great tourist spot. People don't go to Abu Dhabi to live in the respective home country that Abu Dhabi resides in. Instead, they go to live in places like America. Despite all of the problems that the cities in America have, people ultimately want to go and live in America, whereas they only want to just visit places like Abu Dhabi.
But that's the place of business. That's becoming like a
so
hub of
they
business.
they visit the place, but they don't stay there. They don't become a resident there. They don't try to homogenize into the culture, into the society over there. They just go there to visit for whatever reason, versus coming to a city in America and actually coming in to live here for whatever reason.
Yeah, well, and I'm just like, it's just something that I've noticed that. So like whether Teriak is saying like because multiculturalism has actually been like a net drain on the West, where other places have this cultural hegemony that actually allows them to have maybe more of like a high trust or high functioning kind of. It's just, like I said, it's just an observation that I've noticed.
Well, wouldn't you say that would be also a culture? Like the culture of multiculturalism will be a culture, and what you're seeing is just the effects of it.
Well, multiculturalism is supposed to be the idea of like same but or together but separate. That's what we're
correct.
seeing.
Oh, segregation! Let's go! We're going back, boys. Kidding.
Okay. But if that is the case, okay, together but separate, and that's happening in the inner, in cities, and then you're saying the cities are going to crap, wouldn't you be saying the effects of this multiculturalism is that cities go to crap?
I think that there potentially could be an argument, or hold on. I'm not debating anything. I don't need to fucking wishy-washy. I think that there is an element to that the multiculturalism, that you end up having disparate groups. One group is saying, hey, I want this. Another saying, I want this. And then it's kind of like, well, we'll give you both, but it's going to be a shitty version of it. But you got what you wanted. It just really sucks.
But that's what you have. That's a compromise, right? Because you're going to have... Otherwise, you would have like a greater culture than other.
One culture would have to win out over the other to be what is accepted within the society.
So the compromise would be the shitty version of it anyway, right?
Jack of all trades, master of none type shit.
Hold on. Do you know that full quote or what the actual phrase is?
The jack of all trades, master of none,
but is oftentimes better than a master
better
of
than
one.
a master of one.
But is oftentimes better than a master of one.
Yeah. So it's better to be an all-arounder than just to be very specific in one thing.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So it's like, I guess that's kind of the, it's almost like the monkey paw thing of like trying to create these, like what we see very much happening within Canada we're seeing enclaves. And this is what I've said before, is like, we don't have little Italy, we have Italy. We don't have little Baghdad, you're creating Baghdad. You don't have little Korea or little China, you're recreating those countries within Canada. And so we end up creating these areas that are, it's only East Indian people go here, only Chinese people go here, only, whatever, like just name the culture, name the people, and they self-select and they just live together, not sharing a cultural identity, but like, and I mean overarching cultural identity. They have like a local cultural identity. And I think that's actually kind of ripping our countries apart.
Yes, because multiculturalism is itself not a culture. It is the deterioration of a culture.
Right.
No, but that can
Like
make
the same thing with order and
that it would
chaos.
be a culture, right? And you're seeing the effects of the people living inside that culture. And if you're complaining about the culture of multiculturalism, wouldn't you be against multiculturalism?
Oh, I'm very much against multiculturalism. I think that shit sucks dick. I think it's a terrible idea.
But you don't like tacos?
I love tacos.
Kebab?
Anyway. Tacos are American.
I love it.
That's also true.
All right, I gotta head out. You guys have a great time. Thank you for having me.
Thank God you're gone. Peace.
Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. I just about to send you a message about a debate scheduling, so make sure you keep an eye on your DMs there.
Yeah, I'll be on my phone for a little bit longer, but I gotta start going to bed. It's past.
Yeah, I feel you.
Wait.
I will cry.
Later, Gator.
All right. You can find me at Political Shankfest on X mostly. I got a few YouTube videos, but that's about it. Thank you guys for having me. You have a great night.
Later, Rope.
I only believe in crying because NASA has not wrote about it.
Hey, Tyler. Average told me to tell you you're a fat Canadian and shut the fuck up.
Well, he looks like he... Oh, shit. I don't know what I can say on here.
You have no comeback for that. It's just too true to be talking shit back.
You got no arguments? Mute, dude. Mute.
I don't know what I could get away with on here. If we were on Rumble,
Do I smell a rumble? Only Swords of Reason. Speakeasy.
Oh my God, that would be.
The Spurg Fest is real.
Don't worry, the Rumble only verbal combats are coming soon, and that's gonna be a nutty one.
To say the least. Where'd Shaniqua go? I miss looking at that melatonin skin.
I think he did he say he was stepping away for a minute?
Hope so.
Hey, how come black people can't hear smoke detectors? What's the deal with that?
I mean, it's just
they
built
just
into
leave them, and then
society.
they get used to it.
They just drown it out.
Shizzle, my grizzle, my grandma tizzle. What's going down tonight, Prim?
We're just going down with the T-some.
Damn, everybody I try to talk to has run away. What's going on?
They're all scared.
Did somebody really change my name to that? Like, they paid to change my name that happens during VKO?
Yes.
Yeah, they changed mine to Schnizzle My Grizzle, which I have no idea what that means.
Well, you know what's funny? I changed it to that, and I was going to say Schnizzle, but I thought YouTube might not like it, so I put Shizzle. But you said it anyway, so good catch.
Yeah,
I got the Schniz.
Again, I don't know what it means, but that's okay. It's all in good fun.
Oh, it's a funny thing. You'll think about it later. And
it means you're cooking your dentures. That's what it means.
You're cooked.
Oh, okay. I don't have those, but okay. All right.
Oh, by the way, congratulations on your 10K. Easy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yep. 250,000. That's our goal. 250,000.
Let's go.
None of us will ever be able to get on after it starts rocking, but that's okay. We'll happily watch your success.
We'll just be a faint memory. Hey, remember that guy when that guy ripped his shirt?
You guys think I'm gonna like completely change my format or something?
Absolutely not. It's your format that makes this
right, exactly.
what it is. No,
but you'll keep the format. It's like, but how many subscribers do you have? You'll have to like reach out to Pierce Morgan, like, hey, you want to be on VK, Pierce?
Yeah. You just get wrecked.
Oh, I feel so bad for Kim. She's just remember that girl, Kim?
No, you have created
patiently waiting in the back for the hot seat to start.
Yeah, you have created a myriad of different avenues, and I really do. I watch and wonder of what you're doing and your musical talent. If you're the one creating the VK lead-in songs and all of those are really good. They're really well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, just keep rolling forward. You're doing great.
I appreciate that big time.
Yeah, I hope you guys have everything in the end. I hope you have everything that you want.
I always say I have more than I could want. You know, I thank God every night for the blessings that I've had, especially through the making of the channel. Like I said, I can still remember like before I started going live, I was doing like pre-recorded things, and I can still remember like I'd stop like halfway through recording them and be like, no one's gonna listen to this shit.
What the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, like I was like, why am I doing this? This is so dumb. Like, you know? But then
I still do that.
Can't quit though. Like I don't like quitting, you know. So I was like, fuck it, let's just muscle it out. Let's go. And then,
you know, Jungle, we cannot forget about what you're doing here. We're
this
watching.
Man is the Baron.
It's wonderful.
No, Avarice, you're not a blessing. Shut the fuck up. You're a
Avarice. Of course, you're a blessing, Avarice.
I adore Avarice. Is he waiting to come up or something?
No, he's in the chat. I don't know why he's not. He might be busy though right now. I think Rob might be streaming at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah, Rob is still streaming right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
No. In reality, I'm here and he's just scared. That is a reality.
Emmett, the avarice deterrent.
Well, I seen your exchange, Emmett, with re-examination, and that was an interesting discussion you two were having.
Oh, the when it comes to
like
virtue
black
signaling
people in a church, yeah, like it was like black people in a church was like a good.
It's not about black people in the church. I don't care about. I congratulate people for going to church. It's about saying that it's virtuous that you have a couple that have different skin tones. That has no virtue in and of itself.
Yeah.
Right? The virtue is the family. The virtue would be that they're together. The virtue is having kids. But it's like, oh, look, I have a different color person. That's my wife. That's virtuous. That's no virtue at all.
Yeah,
it's
that's only, you only say that because you're trying to appease the tribe.
Yeah.
Because the tribe inherently doesn't accept, non-homogeny in that sense. Yeah. That's the only reason that ever comes up. Otherwise, it doesn't matter.
Racism. Whites are marrying blacks. Like,
sorry to interrupt real quick. Woman, I need some more coffee. And also to remind everyone that the hot seat is gonna start. So because we've smashed for the hot seat and the VKO tonight, we're gonna start with a hot seat, and then after the hot seat, we're gonna be doing a verbal combat origins. So
I'm not sure if I could stay for that.
In 20 minutes. We're gonna start the hot seat, and then after the hot seat is done, we're hopping into the verbal combat origins. All right, so be prepared. We got a good night ahead of us here. All right,
I need more booze.
I might not be able to stay for that, unfortunately, because I got work in the
you
morning.
Fucking suck. No, I'm just kidding.
Kick him now.
It's totally up to you. I get it.
Fair enough. Quick question, just as critique and review, how do you guys think I did this time around versus my first? Well, how do you guys think I did this time around? Like, honest critiques, everybody here.
I think you did
we did great. Yeah.
Still room for improvement, but you are definitely improving, bro.
Controlling. I think because you didn't know your opponent, that was better for you. I think in your future debates, I'm going to try and schedule ones that it's people you don't know, because I think you did a lot better because you didn't know what to expect at a level of debater. So you just actually like gave your all. And I think that's helped you not hold back compared to your last one.
Appreciate it.
No, I'm not saying because like it was a Mender, right? And I'm not saying you think a Mender is like some great person or anything like that. It's the fact that you knew what to expect with a Mender. You didn't know what to expect with this guy, so you gave your just what you give anyone that you don't know, and I think that was a benefit to you.
Yeah, off the cuff. Yeah, and you don't know what they're going to say ahead of time, so you're good at spontaneity.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else? So that's Speaks, that's Premonition, that's Based Grandma. I heard a little bit of what Teriak is saying. It's like, I think you said I'm still like rough around the edges, but getting better.
There's nothing wrong with around the edges. We're all
you go back to like my first debates, I was a complete fucking like wet behind the ears, I hadn't really a clue and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? So like in that stands out to Easy's verbal combat, you know what I mean? So stick around here, like you be going places, bro.
Hey, much appreciated. Emmett, Tyler?
I haven't seen I haven't watched the debate. I have no comments.
Fair enough. Okay.
I will be listening to it tomorrow. Mind you, I've only recently started doing this. Like what maybe a month? really like getting more
about that. Yeah, about
yeah.
that.
So, yeah, I would have no criticism or nothing constructive to say.
That's fair enough, you guys. Anyway, thank you guys so much. You guys continue on. I'm probably gonna stay on for hot seat, and then I'll leave right after that.
Based.
You know what my problem is with debating? I'm a terrible debater, and I think what I've discovered from me is I end up agreeing with my opponent oftentimes because I can't just argue to argue. As a matter of fact, I detest arguing more than just about anything on earth.
So you're basically describing yourself as a woman.
Exactly. I am a woman, and I am not a feminist. So,
there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I think there is a time and place like of being more, I guess, adversarial rather than having a discussion. And, just kind of by the nature of, of like where we are right now, it's going to be more adversarial.
Right. And I am not an adversarial individual unless I really believe in something. Then I'll come in a little more aggressively.
Unless you deny the moon landing.
Yep.
Don't be. Was it speak? You said that you had that debate with your son, right, or daughter?
My son had that debate with my daughter.
Oh,
my son was telling my daughter that it's impossible that we went to the moon.
Wow. Can't believe that, man.
And he was
Can't believe that you're.
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
Were you proud of your little man?
Yeah, it was
Were
great.
you proud of him?
He's like, why didn't we ever land anybody on there before, and now we're trying to do it again? And I was like, yeah. Or he said, why did we land anyone after those moon landings, and we're trying to do it again? I was like, yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? It was funny. It was great.
It's because China's going there. Like, the only reason the United States went there was because Russia was going there. Like, that's the kind of incredible thing with the United States is like when someone else is going to do something, the United States just kind of like, now we'll do that and we'll do it better. But like, there's no, it's like, I guess, I don't know. I guess just being number one, like what everyone's looking at you rather than you're looking at something forward that doesn't really exist.
You guys might all laugh at me here, and I don't care.
I'm already laughing.
Yeah.
I don't laugh.
Okay, Black Ops. You guys all know what Black Ops are. I don't know if you know this.
Black Ops?
I've heard of Call of Duty Black Ops.
No, Black Ops. It's Black Ops. It's Black
And
Ops.
they said black cops.
No, it's black operations. It's operations that we don't know anything about. And what people apparently do not have recollection of, which I distinctly remember, was the day before 9/11. Okay. It was Cheney. I think it was Cheney, or it was the other guy. Bush had two guys under him. It was Cheney and the other guy.
I bet he did.
Got up there and made the announcement that the Pentagon could not account for $3 trillion, that they had lost track of $3 trillion. And the next day they knew that it was that people were going to demand answers. And the next day, astonishingly enough, 9/11 happened. And that is a true story. You can look it up. Now, what I'm thinking about the moon is everybody thinks that we stopped going. I think that they moved the moon to a black ops operation. I don't think that we've ever stopped going.
Like they took the moon out of the sky?
What?
Like they took the moon out of the sky?
That we never stopped going. That we've been going the whole time.
Oh.
And something that they had to mention the $3 trillion. I don't know why. So what did they use the $3 trillion on other than black ops that we're not allowed to know about.
Pizza.
And then the next day we had 9/11. And nobody ever said another word about the missing $3 trillion. It's a little coincidental if you think about it.
Wait,
I don't,
if black ops
listen.
are full of if black ops is operations that we're not supposed to know about it, how do you know about it, Premonition?
I do a lot of thinking, I do a lot of research, I do a lot of listening, and I'm a little older than you guys. I've been around a little longer, but I'm not going to go back to that anymore because I also have to apologize to all of you. I've been pushing, we have to go back, and we can't go back to what I experienced, and I apologize.
No, we're gonna go forward.
We have to experience whatever we're going to go through and see how that ends up. And I don't know what that's going to look like at the end, but I'm going to stop pushing how wonderful it was and things like that, because that's not fair to you guys. You have to all live your lives now. But do give some thought to the missing 3 trillion and the Twin Towers, and that possibly we never did stop going to the moon.
Like, what's the purpose? Because there's nothing there.
Yes, there are things there. There is water ice on the moon. I don't know if you know that.
Well, yeah, but are we running out of water?
If we had, it's easier to launch craft off of the moon than it is to launch craft off of the Earth. And if we were able to acquire and build a space station, what was his name? The horribly deformed scientist who just died, Stephen Hawkins. Stephen Hawkins said that if we don't get off of the Earth, I don't know why you guys are laughing.
No, it's because of the way you described him was amazing. The horribly deformed
scientist.
It was just.
Yeah, well,
it was
he had
very descriptive and awesome. It was like it was out of a book. It was amazing.
Well, no, he suffered a terrible illness, and that's
I know.
Information. But he is the.
But even he had a wife. See, competence, boys.
He said that if we do not get off planet, that our extinction is a certainty. Okay, because that we are going to get hit by an asteroid at some point.
Well, his extinction was a certainty.
What?
His extinction was a certainty. He's dead.
I'm talking about the human extinction. We have to get off planet. And
no, we don't have to.
It's quite serious. And the best way to do it is with mining. It is going to be mining that takes humans off Earth permanently. Because there are things out there that we need and want here. Mining operations are going to start up. They're going to need support. And that's how it's going to go. It'll probably take 40 years, maybe, from now to get really going. But it's going to be mining that gets humans off planet permanently. So that's my 2 cents.
Get away. Leave.
That's very cute there. Shit. It's very cute.
Ew.
Everyone got silent. What happened? You all right?
I keep seeing it's hot seat time, so
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the horribly deformed human that just died. And I can't stop thinking about the phrase.
He got an illness. He
I said 20 minutes at 1:20. Bring me some quesadillas. Telling me it's hot seat time.
Oh,
I will say chimichangas are better than quesadillas.
Okay, Sonic the Hedgehog.
It's my personal opinion.
So Avarice will be coming up after he's done with Rob, right? I'm sure.
Maybe.
I think so.
I bet
maybe.
he will be coming up.
Yeah. I'm going to retire for the evening, gentlemen. My meds are hitting me, and I get very embarrassed at how they make me speak. The clarity of my voice wanes a little bit, so it bothers me. So you guys are all adorable, and I really mean that.
Thank you, matriarch.
I'll be watching from the back, but I'm gonna bow out. So
all right.
Have a good sleep, matriarch.
Always a pleasure having you.
Yeah,
matriarch.
I love you guys, and I'll be seeing you Friday, I guess, or tomorrow, or whenever. You know,
Yeah, we got something tomorrow.
I'll be here. I'm always here.
All
so
right.
thank you,
Thank you
and
for
Jungle,
coming.
you're wonderful, really.
Avery says all these assumptions. I'm doing debate prep.
That's right.
He is assuming. That's true.
That's a lot of S's.
That's a lot of ass.
Ass and S. Assume.
Assume that.
I assume this shit's going down here.
Assume it.
So what's the hot seat? What's the dealio with that?
It's a
scam.
It's a scam.
What's the hot seat? It's a scam.
It's a scam. It's a triangle. It's a pyramid scheme you're running over here.
It's false. It's false advertising, as I keep saying. It's a false advertising, man. You'll see
this
why.
Is kind of embarrassing because I only know him as Canadian guy because he has a Canada flag on his back, and so it's. But yeah, you buy on Etsy. That's what you do. You go on Etsy and look for the hot seat.
All right.
Yeah, Canada guy. Obviously.
Let's see. Hot seats.
Are you actually looking at on Etsy?
Ooh.
Is it speakeasy hot seat you're looking up?
There's a heated motorcycle seat for $700.
Well, yes, there are like hot seats.
There are literally hot seats. Yes, Tyler. There are literally hot seats that exist in the world, man.
Those do exist. A lot of them exist.
Yeah, that's typically a feature in most cars these days. The seats heat. It's what they used to call bench warmers, man.
You know, I see original vintage, like where people take their shirts off. You didn't see what happened on Friday behind the scenes.
What?
I'm scared.
Is there something that I shouldn't know about?
Well, I thought we were still live, and so I said I'll rip my shirt off if you guys bring me back. And so I ripped my shirt off, but it was when Jungle unplugged the fucking game again. So I did it. I ripped my shirt off to the back room.
What, like 2 times? Did he unplug it 2 or 3 times?
Wait. Who was cosplaying Brian Shapiro at that moment?
I was both.
Oh, I see.
I was both. That guy's a fucking degenerate. Oh my god.
What are you talking about? Who's mentioned my daddy? Who mentioned my daddy?
Emmett.
Hey guys.
Emmett.
Hey, just a quick one, Tyler. I just want to quickly let you know. Yes, I did see it backstage. I was in the StreamYard and I did clip it. So thanks very much. I appreciate it. Incoming short.
Send it to me, please.
Yeah, I will.
No, did you cut your hair or what happened?
Yes, I did cut my hair.
Okay.
But I do have to go. I'm going to get back to work. But yes, I've got
not allowed to work.
I'm going.
Later.
Love it.
That guy knows nothing. Nobody knows anything.
Oh, that's amazing.
I was reading the other day my rat book. It's a great book. You guys know nothing.
Why does your character now look like First Amender?
Because I am First Amender.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Where's your PowerPoint project, man?
Oh, I'm working on it. I'm always working on my PowerPoint. I have a debate coming, okay?
You have slides that you need to slide on.
Well, I'm reading my book right now because I like books about rats.
Are you gonna make a PowerPoint that's better than Dr. Coven's?
Yes.
Okay. Better be.
Well, I don't want to be weird, but I'm gonna be weird.
You already were weird. Just say
You're
it.
weird before you
You're
said I don't
weird.
want to be.
What is that dragon? Daniel Raniel.
Nicol Bolas.
Oh, Nico.
Nico Bolas.
Nicol, N-O-C-A-L. He's Nicol Bolas from Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you MTG nerd.
Of course, dude.
Oh my god.
I'll murk you.
The one gay to rule them all has arrived.
Oh,
calm the
hey,
fuck
what's
down.
up, gay boy?
Calm the fuck down.
The G in G'day actually stands for gay. Fact.
So does the AY. So does the AY. I don't know. I was going to say I don't know why that D's in there, but that sounds wrong.
Yeah, just take the D out and it's curing is gay.
Take the D out is how you become not gay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, that's what happened.
Oh my god.
Well, if you take the D out of G'day, you're taking D out, which would make you less gay, but it turns into gay.
No, Daniel, when you put the D in, it makes it even more gay.
Yeah.
G'day.
Okay.
Especially
Okay.
if you take it out multiple times, that's really gay.
Oh, you put it back in and then take it out.
Oh no shit.
Take it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn around.
Oh wait, is that how gay sex is now? The hokey pokey?
The gay
kinda?
national anthem.
Oh. That's how the libs like to do it.
So what, does like everyone just not work? Is that like what's okay? Right.
I'm off work at the minute, you know.
Oh.
Taking a break. Is that okay?
Yeah. You
I mean, it's
do
only
your thing,
3:30 over here, or 3:40. So in the Arvo.
What was that internship
time
you guys had during COVID?
I just tell it without juice and topping this, that my lifestyle. I just tell it for true that I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
That my lifestyle.
Still not as good as
Mo-
Bricky.
Is that
Still not as good as Bricky.
That's Mosman.
Yeah, Bricky nails it every time.
He
And
channels
there's
it.
somebody, I forget who it was. There was somebody in the chat that spelled it out one time, and if you read it the way they spelled it, you said exactly what he said. It was amazing. I don't know how they did that.
Remember-
It's great.
Somebody also.
I want to say it was Craig that did it, but I can't remember.
Somebody memed the other guy, the little autistic kid, going. Somebody mimed that. I forget who it was, but someone clipped it too. It was fucking hilarious. It was someone like Eli Nick.
That you had you could do so you
Today, Junior.
Haven't seen that for ages.
It's too good. That
It
kid's
is too good.
hilarious. Everyone's like holding their breath till the hot seat starts.
Yeah.
Relax,
just-
bro.
was
You
just-
guys gotta
I
get
was-
out of your. You're all
Dude, I
stiff.
heard about double voting on accident earlier.
You're all stiff, bro.
That happened to me a few
Wait,
years
what?
ago.
You double voted, bro?
On accident.
For real?
Hang on. This happened years ago.
Wait, how?
I just remember talking about
How did you do
this
it on
was
accident? Tell us that.
mail-in ballots.
Yet
Mail-in
another
ballots.
point from my side, my debate. Mail-in ballots are bad. Let's not do
Yes,
them anymore.
I was only mentioning that because, yeah, the mail-in ballot is the reason, and I mean, you talked about it in the debate.
Yeah. And the guy had no counter except, well, look at all these other instances of mail-in ballots failing, not voter ID. It's like, okay,
Happened
but
to me. I failed.
I can't believe it, Daniel. Why would you game the system like that, man?
That was such a long time ago, but I got out of it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Daniel, my question is, I don't know if I heard you say by accident or on accident. Did you say on accident?
Does it
He
matter?
voted twice
For
on accident.
accidents?
On accident? What the fuck is that?
On an accident, during an accident.
He
What about
accidentally
by?
voted twice.
Yeah, on accident. I've just
Kieran,
great.
Kieran, he's English.
Oh
okay?
shit! Did we get a raid
I'm
over
not
on
English.
the
I'm
Rumble
American. I
side?
speak
Shout out-
American.
Sorry, Daniel. 1 sec. We got a raid on the Rumble side. Shout out to Tyler TV. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome everyone coming in.
You're welcome.
Welcome everyone coming in.
Welcome. Yeah, Daniel, I hammered that point in that all of Cassell's examples for the sort of for these for the votes failing or there being fraud in happening in these states where voter ID was presented was due to something that wasn't voter ID. Now I will admit that. Yeah, go ahead.
You can make gigantic fake voter blocks with the whole bring in a bunch of illegal immigrants and then do no voter ID and then make voting blocks to vote for like only Democrats. Vote in just Tim Walz.
Yeah, basically. That was basically what I was going for. I don't think I articulated it well enough to really just like stamp out his argument. But I thought I got close.
I mean, I thought you were being pretty articulate. I didn't watch the whole thing, by the way.
That's
I had to make some fucking food.
I need
Like a whole ass thing of fucking burritos, though. All the meat by itself. And then burritos. When I
Alright,
make
real quick, I'm
tacos
gonna
and
run to the
burritos, I do
washroom,
it the
take a
real
piss.
way.
I'm gonna run to the washroom, take a piss. When I get back, we're doing the hot seat, and then right after the hot seat is the verbal combat origins. All right, so if you want to join in the hot seat, get your asses up here. All right, hot seat can be a full 9 people because it's 10 only, but I'm not, I don't count as one. So 9 other people can be up here. But in the verbal combat origins, it's only going to be 8 max. So, but yeah, get your asses up here if you want to be in the hot seat. All right, I'm gonna go run to the washroom quick, and then when I get back, we're starting up that hot seat. So, get your ass up here.
I think there's only one. There's only.
He said I'm gonna run to the washroom and piss. So is he gonna go to the washroom and then be done with that, and then is he gonna piss?
I'm not entirely
what's the
sure.
sequence we're looking at here? The sequence of events here.
To be fair, I don't know how that works. I'm just a pixel art cartoon.
All right. So what is this hot seat thing? It's not
It's a seat that's hot, definitely.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I'll guarantee you that.
It's never your experience. You're in Canada. Everything is cold up there.
No, it's
You're snow Mexican.
hot in my office.
Dave Incas.
Speaking of hot in the office.
Jesus.
Which office though?
Gay. What the fuck?
Well, yeah.
You're in the bathroom. You can't do that.
Is it?
If he feels like it.
Is
Yeah,
it
it's your
wrong?
goddamn arm.
Yeah, show your arms, freak.
What was that sniper from?
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Hey.
What was that? The snipe from Chat, Abe?
No, dude, I should watch that movie tonight.
What's that?
Then I would only say that people that are
Oh,
I don't want to care about
Everest!
slavery.
It's actually Mrs. Ava Rice.
Thought I smelled something.
I was like,
Well,
What was my actual words?
I don't
12
know.
people at once up there. Like speaking.
Wanna say it? Why don't you say it instead?
What's up, babe?
What's up?
Shit.
I said you guys were talking about what was it? It was like the governing bodies and who would actually have a claim
Over the
on,
Strait
a
of
moral,
Hormuz?
on a moral stance.
Oh, no.
And I said, and you were like going through it, and you're like, well, they wouldn't. And I was like, and you mean Orthodox Christians would? I'm assuming.
Well, we're talking about slavery, and we're talking about nobody cares.
My wife says hi to Emmett and Jungle.
Hello.
Hello, wife. Well, not my wife, right? Over his wife.
Sorry, and Alicia and Easy.
They say hello to.
What a kind of
Kim.
person.
Kim's not up here.
Well, she likes Kim better than you.
Clearly.
So, and Tyler's wife.
Everyone likes Kim better than me. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, she even beat you. Did you notice that?
When?
I remember that.
Yeah, you just got beat on Friday by Kim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I
Yeah.
conceded the whole argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, she beat you.
Nerd.
I was like, oh, yeah,
Dorky.
you conceded. You conceded my whole point. I win.
Yeah.
Like, no. Oh, fuck. All right.
Hey, did you guys I don't know if any of you guys caught it. Did you guys catch that Andrew mentioned me in jest on the extravaganza? 2
No.
days ago, a day and a half ago?
No.
It was fantastic.
No.
Yeah, and
Usually it's early for
it's
me.
going to be it just proves my authority for tomorrow's debate. So if you are all out there and excited about debates, tomorrow is going to be a doozy, one of a kind. JS versus Avarice. Mankind Project is the most dangerous active cult. Tomorrow on Swords of Reason here, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
You left it that
So-
universal?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. And you know what? I'm a win.
I can assure you, Avarice has got this in the bag.
Yeah.
He
I'm a
showed
win.
he showed me some stuff in the back before the debate. Avarice has it in the bag.
Yeah, it's there's no way I don't know where JS is gonna go. I have no idea what JS is gonna
No, JS has no answer. You're
But
just
what I
gonna
can
win the
tell
debate
you-
from the opening.
is that JS just will have nowhere to go.
What the fuck is a Mankind Project?
You'll just have to see on Wednesday.
You'll have to see tomorrow. Here on
Is it
Speak Easy
Swords of
channel,
Reason.
Swords of Reason.
Like this evening?
From the creator of Heaven Maxon, we now have
From
the
the-
Mankind Project.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Shit, Tyler, you're just gonna have to tune in to Swords of Reason tomorrow night.
Guess I'm grinding Diablo. Oh, listen in.
You grind Diablo and listen to Swords of Reason.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's what I'll do.
There you go.
My evening's booked. Sorry.
Yeah. I think there's even Whirl, you see Whirl there in Rumble. He just said Avarice does have this in the bag. You see? Yeah.
No, I saw what it was. I got a sneak peek, so I know.
I'm pretty
Also, shout out to
Pretty
Cool
confident.
Vic for the raid. Welcome in all the Cool Vic
What's
raiders.
up,
Appreciate
Cool
you coming,
Vic?
The
Vic.
Vickers.
Red ass people.
In
Careful.
See you,
Oh,
cool.
that was close.
the cool verse has arrived.
Here's what I gotta say
Coolverse.
is that if JS better be up all night studying. And
All
more.
night.
All
Yeah.
night.
Yeah, he's gonna pull an all-nighter for this
All
one. It's a
night.
doozy, bro.
You just said all night and more, but it's tomorrow, so it can't be all night and more.
Yeah, so that means he's fucked.
All I'm gonna say is it's gonna be great. You're in for a treat.
Yeah. I'm excited. So tomorrow, Speakeasy's channel. Here, Avarice's first Swords of Reason. with JS, and the prompt will be Mankind Project is the most dangerous active cult. So tune in for that.
JS Bumbling Adventures, man.
Yep.
Yes, make sure you all tune in for that one. It's gonna be a banger. And Cool Vic, shout out to you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome into all the raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you all. We're about to start up a hot seat. I just had to go use the washroom and smoke.
But you go put
I
your
smoked too
suspenders
fast.
on, or is that a
Chest is
parachute?
fucking on fire.
Are those suspenders or a parachute, Speak?
What's that, sir?
Are those suspenders or a parachute?
No, it's a parachute, bro.
Sweet.
No, it's they hold shit.
Ah.
It's called Style Jungle. You might have heard of it before.
Thanks for the fashion show, bro.
Wait, I know something about style, about lifestyle. Hold on. Where's the dono button?
Keep your valuables underneath
Hold
your side here.
$6.
Gotta stay
Pete,
strapped.
It's about
Can't tell you
style.
everything that's in here, though. Jesus. All right.
I got it. There we go. I
Are
did
you ready
it.
for the scam?
It's about style.
I just tell it without doing dropping this at my lifestyle. I just tell it for truth, and I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
But I would rock the fuck out of some suspenders if I got like some dress pants and a dress shirt, tie.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Rainbow colors.
Fuck yeah, rainbow colors. That's okay.
All right, I'm here for the hot seat. Let's get move on.
Guys, I'm in for the hot seat. Let's fucking go. All right, let me get this one part on my side here ready for it. Hold up. Well, it doesn't mean you gotta be quiet, y'all. What the fuck?
Well, I was just waiting for somebody to say the first gay thing.
Penis.
Gay.
Kieran, you're cute. Kieran.
You say Kieran?
There you go. That's gay.
Keep yourself
Kieran, you're
muted.
cute.
You said the word Kieran, so gay.
That's retarded.
It is retarded, like me.
Oh yeah, we forgot to play Kieran's song when he came out.
Kieran, you're muted.
They call me the goat, the long way Kieran man.
I like it.
Is Kim in the back?
You know, Speak, I was playing around with-
Not anymore.
Okay, well, I was gonna bring her back up, but fuck it.
That's a gay thing to say.
It's 10 max that can be up here.
But fuck it.
Speak, I was going to make a little series of images in AI to put behind that song.
You
And I was
should.
playing around with the prompts, and riding bareback on kangaroos, which means no saddle. The AI kept pumping out guys with no shirts on riding kangaroos. With saddles.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck me.
That's pretty gay.
I mean, exactly. If he put a rainbow flag in his hand, you're winning. All right, guys. Who's ready for it? Chat, get those fire emojis ready. All right, we got to start up the hot seat, baby.
Step in the light. Flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. legends rise in the hot seat.
All right, everybody, welcome.
I have a
to the hot
question.
seat. This is the final. No. You wait for your question, motherfucker. Okay, because this is the final gauntlet of the night, right? The segment where the pressure goes up, the answers get a little tighter, and the truth comes out whether you're ready or not. Here's how it works. All right, we've got 4 rounds, each one with its own rules. Each one gets hotter than the last. The first 3 rounds will be 4 questions, and the 4th round will be 1. Okay, round 1 is the trap card round. So these questions are designed to force you to roast each other, right? Respectfully, but savagely, of course. Short answers, 1 to 3 answers, no dodging, no ducking, no monologues, and you guys can bounce off each other after a bit. When I say to move to the next person, we move to the next person. All right. Round 2 is deep thought. So now we switch gears. These questions go outside the box, philosophical, creative, reflective, a little bit, whatever I decide to throw at us. And again, you'll get a few sentences to give your answer. Panel can bounce off each other a little bit. And when I say to move to the next one, we move to the next one. Round 3 is the lightning round. Okay, fast, brutal, no explanations. You answered 1 word to 1 sentence max. If you hesitate, the chat will probably roast you, and I probably will too. Okay. And then round 4 is save the world. It's the final round. Each one of you gets a question. The moment that you would to give a message that you would deliver if the whole world stopped and listened to you. It can be funny, serious, inspirational, whatever you want your legacy to be. All right, that's the structure. 4 rounds, 4 flavors of pressure. Chat, get those fire emojis ready, and panelists, go ahead and take yourselves a deep breath. All right.
I have a question.
Hopping into the hot seat. What is your question, motherfucker?
Why is this segment the hot seat, but you have a computer that's on fire? That's not a seat.
Reparations are not provided in the hot seat. Okay,
dude, this is false advertising. This is why I called it a scam. You have the hot seat.
You sound like a liberal, Tomahawk.
Define a seat.
It's
the seat. It's something that you put a butt in and it settles.
A butt in?
A butt in. Yes.
In?
Settle.
In.
Okay, on. Autocorrect. On.
Okay, so if I put my butt on that laptop, it's a seat?
But there's no butt on there, is there?
Motherfucker.
But there's no butt on there, is there? It's false advertising.
Shut the fuck up.
Got burnt off. All right, got burnt off. First question. Now Shaniqua over here is starting to answer the first question, all right? Who's the most fragile ego in the room? Starting with Tomahawk.
It's fucking speakeasy for raging out and raging out with my fucking question right there, bro. You saw how he acted at my simple, innocent question regarding false advertising of this segment. It's fucking speakeasy.
Fucking haters. I hear. Fair enough. Teriak, what do you think?
I'm gonna have to go with Tyler. All I have to do is just talk about Canada, and he then just starts screaming, probably rips his shirt off and all this kind of shit. So I'm gonna go with Tyler.
And this stupid geese.
Okay, Jungle.
I think it's Abe, actually. It just sounds good to say Abe.
Fair.
I just wanted to say Abe. So Abe getting the first shot tonight.
That's actually, pretty sound logic there, I'd have to say. Tyler, what do you think?
Who do I think has the most fragile ego?
Yes.
Definitely me. I think if anyone calls me bad names, I cry when I leave.
Guy.
Fair.
True.
Cop out answer. Emmett, what do you think?
I think the the one with the most fragile ego has to be Kieran because he gay. That's the only.
That's
reason
what I was
why.
gonna pick. God damn it! You took my answer.
Emmett's just still salty because I beat him in VK. He's still fucking salty about it.
You see, he's already breaking out.
See, that makes sense. It's fair enough. Daniel, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with Tyler.
Just cause I like it.
I like the previous answer so far. It was pretty base.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Kieran, what do you think?
Oh, it's Emmett. Like, he acts all tough. He refers to, he'll say, hey, woman. He talks to AVG, hey, woman, all this kind of shit. All you got to do is press him a little bit on his Syrian origins and he loses his fucking mind.
I say Daria and I'm not Syrian. You
are Syrian. It's obvious. It's fucking obvious from the way you talk and the way you
But you know what? I prefer to be Syrian than to be gay.
One of your
Okay,
parents
so
is
okay.
fucking, one of your parents fucking Syrian.
I hear more Syria than at Mexico.
Oh, fuck. Abe, what do you think?
So I'm gonna have to agree with Jungle. It's me. Even though my face is incapable of showing emotions, I'm actually crying, and you all can't tell.
Stop getting Botox.
Cop out.
Cop out. Fair. Avarice.
Okay, listen. Everyone says Tyler, but I want you guys to understand that being soft two-ply little bitch doesn't mean that you're, doesn't mean that you're, that, right? The answer is Kieran. Okay, the answer's always been Kieran. All right.
Was it because he's gay?
It's because he's gay.
Yes,
Yes, I called you two-ply.
You're supposed to say one ply, by the way. Just throwing it out there.
To be fair, it looked like you were sucking a dick when you were like.
No,
I was eating pizza from Pyology.
He's reserving one ply for the worst of the worst.
Oh man, those ones.
For me, I'd have to say it's definitely Kieran.
Fucking rude.
And also because he came out as his true self on Halloween with his wig and his bull ring nose.
It was great.
It's true.
It was
Because everyone made fun of it, he never wore it again. So his ego is
So you all bullied him? You all bullied him? Over the internet? Over something he wore? How could you guys?
How do you know? How do you know? I never wore it again. How do you know? I could wear it.
You never wore it online again.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I've shown it a few times though.
Fuck up. She's in the backstage. She keeps yelling at me.
I think we're at max. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah.
Good. Go to bed, Kim.
We're at max.
Online bullying, Tyler.
Well, we're just at max for people that can.
I'll offline bully too.
Good luck.
For
body bag.
All right, for question number 2, we're gonna start this one with Daniel. All right, who would gas themselves up after a clear loss?
This should be an obvious answer to everybody on the panel. Let's see if you get it.
Avarice. It's gonna be avarice.
This feels targeted.
It's always targeted. I can tell.
Shit.
Look, I've been waiting for this.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Kieran, what do you think?
Oh, it's Emmett again. That guy just can't take the beat.
That fucking cunt.
Just can't, huh?
Yeah, I'm not going down. It's 1v1.
Shit. Abe.
I'm gonna go with. It's like a tie between the men I'm in between right now. and so I want to say it's avarice, but then I think about debates I've had with Kieran, and I'm like, no, probably
Kieran and I both are
Kieran.
Dogs in the fight.
Kieran's made it into the list.
He's just got lots of confidence. Okay.
Avarice, what do you think?
Kieran, so that he's winning.
No.
Oh shit.
That's fair. That's fair reasoning. Tomahawk, what do you think?
Avarice, because I don't want Kieran to win.
Oh yeah.
Fair. All right, Teriak.
Gonna have to go with avarice. The Heaven Maxing argument. Bellissimo. That was peak. That was peak.
Fair. I like it. Jungle. Oh, did Jungle step away?
I'm here. Sorry about that. Forgot to press the little button. I'm going to go with random cringe because after every single debate, he just continues on and on and on and
It's all about the logos.
Yes.
Alhamdulillah.
It's like the
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
Yeah.
Right there, that Tennessee boy beat cringe.
Oh man. All right. Tyler, what do you
That's his
think?
mating call. Alhamdulillah, habibi.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's got to be avarice. I think yeah.
I think we have a winner.
This one felt targeted.
Fucking cry me a river.
Emmett, what do you think?
Oh, he's doing it.
I
He's
will
doing it.
fucking go
Kieran's
over there and
doing
I'll
it.
punch you in the fucking nose, you gay ass.
Okay. I will say that it's probably Jungle because he would win anyway.
So even if Jungle loses, he wins.
Yeah.
Well,
You're gonna
that's-
get cheated the fuck out, okay? That's what's gonna happen.
I think that's the first time I've ever been voted on. That's crazy. Good job, Emmett. You missed it though. The other night we were setting all kinds of records.
Well, the question doesn't say who the biggest. The question doesn't say who the biggest simp is. All right.
That's when it comes out. But there was the Terminator brain that said target acquired. Okay. Oh yeah, Emmett was the last one. So for me, I'll pick who would gas themselves up after clear loss. Oh, it's definitely has to be Kieran.
Got it. See, the boss said Kieran. That's a win for avarice.
Has to be
Kieran wins.
The reason it's got to be Kieran is because he's constantly debating the prompts instead of debating. So, like after he's finished debating the prompt, he says, "See, I won because that prompt was wrong."
No, I didn't. No, what I said was you were asking us yes or no, and I said yes, and the other person said I agree, and I said so I win. That's what.
No.
No. That's a different thing, brother. That's a different thing.
No. Oh shit. See what happened was. Okay. Next question for the trap card round is who on the panel gives chronically online energy? And we're gonna start
Another target.
We're gonna start this one with Emmett.
I'm gonna have to gas myself up in this one. I don't think there's anybody who's more chronically online than me when it comes to the energy given. So,
did you say clinically or chronically?
Clinically. Well, I'm kind of insane when it comes to this, so probably clinically. Anyway, so yeah.
Oh shit! All right, Tyler, what do you think?
What the? I feel like it's Emmett too. Yep, I think he's pixelated. This motherfucker's pixelated. This is how online he is. He can't help himself.
And you can be too, by the way.
And
Get your own pixel
he
arts.
turned jungle pixelated.
Oh yeah, Jungle is too. Yeah, but Jungle's actually looks like high resolution gay stuff. Emmett's looks like straight gay stuff.
I mean, I made both, so.
High resolution. I don't know if I've ever heard that sentence before. Jungle, what do you think?
Oh. What's that song by Drake that always see your green bubble or some shit? Green online shit. Yeah, that's Avarice. Every time I click something, I see his green bubble. He's always online. Clinically.
Oh, you're talking about in the
Discord.
The thing that tells them you're online. Yeah. Makes sense.
If you just go
Harriac.
I'd have to agree with Jungle. Avarice, like he's either backstage on Rob Noor, or he's here on the hot seat, or he's on VK. Like I'm starting to question whether or not this motherfucker sleeps. You know what I mean?
Sleep is for the
Sleeps
weak.
on the airwaves.
Keep trying to tell y'all, man. Vampires don't sleep. We just close our eyes every now and then just to see what's up.
That's what I figured.
Just to make sure it works, to make sure our eyelids still work. Tomahawk, what do you think?
I was going to say Jungle because most of his money just goes online. And I'm still going to say
If
Jungle.
you think that's most of his money, you're seriously mistaken. That's just yesterday's cash. All right.
Yesterday's cash.
I'm ready for the
that in the parking lot.
Did someone give this man the bison speech? Like sitting here fucking Tomahawk.
Rearranging the couch sofa.
Tomahawk's like sitting there going, the amount of money you saw on Verbal Combat was like the most money you've ever seen in your life. For me, that was just Tuesday.
That was Tuesday morning.
Daniel, what do you think?
It's a switch up between Emmett and Avarice. Honestly, like every time I come on here, Avarice is usually here. So, and Emmett's on other panels all the time too. But chronically, Emmett, clinically, Avarice.
Clinically. Fair enough. Abe, what do you think?
I'm going to go with Teriak. I think Teriak has this strange conception of reality that's based nearly completely in internet spaces. Like if you talk to him about relationships, it's one of the groups of the pills. If you talk to him about each different thing, his philosophy takes are all online takes or they're directly tied to ancient takes, which is constantly talked about in the philosophy groups. And I think it's Teriak.
You're just jealous because I got a better hat than you. There, I said it, Abe. I fucking said it.
I said it.
Black and red beats green any day of the week.
It's also a top hat. How are you topping that?
The color scheme, I'm gonna have to agree with. I have to say.
You know who else? Well, you know who else had black and red, right? I'm just saying.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Hey, what can I say? He knew good advertisement. I can tell, he knew good advertisement. He was good at it. I can't say,
Good
he's an asshole,
propaganda,
but he was
good
at
economy.
it.
He got the trains running on time.
That.
Okay, I was going for the Sith, okay.
Shit. Avarice, what do you think?
Just gonna skip me, are you?
Yeah, just gonna skip Kieran.
Oh
Yeah,
shit! Kieran.
Yeah, Australia doesn't exist anyway. Yeah, go ahead, Avarice.
I was being. You're right. That was bigoted. Go ahead, Kieran.
I don't want to sound like I'm targeting someone tonight, but fuck, it's Emmett again. He's I've seen him doing his karaoke and doing his painting and doing his little sculptures, and he looks half dead half the time. I don't know if that's just how he looks, but I think it's just staring at a screen day and night.
Yeah, the meds are kicking in most of the time too. That's fine.
Yep, it's Emmett.
That's fair. Avarice?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say one thing. The person that does the song Schmeckles on top. You baby. Schmeckles.
What is this?
Are you talking about the Shekel song?
Yeah. We're gonna go with Emmett. It's Emmett.
Shekels raining
There
from
we go.
sky.
There we go.
Hold it low, keep it low, no lie.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. For me, who on here likes RuneScape? Who plays RuneScape?
Well, listen, that's just because it's a game, and that's not fair. Because
And we
listen,
just
listen, if the bitch just give us the holy sword. I play Rust. This isn't fair.
I avoided both of those. I'll play Rust, but I avoided RuneScape. I understand the addiction that those are.
Oh, dude,
Articus, that's my point. It's 20 years ago. If you were playing RuneScape 20 years ago, you're chronically on. You're one of those guys. You know everything about the internet.
Speaking of Rust, we got Mrs. Pistachios a little angry, but the 50-hour stream, we will start with a Rust wipe. With me, and
we're gonna start
Speakeasy.
so what we're gonna do for the the stream that I'm gonna beat my marathon time. We're gonna start it on a Thursday, so that it'll be the wipe day of Rust, and then we're gonna continue it into verbal combat, and then go through the whole weekend there too.
Yeah.
Ooh. I gotta beat 50 hours.
We're just gonna go straight through Rust.
Oh
I'll
my-
do it. I'll do 78. It'll be easy, easy peasy. We'll just watch base.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna sleep on stream? I heard that's
No. I'm not even sleeping on. What are you talking about? There'll be so much farming to do.
Oh, that's right.
He's gotta go hit rocks.
You guys gotta
Right.
go get your
You
materials,
gotta do some
man.
farming, that's right. But yeah, the point
Slaving
is,
away at the rust material, the Rust Islands.
I'll be sure to get all the console guys we know because you're console, so we'll get like Frarier and stuff like that to join.
yeah, get anyone on console.
Rust?
Yeah, Rust
I don't know
console.
about
That's where Speakeasy is.
Yeah, I play on console. I'm no good with the mouse and keyboard stuff.
You fucking boomer.
I'm no good with it. I just something about it throws me off. Having to do this and this, it's just weird. I like
hilarious.
having the, like this.
Hilarious that he would call a
It's like
controller
having the
boomer.
remote in my hands and being able to click it all in one spot like that.
Talking about this is a remote.
Wait, it's
This is a
hilarious.
remote.
The keyboard
It's hilarious
500
that
fucking
Tyler-
buttons. What are you talking about?
It's hilarious
Okay.
that Tyler would call a console controller boomer.
You know what? I'm gonna do
Tell
is
him.
I'm gonna pre-record Rust Raid sounds like rocket fires and everything. So
play with
when
joysticks.
Speakeasy looks like he's getting tired, I'm just gonna have like the rocket sounds. He'll be like, raid.
That's what's up.
Abe, there's very particular games that you can play with a controller. There's
All right. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's just
Yeah, fuck you, Tyler.
No, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
you don't play first-person shooters with a fucking controller. Are you kidding me?
Fuck, I kick
I
ass on
can't.
that
I'll
stuff.
die.
Oh, wait. What was that? Avarice out here duking scrambled beans on Kieran forehead while bro screaming, "Mommy, my eyebrows." Meanwhile, the ceiling fan eating raviolis backwards, and the cat got taxes due at waffle school. Absolute yogurt behavior, these two chitlins. How do you even come up with these sentences?
What the hell is this? What is
You
this?
fucking legend. Thank you,
I
Jungle.
don't even know what the fuck that means.
Of course you don't.
It
I
means
just
you like
gotta say,
yogurt.
I just gotta say, I caught a glance of Jungle's t-shirt, and that symbol in the background scared the shit out of me for a second.
Gay, man.
You pussy.
Gay.
Yeah, man. All right. For the last one on the trap card round, who is most likely to hold a grudge forever?
There is a wrong answer to this.
Look at him. He's like, you fucking asshole. Avarice, we're starting with you. Who's most likely to hold a grudge forever?
Abe.
Just cuz?
No.
He is charged.
Oh.
Army. Those fuckers can hold grudges.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. Kieran?
I promise I'm not targeting someone. Emmett feels deeply. He feels deeply.
Feel deeply? The fuck you saying?
It's not his fault.
You sure those are the words you want to use there, Kieran?
Gay. I disavow and disagree.
So much
and never,
gay.
no. Just no.
Feels deep. Next thing we're gonna hear.
Oh, and this one time at bank.
Abe, what do you think?
I think that Avarice was correct. It's me. However, I'm a Marine, not Army. So he
I meant Marine. Yeah.
Oh man.
Now he's
Avarice, come on, man.
Yeah, I keep forgetting he's a Marine.
But now he's got
fucking
guns to hold on to.
man.
Well, listen, he's always dressed up as Abraham Lincoln, so I always figure Army.
Kieran intro music.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to hear a clip of the
Banger.
They call me the goat, the long way Kieran man.
gay? No, I'm just... wait, who just went?
Abe.
Oh,
Abe.
Daniel.
Wait, I get it. Abe's not Army, Marines. Okay, I'm gonna just
Okay,
remember
I'm
his ass
voting-
rising Navy equipment. That's all I need to remember.
Oh yeah, I'm voting Abe too because all of my cousins are.
There's the start of Abe's
Marines
grudge against
mainly.
Avarice.
No, I'm just saying that they fucking keep grudges too. They're assholes.
This isn't the
I'm
start
not
of
saying you're an asshole. I'm just saying that you're based and then you're fucking Marine.
I
and you
fucking love
know how
Abe.
to
I don't
hold
give a
shit.
shit what anybody says.
Assholes are base. It's okay.
What'd you say?
Based asshole.
What did you say?
Sounds weird though to say it that way.
Did you say assholes are based?
Yeah, households are based, Karen. What did you think he said?
People that are assholes are based, bro. You didn't. You heard it wrong, bro. You just heard it wrong. That's your gay brain, bro. That's your gay brain making you hear it wrong.
Just
That's-
like all of a sudden going what?
Who do you pick? Who do you pick? Tomahawk. We're on Tomahawk.
He forgot my name. I can't believe
No,
it.
I didn't know who we were on for a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd also say Abe because he just looks like the guy that is going to hold all of the
Let
grudges.
the trend begin.
They're all targeted.
He just looks like he holds grudges with people. You look at him wrong.
Look at the hat. There's plenty of room inside of that hat to carry a grudge.
That's very true. He could probably carry like 10 grudges.
Store it in the hat. That's
Not
true.
gonna lie.
He carries 10 grudges, one for each person on the panel.
He does have
Yeah,
the,
what do you think?
he does have the proverbial resting bitch face, right? I remember.
I have to go
remember
with
his
Kieran.
first time on VK. He
Shut the
virtually said
fuck
nothing.
up!
Don't fucking talk about
What
interrupting me,
the
motherfucker.
I'm gonna have to pick Kieran purely because he's Australian and they lost the war versus the emus, and every Sunday Kieran eats emu on Sundays because he just has to drive that
lost the war,
resentment.
right?
home.
Okay, we lost the war.
shrimp on the barbie.
Hey,
How many
I love
emus-
that line.
How many
Dumb and
emus
Dumber.
are live streaming
Let's
right now?
not.
motherfucker? How many emus do you see live streaming right now? Fuck those guys.
You.
Fuck them. Fuck those emus. They didn't make it. Jungle, what do you think?
What was it? Most likely to what?
Hold a grudge?
Who's most likely to hold a grudge forever?
Hold a grudge forever. Definitely Shaniqua, bro. It's black girls never get over anything.
That's true.
You slay queen.
Hey, man.
For all we know, he could have 4 children. All right, he just ran out.
Girlfriend.
He went to go get the milk.
Bitch, I am the
Tyler,
baby
what do you
daddy.
think?
I was gonna say jungle, but he made a fantastic point. Black women are fucking uppity. I'm going with
Oh goodness.
I thought Canadians were supposed to be nice. What the fuck, Tyler?
Holy fuck.
Damn.
Jungle
That
comes
was
in
nice.
with a big 50, says, Speakeasy pull up with 84 AI prompts in a rain jacket yelling, answer the hypothetical panelist fucking questions. Like flaming mellow frisbee at haunted Applebee's. One dude got hit with "Would you fight a gorilla for free soup?" and started crying into an Xbox controller.
Hey, don't make fun of my Xbox.
I wondered who wrote that. All right.
Oh fuck.
Answer the hypothetical.
Wait. Oh, we're on Emmett now. Emmett.
Yeah. So I would say that it's obviously Abe. Abe is should be completely buried, but since I'm around and he's trying to catch me and hunt me for something I did almost 200 years ago, it has to be Abe.
Almost 200 years.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna have to say I'm actually gonna pick Teriak for this one, right? Because like you always hear like black people in the black culture they usually bring up a lot like, oh, we're owed something because of slavery and everything, and it's always the Irish people that's the first ones to go, yeah, the Irish were slaved first though, motherfucker, we didn't get our donkeys. So I'm gonna have to pick Teriak because the Irish, they hold fucking hundreds of years of growth.
Look, it's because they had a potato famine that they blame on everybody but themselves.
Do you know it was the Irish who first said we was kings? They made that up, the Irish. That was their.
Yeah, we invented monarchies. Yeah, thank you very much, Kieran. Thank you very much. Also, the British. Y'all keep forgetting about the British.
Those people.
Shit. All right, that's it for the trap card round. We're getting into the deep thoughts round. Like I said, these ones are a little more, reflective, philosophical, strange.
I don't know how to play this.
Stuff like that. I don't know how to play this. Well, good thing we're gonna actually start with you. All right?
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be pretty shallow thoughts then.
Yeah. We're gonna start this fucking guy. We're gonna start with
you. Better believe it.
Can society function without shared values?
Hell yeah.
It's already super shallow, bro.
Hell yeah. That's cool.
What are you talking about? We function right now, and I share no values with anybody here on the panel.
Define
like,
function.
look at, there's a black guy on the panel. Look, my values aren't shared.
Oh, well.
Automatically.
Can't argue with that, man.
Avars, what are you talking about? We do share values, okay? We like them shekels.
That's a partial payment.
Kieran, what do you think?
I'll have you know that I'm beyond. I'm more than my skin.
If you want to shut up, I'll answer the question, bro. These black people fucking got no manners, man. They've got to get told, got to get civilized. You got to learn how to be on time.
This is very rich coming from a fucking Australian, man. You guys think they think they're people.
Okay, well maybe some of us have shared values.
Okay, well the answer can society function without shared values? The answer is Emmett.
Spartacus said, why does G Money ditch right before the VKO? Does he not? Spartacus, are you looking at the panel? Or?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He's right there.
He thinks because a camera came on, he
He's trying
disappeared.
to say to make sure he stays for VKO. I think that's what he's trying to say. Okay.
So my answer is no.
We had a rumble round.
And thank you for that, Spartacus. What? Oh shit! Oh shit! Big 100 on the Rumble side says Teriak, the cool cuckold leprechaun, bringing Max Fringe. Bro, pull up with Walmart wizard energy, yelling, "Let me cook!" While everybody evacuating the building. Walmart
Yeah.
wizard energy is wild, man.
That's an awesome one. I'm going to keep that one in the lexicon because that's a good one.
Hilarious. And this one says from Pseudo Master Chef, Abe would definitely be like that one damn teacher I had called me too tall 140 years ago, stuck me in the back of the classroom. Fair. Okay, sorry. Where were we here?
Something about society.
Yeah.
Did Karen say something?
Who answered? Oh, it was Kieran, right? Kieran.
Yeah,
what was it?
Kieran.
Yeah, I said no. It can't function without shared values.
Yeah, that's right. You said no.
It's evident right around us right now. Like you can
Can
see.
society function without shared values?
No, it's a shit show.
Abe?
I would say it can function, but not effectively. It'll be a ramshackle, chaos-filled shit show. Yeah.
Exactly. It will function, just not
Isn't it the
effectively.
opposite of function? Isn't it the opposite of function?
I said not
No.
effectively.
No, there's not an option to function. To function, it just needs to operate effectively. That's different.
Because you could crack down by law and make it continue to function without the values.
So
But
if
it's
the
not gonna
engine
function well,
if the engine in my car runs but the car won't drive, is the car functioning?
I don't know. Do other parts of the car still function?
No,
Like the radio?
No, it won't drive.
Okay,
the
but
engine
does
runs.
the radio work?
The engine runs, but the car won't drive.
But does the radio work?
Spartacus said, "Jungle, can you hire me?"
No,
Hired
it's-
you. Are you hired?
Just a straight up nope.
Rejected. Job application denied.
The requirements are you have to have been on the moon once.
Jupiter.
But did you touch it?
Yeah, you have to be on the moon. Yeah, on it, walking on it, or else it doesn't count.
In bare feet.
Yeah, you're not. You have to be qualified by
Bare
walking.
feet.
Man, Kim's not
In
just-
bare feet, exactly. Daniel,
Yeah, but not properly, and it shouldn't currently be running just the way it does. People should have shared values, and they
Should?
generally they don't. Yes,
We
should.
said we should. So like communism?
Oh well, hell yeah.
Okay, so like everybody should kill all the babies. We should share that idea.
Only, yeah, only under that SAM 3000 idea.
Okay, yeah, so you want to abort all the babies as long as everybody else wants
Heaven maxing. I see. We're all on. We're not on that page.
Road leads back to heaven.
It can function without shared values.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure that's
Tomahawk?
Yeah, it can function. Whether or not it would be effective is a different question.
Well, I
But
mean,
it
just look at
can.
where you grew up, O Block. It functions.
Yeah, but no. But that's all of us sharing a shared value, and it doesn't function.
You think, well, I mean, that's shared value that doesn't function, right? So with chaos functions better.
All right. Teriak?
First of all, I want to address the Walmart wizard comments. I'm proud of my cheapness, okay? Just because I shop around and get a better price, that ain't an insult, okay? That's actually a sign of higher intellect. That's number one. Number two, can you repeat the question? So it's taking a piss.
Fair enough.
Hey man, thrifting has its
Can
merits,
society
dude. You can buy some
function
good stuff
without
at the thrift
shared
store.
values?
Oh man, this is a difficult one. Because like in an essence, like if you're like if you're in a society where like 50% of the society
Just
like is
answer
like
the
communist.
fucking question.
Hey, this is the deep and philosophical round, motherfuckers. Okay, just because I'm again like just because I've got higher intellect. Okay, I want to add more into the conversation. It's because I'm black. Unbelievable. Anyway, thank you, Easy, for silencing these heathens, these mongrels on panel, okay? So, no, I don't think it can, because if half society is communist, they want to take down the state, and the other half wants to keep the state, it can't
it
function.
can't function, so we don't function right now. We believe what China
Hey, shut up,
believes.
RuneScape, boy.
It
Go back to
right now.
RuneScape.
It doesn't function right now. Fucking Tweedledee and Tweedledum up there.
What's your definition of function?
Working.
What's the definition of working?
Moving forward.
Moving forward, yeah, spoken like a fucking progressive. I fucking see you, Avarice.
Shit.
I see you for who you are.
What do you think?
I don't think it can function without shared values because.
All right, Terry Act 3.
Race, but we have to be united by racism. We have to share that value.
You just want us all to be homunculuses like yourself. It's not happening.
HH.
Have you ever heard chimping out?
Tyler.
I am chipping out.
That's like, I mean, you got to be black to do it, but.
Yeah, man. You can't chimp out. You just got spurg. You spurg out.
Yeah.
Wait.
You don't got chimping out, man. That's us.
Says you.
I think society.
I just everyone. I just want anyone that's currently, biting on to the Chud the Builder rhetoric. Look how Chud the Builder's life has turned out, and see how much you want to.
She thinks she's great. It's like, I have no hate in my heart.
Just saying, you know what I'm saying? Just saying.
That was entertaining to see.
Look at where Chud the Builder is now. If you wanna,
Hey, that whole stint was really entertaining to watch. So he's got my vote at least.
Oh yeah, as he's online crying about how he's the victim now.
Yeah, exactly. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, you can't cuck.
He was real tough to all the drunk, retarded, small little black dudes, and then all of a sudden one black dude went hunting for him, and he was a victim all of a sudden. Woo!
No, I don't have hate in my heart.
He talked shit and then he got hit. Holy shit!
Yeah, who would have thought?
You know, I've been hit before from my mouth quite a few times.
How many?
Quite a few.
And you can tell. We appreciate Avarice. You're persistent.
Did everybody just see that Kieran freeze frame? Wow.
Did masturbators just say small?
I can say that I've had my deviated septum fixed so many times I've just refused to fix it anymore.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it, bro. We can tell. We know.
Good laugh. We can tell.
Well, look at I don't know why everybody wants to punch you right in the nose. All right, I don't know why that's everybody's target. All right,
you motherfuckers. All right, Emmett, go.
I didn't even get to.
Oh
yeah,
go. Everyone's fucking.
I can't believe Sweet would be bigoted towards his own
Adderall brain. Jesus.
Anyway, so the answer is obvious. No, just look at this fucking panel. It's impossible to work. Okay, so no,
it is functioning. It's functioning. We're moving. It's slow progress.
Quite literally, they have to be clips played.
We're moving forward.
We're moving forward. We're making progress.
Defined.
Yeah, we're making progress.
I don't think we're making progress.
No, I'm definitely making progress. This is definitely. Hey, show me your dick.
Whoa. For being black.
Tyler,
today.
what was your answer again?
We've always functioned within societies without shared values. That's
Yeah.
been,
How do you think how do you explain slavery? It's functional.
It is.
And people that shared conflicting values.
Yeah, Tomahawk, I'm putting you back to work.
Motherfuckers, shared values. That means that no two people have a shared value in the society.
You got to rumble around.
Not if I get two other white guys on this panel to be like, "Hey, advocate for me, man."
Well, yeah, that's because. Oh shit! Oh, I almost went there.
Yeah, the panel.
I won't try to make you jump out or any shit like Chad.
All right.
No, you're only trying to get us to spur. That's what it is.
I'm not like him.
Because societies have always had a level of dysfunction, it actually encouraged them to face those types of issues, and however they were resolved, it actually made those societies better. Count it.
Yeah, okay, maybe. What I would say for this is that, like, when you say when we say can they function, I'd say to a certain extent, but I think you find a lot of there's more negative that you're trading, or sorry, there's more positive that you're trading off in a society that you don't share values in, and then a society that you do share values. You would be trading off a lot more this way.
Look, I would say that America has less shared values than, let's just say, Afghanistan, and we're doing a lot better than them.
Big $100.
Oh, you're dodging? We're running? You running?
I read Jungle's message here. It says, Emmett, the party pooping Syrian, stomps all over Miss Avarice in debate. Baby arguing like a broken GPS while she buffering like McDonald's Wi-Fi at 3 a.m.
So, Avarice,
Darth Evans on the Rumble side with a $5 Rumble rent. Oh, that's a rule over two for the Rumble side. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead. Say what you were going to say before I bring up the next question.
Avarice with the big multiculturalism commercial over here.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Wait till you see tomorrow.
All right, next question. We're going to start this one with Emmett here. Oh, wait, who started that last one?
Wait, did the stream freeze?
No, we're still on here.
Oh,
No, we're still fine.
You froze for a sec there for us. All right, we're gonna start this one. We're gonna just start this one with Emmett. Are most regrets caused by fear?
No, I think most regrets are caused by stupidity. Oh, I should have done that shit. That's usually how this goes.
Fair enough. I like it. Tyler, what do you think?
Yeah, I think most regret is caused by fear, the fear of the unknown and the fear of potentially missed opportunities.
The fear of the unknown. How do you regret what?
I think he's saying the generation of regrets is from fear prior to regret.
Okay.
Fucking rocket science, Avarice.
Jungle?
Regrets are caused by ignorance, not fear.
All right. Teriak, what do you think?
Most, yeah, I'd say, because like this whole aspect of like the inaction, like the whole like what ifs. Oh, if I had done this, but even if you had done that shit, you don't know that it still would have worked out. So I'm gonna go with yes.
All right.
Base potato winter.
Tomahawk, what do you think?
I wouldn't consider it. I wouldn't. It wouldn't say fear, but more so just overthinking and just pondering too much about it. That you're not fearful, but you're just all these thoughts of what if. It's like, bro, calm yourself. It's not fear. It's just you're thinking too hard about it.
All right. Daniel?
I think they're caused by the inability to use hindsight, even though it's right there in front of you, instead of fear.
What the
Hindsight's
hell?
easy to use. Hindsight's easy to use.
All right. Abe?
I think the answer is it's not fear. It's laziness, the lack of willpower, things like this. I think that generally we regret the things we not feared, but didn't have enough strength of character not to do.
God, that's almost near my notes.
Oh shit. We got a big 100 comes in on the Rumble Rant side. Top Hat Abe using his marine skills to tactically deploy a level 9 Dookie strike on Avarice. Bro crawling through the debate like target acquired while the room smell like burnt ravioli and fear. And thank you, Jungle. Kieran, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm sitting somewhere between what Teriak said and what Abe said. I was with Teriak. I think you regret the things you don't do more than the things that you do, because when you do, at least you find out.
Wait, he stole my talking point. Why are you giving credit to that?
I'm fucking talking. Jesus.
Unreal.
But I think Abe brought a good point. I hadn't thought about that. You know, you can use
two-ply up there. Shut the fuck up!
You can use fear as an excuse. Put it that way. Sometimes fear is an excuse for not having a go. I'll put it that way. I think Abe was right on that. Yeah.
All right. Avarice?
So close to Abe, but I actually think it's sadness that comes from regret. Things left undone or not complete, and like the sorrow behind that, right? So I think most things that of regret is that there's not fear; it's sadness of something undone or not complete, which usually comes from sadness, like because it was not completed.
The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, regret.
I think he's in Ukraine.
I'm sad.
Crimea River.
Bitch. I even wrote it down.
Oh yeah, it didn't
I
make
think
any
it has
sense.
something to do with sadness.
I would say, yeah, I agree with what a lot of you had said here. Like it's I think a lot of it for sure can be tied to like fear of like failing, fear of like not knowing, fear of a loss of something, right? You know, you regret things. Like one thing I was trying to think of a good example of what could like tie to all of that. And like when you get comfortable for too long, right? It's because like you feel you fear failing that place you're in. You fear the uncertainty of going to a different spot, right? You fear the loss of the thing you currently have. But there's obviously regret that comes from other things, right? So that I guess I would say it would it's probably one of the biggest roots of regret, but there's also things like I'm trying to give a like I was thinking of anger earlier, like how you can regret things because of like you're pissed off about it, right? So that's where I was trying to like you're mad that you didn't take a shot at something, right? So you regret.
So would you be mad or sad that you didn't take that shot? Right?
It
You
could
see
be either
here?
or.
Regret comes
See where I'm
from so
going
many
here?
different.
Yeah, no, I think you definitely it could be from a sadness too. Yeah, that's why I was
Regret
saying.
from different areas.
That's why I said will, because your will can overcome fear or sadness or these things. I think that it's a flaw in your character somewhere where you allow fear to take control, you allow sadness to take control, you allow anger to take control. All of these things can lead to the regret that you'll feel later, but I think it's a lack of the will in the moment.
Oh, so the Green Lantern power. I got it.
Oh yeah, just like the Green Lantern planet, the one that no one cares about.
No, but yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. All right, let me ask this one here. Where was it? Oh, this is the one that I was I added in recently because I was wondering what you guys think about this. Is nostalgia wisdom or escapism? And we'll start this one. We'll start with Daniel.
I think it's escapism. It is for me usually. I don't like to go watch old movies I've seen lots of times just to try and get more wise. And old pictures I've seen tons of times. It's escapism to me.
I feel that. So, real quick too, over on the Rumble side, we got Darth is now a monthly supporter. Shout out to you, Darth. I appreciate that big time. And then Jungle with a big 100 Rumble rant says Teriak, Shaniqua, and Tyler all lined up like the Avengers of burnt dookie dirt. Whole squad arguing with cafeteria tray energy while the ceiling fan begging for mercy and the carpet filing a restraining order. Thank you, Jungle. And next here we'll go to Abe. Sorry, Abe. Is nostalgia wisdom or escapism? Oh, wait. Before you answer, Abe, before we can. Spartacus staying hidden, a big 100 Rumble rant from Jungle. Spartacus staying hidden in the chat like a goblin raid stain. Bro, type 87 paragraphs a minute, but the second the panel link appears, he vanishes like free samples at Costco because he has syphilis. Jungle, you legend. Thank you very much. All right, go ahead, Abe. Nostalgia, wisdom, or escapism? What do you think?
I think it's escapism. I think that tradition is important, but tradition doesn't need nostalgia. So,
all right. I like it. Kieran?
Well, first of all, it's not nostalgia. It's fucking nostalgia.
That's how I say it, bitch.
You say it wrong.
Mate, you can't talk about pronunciations.
Say no, fucker.
When you can say no, I'll take your advice on how to say things. How about that?
No.
There you go.
Yeah,
he's evolving.
Say it.
It felt gay saying that.
That sounds weird.
Australia's fake. He's been faking it the whole time.
Nostalgia is it's
nostalgia.
Escapism. That's wisdom does come from the past, but nostalgia, I think, inherently you leave out the bad bits and just remember the good bits. Rose-colored glasses.
Member berries.
Interesting that you said rose-colored glasses, though.
Why?
Oh,
because rose-colored glasses are kind of a thing, like to keep a creature from killing another creature.
I did not know that.
They used to put that on chickens.
Spartacus with a big 50 says, G
Really?
Money, we'll see who's hiding in chat when VKO starts.
I will be.
All right. Next we got Avis.
It's who? It's H. What the? Spartacus
Oh wait, no.
Fucking
wait, who just
spell?
went? Kieran, right?
Yes, Kieran.
Yeah, Avarice, you're next.
No,
Here,
fuck
what'd you
Everest.
say? What'd you
Fuck
say?
Everest. Go to Emmett.
Yeah, sure. Go to Emmett.
His nostalgia, wisdom, or escapism.
All right.
What was your answer, Kieran?
Maybe you guys didn't understand because I said nostalgia.
Kieran, what was your answer?
Weren't you
I think
listening,
it sounds
motherfucker?
better that way.
It's hard to listen when you wear that funny hat.
Yeah. Can't you think for yourself and just answer the fucking question?
What was your answer?
What do you want to know my answer for?
So I could pick the opposite.
My answer was Everest is not gay.
Okay, but what was your answer to the prompt?
That was my answer.
No, not one that I would agree with.
Answer the fucking question, Avarice.
Well, I just need to know what his answer was.
I'm not taking your bait, you little cunt. Shut
Wisdom.
up.
It was wisdom.
Oh, then escapism.
So you agree with me? Okay, good. That's what I
did
said.
he pick escapism? Gotcha, bitch.
Whoops.
Did I pick wisdom? Because of tradition.
Oh shit. Oh fuck!
Get baited, idiot.
Good. Oh shit! We got another big 100 comes in on Rumble Rant from Jungle. Kieran talking like mashed potatoes and gravy on crack. Bro sentences sound like a microwave fighting for custody of a lawnmower while everybody is in chat. Titles of the priest.
Wow, these are some grade A roasts, man.
Fuck. Thank you for that, Jungle, you legend. Emmett. Nostalgia, wisdom, or escapism?
I would say neither, but you have to choose from those two. I would say that it's escapism. But I don't. I really don't
when you say neither, is there something else you would label it to?
Yeah, I would label it as as regret. Like, you think nostalgia is regret?
That actually makes so much sense.
Okay.
Why am I retarded?
That,
Explain like I'm 5. I don't get it. How is that?
I get it though. No, like even like you could even tie the escapism part into regret, right? You could say it's an escapism for regret. I get what you're trying to say.
Because you leave out the bad bits, you remember the things that you cherish, and it's like a way to absolve your brain from the regrets that are there.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
what do you think, Tyler?
I think nostalgia is escapism. It's the idea of moving back towards something you're familiar with, whether it's tradition or old television shows, or even revisiting things with a kind of a different perspective.
Yeah, but you're used to escaping a lot, on the road, into your video games. You're just an escapist.
But member bearers.
Yeah, but you're a runescapist.
Hey now.
Uh-oh.
It didn't start there. Okay? It started with Dark Ages, Nexus TK, okay? And before that, Telnet. All right? When I had to type in an IP address and play D&D text space and wait for the guy to respond, who was probably a pedo, and I was a kid and I didn't even know it.
And you're probably like, why is he always trying to send me stuff? Why is he still going to tell me his address?
Why does he keep asking for my address? This is weird. Jungle.
You find yourself in your home city of
where are
you from?
Is it my
Jungle
turn?
step away?
No, I'm here.
Oh.
I was waiting on the Spur King to finish.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna say Kieran because he's not here right now. I'm sorry, not Kieran, but wisdom because Kieran did, even though he's not here, just off avarice. And I'm agreeing with Kieran.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Well, then you heard it first. I agree with you, sir. Not avarice.
As you should. Because
Avarice is not here right now. Please leave a message after the beep.
He's getting one of those kids from his childcare centers to record his messages for him.
Every time you do that voice, I think of the Consuela from Family Guy.
I clean. Yes, I clean.
I know. More lemon pledge.
No.
No.
That's not it.
No.
No.
Teriak, what do you think?
It's both, motherfuckers, right? And the dependent is action, right? Looking back to the past is wisdom, right? But it can also be escapism. If it depends on whether or not you're able to act
Just
on
fucking
it,
pick one.
right? Being able to take past ideas and bring them back forth into the future and actually execute them. That's wisdom, baby.
Correct.
If it's in action,
Teriak cannot pick.
if it's in action, then it's escapism.
Except for you learn from the harder, worse things more than you would learn from the happy-go-lucky thoughts of nostalgia. So I can't see that you're gaining wisdom from remembering the fondest things and not the hard things you've been through.
Same here.
Yeah, but looking back to the bad things, you can put measures in to prevent those bad things from reoccurring.
What did
We're not
Plato
Depends
say
on
about
action.
it?
things in nostalgia.
Teriak, what did Plato say about it?
Go ahead. Let me know.
No, I'm asking you. What did Plato say about wisdom?
I was just gonna say, I don't think Kieran knows. I think he's just literally asking
Pursuit.
this time.
Just want to see what
Pursuit of
Teriak
knowledge.
Oh shit! We got another big $100 Rumble rant from Jungle. Says Tyler loved his wife so much, probably holds her hand during sex. Dude say, my wife, my best friend, every 4 seconds, like a malfunctioning Hallmark toaster, probably. Text her, did you eat at lunch while he's 3 feet away?
I also asked for consent.
Can I put my hand on your lap? What do you think, Tomahawk?
Tomahawk does not know what nostalgia is since he lived off of government food stamps and Section 8 VASH vouchers. Everything was owned by government. Nothing to have for nostalgia.
Well, there's the answer right there. It's called escapism because I'm just imagining all of the fun times that I had on government food stamps before they took it all away and I was forced to work.
Oh yes,
that's fair. That's fair.
Damn.
It's the thought of regret of, man, I used to not have a job and I was living the life because the government was providing it for me. Now I don't have that anymore because the government no longer provides for me.
Well, that's because you're a black man and not a black woman, and you have to keep looking for milk.
Shit, I was born the wrong sex. Can't
Don't
believe
worry,
it. Gotta be trans now.
We'll keep giving you 65 cents to go to the store for milk after impregnation.
Just become a woman. Don't be a
I
pussy.
think when we talk about nostalgia, I kind of agree with what Teriak said. It's both in a way, or it can be both, right? Like, think about like what we'll do is like we'll talk about shit like we bring up here all the time, like, oh, the 50s, this is when things were, good. Or you hear people like, more recently, like they'll talk about like, oh, the 90s, shit that was TV in the 90s. And I don't think they're actually meaning, right? They don't mean the actual time period, clearly. They mean something that was going on during that time that they miss and maybe want to
Speakeasy, your mods are telling you to look at Rumble.
And escapism. What?
Your mods are telling you to look at Rumble.
Another $100 comes in. Rumble rant from Jungle and says Shaniqua hit the grocery store like a supervillain. Bro bought 14 pickle pizzas, glow stick cereal, and a rotisserie chicken named Gregory with her food stamps.
I can't believe that in none of that he mentioned grape juice. Why did he miss the
no
fundamental
menthol?
part? The fundamental part of that whole thing, man.
Because everybody likes grape juice.
But no menthol.
And it's supposed to be orange soda. What fucking century are you from? Kel likes orange soda. You son of a bitch.
Go to the store.
Who likes orange soda? Kel likes orange soda.
Orange
Who the fuck
soda's
is
pretty
that
good.
girl?
It's pretty
Orange
good.
soda is pretty good, man. It's my third favorite soda.
All right, and then so last question for the deep thoughts round. Here, let me do it like this. Is sacrifice meaningful without choice? And we'll start this one here with Daniel.
All right, start with this. On in the first one. Hell yeah. Sacrifice meaningful without choice. Yes. If a person is a military member is saving his military brother and he gets shot, he didn't have that choice, but he sacrificed himself either way. So it's still meaningful.
All right. All right. Abe, what do you think?
So I would say all sacrifice is meaningful. It just depends on who is exhibiting it and who's purveying or who's watching the sacrifice. And then I would say that self-sacrifice has greater meaning because of the choice. So I think both are meaningful, but I think the choice to sacrifice has greater meaning.
Okay. Okay. What do you think, Kieran?
Initially, I would have thought that sacrifice, by definition, would mean that it's by choice. It's something that you choose to give up, like at Lent, for example. You make a sacrifice. But I think you can find yourself in circumstances that there's a certain degree of suffering, like Job, and you
Well,
can
people are telling you to look at the Rebel chat.
and you can interpret that as a sacrifice. Maybe you didn't choose it, but you can interpret it yourself as a sacrifice.
Let me give an example here, just so maybe people can understand where I was going with this question. Like, you're in war. Your brother jumps on a grenade that gets thrown beside you so that you live. Next scenario, same thing. You're in war. Someone throws your brother onto a grenade so that you can live. Are they are they both meaningful? The second one, he didn't have the choice.
Yes, they're both meaningful. And well, you can also sacrifice your wallet to the donations of Speakeasy's channel, which will be meaningful for Speakeasy.
Thank you, Miss Avrice. Oh shit!
Yes.
We got another $100 Rumble rant. Says Shaniqua loved grape juice and sugar so much she's pouring 9 cups into one mug, talking about doctors said stay hydrated while the Kool-Aid packet file petition.
There you go. There he finally got it, man. He finally got
it. He got it in. Average or wait, who just went? Sorry.
I think it was.
I think Avarice just went. Or
Kieran
did Kieran
went.
go?
Kieran, no Avarice.
Yeah, now it's Avarice. Yeah.
No.
No.
What do you mean no?
I went.
What was your answer?
I said that you donate to Speakeasy channel to sacrifice. That's great meaning for Speakeasy.
All right, I like it. Good answer. It's a good answer. I meant when you
appeal to the fucking authority of the boss on the panel, man.
Well, how do you think you do it for reparations? You appeal to authority.
Grandma, take a pill, go to bed. I would say that sacrifice can only be possible with choice. You cannot sacrifice without choice.
Yes, you can. I can force you to sacrifice yourself.
That's not sacrifice.
Oh, yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is. If you're doing it for someone that doesn't know you're sacrificing.
So just to be clear, I mean, you if in that scenario I brought up, you wouldn't consider that guy's life was sacrificed by someone else to save you.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're talking about the choice of the people.
Right, that's humans, right? That's the question, right? That's why I'm asking, is it meaningful without choice? But you're saying without the choice, it's not a sacrifice.
Yeah, I would say it's not a sacrifice. I wouldn't be able to see anything as a sacrifice if it's not done by choice.
Okay.
Jihadis.
Okay, wait. Question. Honest question. If someone is forced to the military via government, right? Like via court, right? Or conscripted, right? But they go still fight a war and they go and die for their team members. Is that still a sacrifice? Even though they weren't or died for their country, is that not a sacrifice even though they were forced over there?
It would depend, like the.
Well, I don't know. We're
Them
not
going
depend.
over there.
Yeah,
it would
it
depend.
wouldn't.
Them going over there, having the. I mean, they have the choice.
They
of
don't want to go
absolutely
over.
not
No,
doing
they
it.
don't want to go over
They
there.
don't want to.
Yeah,
Let's
they
reframe
can
that.
they can get convicted. They can go to jail or have suffer.
Let's
No,
reframe.
they convict you and then they put you on the plane and bring you over to Iraq.
Hold on,
Okay, now
reframe
what?
it. Reframe it. What about during the draft? Did those guys sacrifice or what? They didn't get a choice in the matter, but they were sent to war
whatsoever.
You always have a choice.
Was there a
No,
sacrifice?
you do get a choice in the matter. Like if
No, you
happens
don't.
if you don't go
In
into
the
to
draft?
They put you on a plane and put you overseas.
What happened? You cannot sign your name in the draft, right? And suffer the consequences
That's
of it.
actually, unless you don't want to vote.
voluntary.
Yeah, but what's to stop you? What's to stop them from taking you, putting you in a van, then putting you in a plane and putting you over there like they're doing with Russians in the Russian war?
You mean the Ukrainians?
Or Ukrainians, whatever.
Yeah.
What about them? Are they sacrificing for Ukraine?
You're like looking like basically like we have to go back to like the Big Bang, and like because Big Bang happened, therefore
Yeah,
all the
because
things
drafts
that
are
happened-
impossible. Yeah, because
Like-
drafts are impossible.
Yeah, drafts are.
No, drafts are possible. I'm not saying that they are impossible. I'm saying
No,
that
but
they.
it's like you're like all these other actions that led up to this moment have to be like all selfless. Otherwise, one instance of say a forced decision. But I think sacrifice is an immediate action. It's not like, well, because my parents actually gave birth to me, therefore, well, did I really have a choice in this endeavor?
Well,
Again, I'm
could
talking
say
about
that.
being forced
You-
into
Tyler,
war for your
hold on.
country or your nation.
Tyler,
How
you could
about
say
I
that.
wouldn't be.
You could say
if
that,
you-
but then you delete the sacrifice of all the people who have been drafted in the past as well, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's.
Well,
kind of
I'm
like-
wondering, what if
like-
we did it? Let's go further back. What was Abraham doing to Isaac then? What was that considered?
You're talking about the Bible stuff. I don't know that well, so I'm out.
He was called to
Well,
sacrifice his son.
that was Abraham's sacrifice. He was sacrificing his future generations.
Oh, okay, that's what you would say. Okay, fair enough. Could save
Well,
Kieran.
I was going to say.
I'm gonna let Kieran bask in his W for a minute. Look at him.
Well, Tommy,
He was
right now. Look at him.
There's like pride radiating from him for that second.
Yeah, I
You
can feel
can
it
see
coming
it.
right through the
Yeah.
fucking computer. It's amazing.
I find it very interesting that people are very unhappy with my answer, but I would say that it's not a sacrifice.
No,
if
it's
you
not
don't have a
about
choice in the
unhappy.
matter.
I think it's a fair answer. It makes it more. That's the deep part of it, you know. Like, is it actually even sacrifice? Right. That's fair.
Well, I'm not unhappy with your answer. I just want to make sure that your answer is logical.
I think it's logical. Why wouldn't it be logical?
Well, people
Tyler,
that are
what do you
being dragged into a
Oh, wait,
van,
did you
shoved
answer
into a
one,
plane, shoved to go over to war, and then being hit with a drone before they even get a chance to even fight the war, and they're sacrificed themselves for their nation, but they didn't really have a choice. I think that is still.
themselves in the ground.
I still
and
think
do
that's a
nothing.
sacrifice.
They could literally throw themselves in the ground and do nothing. What is being taken into account is the fact that they took the actions to.
But they didn't
go
take
to
any actions.
war.
They were forced.
Not really.
No. If you're taken in the van and then you're put in a camp and then you do the training and then
No,
you go to war,
not even
and then
put
you
in a
go
camp.
to war.
Not even put in a camp. Not even put in a camp. Right on the field. Like let's say you get let's say you get hit with a drone right at camp.
What?
Let's say you get put in a van, and as you're taken, the van gets hit by a drone, but you were already sacrificed to go for your nation.
Are you
without choice?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I would be like, oh, that person did absolutely nothing, I guess.
But still sacrificed for the nation.
The
You say like all these,
sacrifice him. I wouldn't say that
all
he
the-
sacrificed anything at that point.
all the Native Americans that were sacrificing babies in the altar. Do you think that's meaningful?
No.
Well,
Didn't think so. Anyways, Tyler, go ahead.
Tyler, what do you think?
Okay, so
Was that to me, Teriak?
The question was: is sacrifice meaningful? Sorry, what was the?
No,
I don't know who was in that question.
Is sacrifice without choice meaningful?
Okay. I would say sacrifice without choice is meaningful. I think it, by definition, you have to have choice. You have, like, I think it's the action of itself. So like that Daniel Penny, he made a sacrifice in order to protect other people. He put the value of someone else greater than himself. So that was the sacrifice that he was willing to make. So much like in Avarice's example
babies that are sent over to get wed to older men and groomed, those sacrifices for countries, those that didn't know it, they didn't know it. That wasn't
who
for
the fuck is doing that?
Other third world nations.
So they're just yeeting babies into another country?
Yes, for them to be groomed by the hierarchy there as their princesses.
So where's the choice?
They didn't have choice.
Okay,
but is that sacrifice to keep that nation safe from the other nation? Is that sacrifice that baby took unwillingly? Was it? Was that not a choice? Is that a choice there or no choice?
Well, clearly, when you remove someone else's ability, when you've removed their agency, and I think that's where the sacrifice comes
again.
in.
So, but did the baby still make a sacrifice for the village unknowingly, as it was being delivered to the other village for grooming?
I think when we're looking at sacrifice, we aren't looking at in terms of we've removed someone else's agency.
So that baby didn't make a sacrifice.
I think in what we're kind of agreeing that it's through like an altruistic or a virtue type of act. It's not like, well, then I guess anyone that has an abortion is making a noble sacrifice, and no Christian could ever fucking complain about it.
I agree with this. They're making a noble sacrifice to the SAA M3000, and they are having maximum babies to heaven. I don't understand how this isn't standard.
Let's go to jungle now.
Well, so far, everybody's 1v1 in average on every answer they give. So let's see how this goes. Chosen loss is a sacrifice, but forced loss is a tragedy. So if someone is forced into suffering, that usually is seen as oppression or circumstance, not a sacrifice. The word sacrifice implies giving something up voluntarily for a purpose or an outcome.
So does the word human sacrifice or term mean nothing?
Huh?
Does the term human sacrifice mean nothing?
No, it does mean something, but we wouldn't look at like what the Aztecs were doing as like a.
They're talking deeper, more philosophically on the meaning of sacrifice.
Yeah.
What do you think, Teriak?
If you have no choice, it's meaningless. So, like, by definition, sacrifice without choice would be meaningless.
Okay. All right. Tomahawk, what do you think?
It's been hashed into the ground at this point, but I agree with basically everybody saying that without the choice involved in sacrifice, it wouldn't.
Yeah, let's just remove the draft. We're removing the draft now, boys.
Yep. Goodbye, draft forever.
You can
That's not a sacrifice.
to not sign up for the draft, Avarice.
Yeah, they can take you. They can take you.
That is not true.
Yeah, but first,
well, not if you want to live in.
Okay, here. What about Stalin when they had guns pointed at him from one way or the other, and the only way was to go forward?
Yeah,
Did they sacrifice for
You
Russia?
can choose to get shot.
Hold on.
Okay, so death. All right, they can just choose death.
Yes.
Avarice, hold
give me
on.
liberty or give me death, man.
Hold on, Avarice. There's also a
That was-
whole second tier to all of this that I think it just escaped people. But meaning is a fairly loaded word. And if there is any level of meaning associated with any level of sacrifice, you could say it has meaning. It could mean something to you or others. It could mean something to the narrative. It could mean something to history. So,
right.
What does meaning mean, Abe?
All right, let's hurry up. Avarice needs to get some good sleep for tonight. He's got a debate tomorrow.
Then why you fucking debating every single person's answer?
I don't
motherfucker? Shut the fuck up, then.
Can't help himself.
Holy fuck! This guy's debated every answer and then tells us to hurry up. This guy, this fucking guy. Well, for me, I would just say that yes, it can be meaningful. As that's why I brought up the whole Abraham, even though he doesn't actually sacrifice his son.
Oh no,
right?
I'm not doing VKO Spartacus.
Even though
he
he
should,
doesn't
though.
actually sacrifice his son, he after sacrifices a ram instead.
I got brought up for the hot seat.
I'm sure the ram didn't want to be sacrificed, right? So there was no choice on that ram's behalf, but it was a meaningful sacrifice. So I'd say yeah, has to.
Supposedly, yeah.
And then wait, that was, let me see. Yeah, that was the fourth question. So now we're into the lightning round. Okay.
Oh, thank goodness. We can finally go fast.
The lightning round here is one word or one sentence answers only. No crosstalk for this one. All right.
There's a rumble rant if you don't want to interrupt it.
After your one word or one sentence. What's that?
I said there's a rumble rant if you want to read it before you start this thing.
Oh shit. Okay, hold up. Big $100 rumble rant. Thank you, Jungle, you legend. Avarice argue with everybody. Bro debates Siri, the stove, and a stop sign in the same afternoon. Dude be yelling actually while missing the whole point like a squirrel driving a forklift. Oh shit. Thank you, Jungle.
Oh yeah, G Money.
Let's fucking go into the lightning round here, boys. We're gonna start this one with Avarice. Heat or cold?
Cold. I'm an Alaskan. Come on.
Fair. Kieran.
I even pay hundreds of dollars to make sure my bed is cold.
One word answers, motherfucker.
Cold.
Abe Dinkus.
Heat.
Daniel.
Heat.
Tomahawk.
Cold.
Teriak.
Heat, baby.
Jungle.
Big Haitian booty heat, baby.
Hell yeah.
Cold.
Emmett.
Cold.
And I'm gonna go with heat. I like hot. Tradition or rebellion. I'm gonna start this one here with Daniel.
Tradition.
All right, Abe.
Also tradition.
Kieran.
Tradition.
Avarice.
Rebellion.
I knew it.
I knew
One
it.
word answers.
Emmett. Emmett. Oh, you're muted.
That would be tradition.
Oh, there you go. All right. Tyler.
Rebellion.
Oh, okay. Jungle.
Tradition.
Teriak.
Rebellion against the rebellers.
Bye.
Let's go. Tomahawk.
Rebellion.
I like it. I like it. I'm gonna go with tradition on this one. Oh shit! What was that? I didn't get to read it. What was it? Tiny Pink said, "If I gotta stay until the end of VKO and be here for a debate tomorrow, so can you."
Yeah, they're all saying. I said no. I was only told to come for the hot seat. I have to get sleep. I have to get sleep for a good sleep for
Yeah, he's got a big debate tomorrow.
for a big debate tomorrow.
That's it.
Yeah, sunlight's bad.
Next one. We're gonna start this one with we'll start with Emmett. Keep peace or make change.
Oh shit! Make change.
Tyler?
Make change.
Jungle?
Peace.
All right. Teriak?
Change is constant, baby.
All right, all right. Tomahawk?
Shake mange.
Shake mange. Okay. Daniel?
Dude, keep that change flowing.
Keep the peace?
Keep that change flowing.
Oh, okay. All right. Abe?
Blessed are the peacemakers. So keep the
Fucking
peace.
paladins.
I like it. Kieran?
I'd say make change.
Okay, okay. Avarice?
Change.
All right, all right. I'd also go with make change. Now, this one we're going to start with Tomahawk, ambition or gratitude.
Oh shit, man! Wow. Gratitude.
I like it. Teriak?
Man, these are difficult.
One word answers.
Junior.
Potatoes won't grow themselves, man.
I can pick one, brother.
I'd say ambition.
famine.
I'd say ambition.
I like it. I like it. Jungle?
Street corner ambition.
Ambition.
Oh, Tyler, nice, quick with it. Emmett?
Gratitude.
All right. Avarice?
Ambition.
I like it. Kieran?
Gratitude.
Yeah, because
All
you're
right.
fucking soft.
Abe?
I'm agreeing with
Gratitude.
Kieran.
All right. All right. Daniel?
Gratitudinal.
Okay. Okay. Me, I'm going to go with ambition. And now we're going to get into the final round. One question for everyone. This is called Save the World. All right. So this is, I want you to all imagine that everyone in the world has stopped and tuned in to listen to you. Okay. And they have a question for you and they all want to know. All right. Is what should schools prioritize more? And we're going to start this one here with Daniel.
What should schools prioritize more? I just talked about schools recently. I think they should prioritize changing teachers.
Okay. Okay.
Hanging teachers?
Changing.
Oh.
Like, rearranging the fucking public school system.
Don't worry, the ones that don't have their minds in the gutter knew what you meant. Abe, what should schools prioritize more?
Accountability.
Accountability.
I should have said jungle gyms.
I like it.
Accounting.
I like it. And just so you guys know, this isn't one word answers anymore. You can say whatever you want. Just so you know. Did you want to follow up on that at all, Abe? Or?
I think that we need more accountability and building of skills, like actual life skills. I think school would be better suited for that.
Based. Kieran?
I got two things. The first is the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. The basics, they should be doing those as a.
I know you did not just say 3 R's and then said writing second. Did you just say writing?
Yeah, reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah, you need to go learn how to read and write again because write doesn't fucking start with an R.
You're picking on writing. You're picking on writing and not arithmetic.
Oh no!
I didn't have to get to the second part. I mean, the third part. The second part was already fucked.
It just caught you.
Well, it's got a a vibe to it. Like it's memorable. The 3 R's, the basics. The other thing they should prioritize, and I hate to be a bit gross, they should be prioritizing a better way of screening out the female teachers that get up to nasty shit with students. That's
also just female teachers.
That's happening a lot every week.
Fair. All right. Oh fuck.
3 R's, baby.
3 R's. I know it's too funny. Avarice.
You're muted.
You're muted, you fuck.
Look at I mute shit all the time. Yeah, I think they need to prioritize the indoctrination of housewives, the skills and hierarchy of the patriarch. So I'll call it ethical patriarchy, so they know the ethics behind that. And then also, I think that we need to they need to focus the lockdown on teens with tattoos. That needs to go away. You have to be 18 or older. Too many kids under 18, too many tattoos. That's illegal. We need to crack that down and get back to the law on kids with tattoos.
School?
Okay. I'm serious. No, I'm saying we ought to find the children or the parents and prioritize finding the parents who let their teenagers below the age of 18 get tattoos. And if you go to public schools around America, they're everywhere.
All right. What do you think, Emmett?
I would say that the way to do it would be the removal of the state from the schools and the beginning of the tradition or the marriage of the schools towards the churches. So that would be the way that I would go towards this. And if I have an atheist panel that says, I don't want to do that, go fuck yourself. We're doing your bullshit. It doesn't work. But that would be exactly what I would say.
Fair enough. Tyler?
Sorry, what was the question again? Sorry.
What should schools prioritize more?
Okay. I think
for you it's the lunch menu, right?
Yes.
Wow.
More carbs and fatty food.
You know what? It should be the lunch menu because actually our school systems aren't actually prioritizing the health of children, whether it is through a mental
they should serve McDonald's,
or it is through the foods that they even have. But I think what schools really should be prioritizing is making sure that kids are comfortable in their own skin, setting them up for the best opportunities so that they can be part of society.
Gay!
Yeah. And
take the tampon out of your hole, man.
All right, come on. Just let him answer.
He said it comfortable in their own skin.
Yeah, no, that was the part.
Yeah. So we're not encouraging kids that they should self-mutilate themselves. I guess it's redundant.
Yeah, gender affirming care too.
I think that we should be prioritizing making sure that the kids are set up for a successful life rather than the inversion of where a teacher is seeking to have their own successful life.
Fair enough. Jungle?
Is my mic working?
No.
Okay. Schools should prioritize reading, math, logic, and competency, emphasizing the skill to be able to identify a fallacy in an argument using the aristocratic national republicanism model.
My man.
I like it.
Bring back Jim.
Teriak.
It should be based on meritocracy, a strong national system focused on real skills, meaning trades, mathematics, science, history, discipline, meaning building of the character, and critical thinking, or reasoning or logic.
I like it. I like it. Tomahawk.
Need to prioritize reading, writing. Did someone say Section 8? Wait, no, never mind. Sorry. Reading, writing, arithmetic, logic.
Is your mom calling about that
civics.
Section 8?
No. I bet you wish she was, but no.
No, you should have said, no, your mom is calling.
I'm too tired for this, man.
Honestly,
the sleepiness finally hit. So
now you know how I feel after fucking 6 hours of doing this FVK.
Yeah, but you got shit to do in the morning. You actually have something to do. I don't. I have work, so I got shit to do in the morning. That's not why, but that's whatever, man. Schools should be prioritizing making a good ass citizen from the children that go through them.
Fair.
We've lost Tomahawk. Tomahawk is gone.
I would say that the school should prioritize traditional societal gender roles. That's what they should prioritize more. They should be teaching them from young.
So the indoctrination of housewives, right? You're with me on that?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
All right, sweet deal.
Are we finished with this false advertising part of the show now?
Yeah, we're almost done. I just gotta say, shout out to everybody for all your answers tonight and surviving the hot seat. Okay, in a few minutes after this, we're gonna be getting into verbal combat origins. So anybody who wants to partake in that, stick around. It is only 8 of you that can stay, so there's one of you that can't. I think Tomahawk already he's gonna hop off anyway. So Tomahawk, before you go though, let the outro play so you can tell everybody where to find you in a minute. Let's fucking go.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Speakeasy, for this wonderful opportunity yet again to talk my ass off at another debate. Loved it, man. Thank you so much. You guys can go see me at Senior Missile Monkey, aka Tomahawk. So far, I've been doing regular regular reviews and reactions to right now just One Piece and stuff. Anytime there's a new chapter out, I react to that. It's been really fun.
Nice.
Nice. And as I get more and more into it, me and Zachary Binks are probably going to start having something on Sundays where we and I hang out and we talk about stuff and whatnot. So you can check that out by going to my channel, subbing, liking, stuff like that. I'll be on more panels, and it'll be really fun. This is really fun, actually. I'm glad I was able to do much better than the first time I did this. So thank you, Speak. And thank you, Chad.
Yeah, brother.
All right. Have a great
Hey,
week.
thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Adding up everything that was missing. Spartacus with 10 said, huh? Where'd Jungle go? Thank you very much. Yeah, anyone who's coming up for the Verbal Combat Origins get a chance to win a Verbal Combat character and a line skip token for Verbal Combat Night. So whenever you pop in the back and there's a bunch of people ahead of you, you can pop yourself into next in line with your skip line token. So everybody get on if you want to come take a shot at that. We're going to do that in the next 10 minutes here. I'll give 10 minutes.
The Quality Leering Center.
I see Avarice is back. There he is. Or are you staying in the back?
Put me in the back for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, put him in the back for now. Sorry, that's my bad. But yeah, anyone else wants to come join, we'll be able to rock another one person. So if you want to get your shot in here, get your shot in here.
Because I'm actually gonna step out. It's 3:00 in the morning.
Oh, see, bro.
Shit, I know. Kim was like, "Get your fucking ass in here." I'm like, all right.
VKO, bro. You're gonna miss out. You might get a token.
Fuck. How long? God damn. How fucking long is this going?
It's 1v1 after another. It's just 1v1 after another. It's not like Verbal Combat where there's a bunch of different stuff in between.
All right. No, Alicia, Kim is sleeping. Kim is sleeping.
Liar.
All right. I'll do it.
That's what's up, champ. That's how you champ it out. Alicia said that. How is she yelling at you?
Wait, she's yelling at me?
I guess she wasn't she earlier?
Yeah. She was in chat earlier. Yeah, I think it was like 1 o'clock. I think she finally called it quits or somewhere around there.
Oh, I see someone popped back there. Tiny, bring them up. Yeah. Pseudo Master Chef, welcome.
What's up?
Welcome.
I'm awake, so I said fuck it.
Oh, I think you got something in the back playing.
Yeah, I turned it down. Is it better now?
Yeah. I don't hear it anymore at the moment.
Wait, hold up. Yeah, I turned it down. Hold on a second.
Never mind. Now I hear it.
Gone now? Yeah, it's gone now. Sorry about that.
Everyone's so quiet. Why are you all so quiet? Where did everyone stand on the I'm muted. Where did everyone stand on the what's it called? Shit. Why did this brain fart like that? Oh, the voter ID. Is everyone for it? Does anyone have arguments against it? What do you guys stand on that?
I don't know. How can anybody be against it?
Well, because you're disenfranchising people that might not be able to actually access some type of photo identification, so you're removing their ability.
If Mexicans that are if Mexicans that have an IQ similar to people in the Middle East can do it, so can you.
Oh, I'm just saying that would be the argument against it.
If you're too stupid to get an ID or too lazy to get an ID, you shouldn't vote.
Pseudo, I think we can still hear your TV in the background.
It ain't mine. It's completely off.
Oh, really?
That could have been my background. How I had some background noise.
Oh, okay. Well, that was probably you.
Sound engineering. Goddamn monsters.
Well, I could be wrong about the voter ID thing, and I'm just a racist fuck.
Well, I think the entire idea that assuming that people of just different skin complexion are either capable or incapable just solely on that, I think says a lot more about racist views than someone saying that no, everyone's capable of doing it.
It's literally.
I brought it up.
It's literally.
That's the only argument I ever hear from the left is, white people don't know how to get ID, and these people. It's like, yeah, there's probably a lot of old people that have a hard time getting access to ID, but you know what? A lot of them are too senile to vote anyway.
It's actually more racist to not require ID than it is to require ID.
Yeah, I agree.
Because at that point, you're saying there is a section of the population specifically because of their race that are less likely to have IDs.
Mm-hmm.
That's more racist than saying everyone has to do it.
Yeah,
agreed.
I think.
Well, Tyler, would you say is there anything that you should require an ID to do?
No, I was just saying that would be the argument. That's what typically comes from the left, is that you're disenfranchising people that are incapable of doing it. They don't know where a DMV is, or they don't know what a camera is, or whatever stupid shit. Like I don't personally hold that view. I actually find the left,
it's like saying having to fill out your tax form is also discriminatory because some people can't figure it out and they can't afford an accountant.
Yeah. I actually think the left of today is actually a white supremacy movement.
I don't think so. I think it's an out-group supremacy movement.
Well, look at their rhetoric. The system was built by the white man. The white man constructed everything. The white man is the top dog in every aspect, in every social aspect of life.
But their goal is to siphon everything they can from anybody who is not the outgroup and give it to the outgroup.
Right. So the white man is on top, and they can't compete with the white man. So what do they have to do? Well, they have to cut the knees out. That's like their whole view, is that the white man has to come down. So it is a white supremacy movement. They think white people are superior.
Yep.
So like the whole horseshoe, like politics is a horseshoe thing, I 100% believe that.
How so?
Well, because like the white supremacists think that white people are inherently better.
Right, but you would have to codify multiple stances that would connect directly across, right? It couldn't be one small piece of the movement or one small piece at the fringes. It would have to be, there's a unification of all the strata in order to connect the two ends of the horseshoe. So you could say they have this in common at the extremes, but you couldn't say they reconnect completely.
Yeah, I don't think they reconnect. I don't think it's a circle. That's why I think it's more of a horseshoe, so that they more meet on those extremes, and that their views are similar, but they're inverted. They're bizarro supremacy type of views. So the white supremacist thinks that obviously whites are the top people and should be in charge of everything because they're superior. And the leftist view is the white man has constructed these systems so they benefit the most, so they're the top, and everyone is aiming to try and they can't compete with them because the white man built all these systems.
What are we having a feminist class right now? Can we not?
Where was the feminism?
The white man has constructed the system to keep us the.
No, I was simply saying that the far right and far left, I think, share a lot of similarities in their racial type of views.
Yeah, the far right has a lot of similarities with the far left when it comes to racialism.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a far right. Like, it's not even far right. You want to call some people like these KKK white supremacists, actual white supremacists.
You mean the Democrats from the South?
I don't put them on the right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but regardless of if they're Democrats or Republicans, if they're a particular group of people that think that they are inherently superior, well, I don't think
inherently superior doesn't mean you're on the right.
I didn't say that. I never said that they were were necessarily on the right.
What is the similarity between far left and the far right, and what the fuck does that even mean?
So I was simply saying that the people who are white supremacists, who are I guess associated they're the more associated with what the right would be.
Like who?
I'm just saying in general terms. So
I don't even know what you mean in general terms. Like who?
What, like white supremacists?
Yeah.
The problem with
am I a white supremacist?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
I'm a super far right extremist guy. I want the church in the middle of the fucking state, telling everybody what they ought to do. Am I a white supremacist?
No.
Did you say that you see the differences? I don't know what you mean.
I think he's confused.
I am confused by what you mean.
I think he's confusing it. Like, the left aren't white supremacists. They're just using that narrative, like, oh well, the whites have inherited wealth, they have a head start, and all this bullshit, as an excuse to turn everybody else into victims and push their identity politics. And the main goal of that is to divide everybody and put everybody against each other.
So like, Tyler, when you look at like the left right dynamic, like technically like far left is communism and far right is global capitalism, and like they do share like the main image of trying to destroy all nations.
Right.
So the far right is global capitalism and the far left is communism?
Yes.
What is the difference between global capitalism and communism?
There's not really a distinction between the two.
Do you think they're the same thing?
They both want to destroy the state. That's the unifying factor.
People will always want to destroy the state. It's impossible to destroy the state, right? But that has nothing to do with what they are in the political movements. Otherwise,
what I'm pointing to is a unifying, like the horseshoe theory is what Tyler's trying to get at.
Yeah, but I don't believe that the horseshoe theory is correct at all.
Cool beans. I'm pointing to elements of like capitalism taken to the extreme is global capitalism.
What exactly? Okay, let's say that it's global capitalism. What is the similarity between global capitalism and communism?
They both want to destroy the state.
Traits? That's the only trait that they have?
That's the main trait, yes.
Because I would say this to both. I think they both the super liberals, like the anarcho-liberalist or anarcho-capitalist, and the communist share the fact that they cannot. It's an impossible system in the way that they need a state for them to even function.
Well, also, how could you make the claim that communism seeks to have no state, considering it ends up with everything is state?
No, it's
We're talking about
socialism.
the ideology of itself. Like what the communists will say is that in order to reach this communist utopia, we first must seize the state, and like that's what socialism is, and then have the state control everything, and then we'll eventually get to this utopia.
Yeah, communism is the goal after socialism. Socialism requires the state.
And like in terms of like what Tyler's saying in terms of like that's just like out and out just racism. Like white supremacy is typically what you see on the right wing, but on the left wing what you see is like multiculturalism, which is also racism.
No. Racism doesn't require a side. It will flip sides depending on which party gives it the best chances of success.
Yeah, that's why I said typically.
All right, boys. It is time to get into verbal combat origins. Anyone else that wants to join, we have room for one more after Avarice gets put back up here. So if you want to join, now is your shot, because if you don't join, by the time the intro plays, you're gonna, or by the time it's done playing, I guess I would say, you're not gonna be in. I know, I'll put you all guys back there. Just give me one moment. Listen up, everyone. All right. First off, shout out to everyone in the chat. Big shout out to Jungle. All right, we hit the goal and smashed it completely. All right, to unlock the verbal combat origins tonight. All right, so people delivered, and that means we're gonna officially launch into it. All right, so, shout out and again, special thank you to the best chat on YouTube and Rumble. Hands fucking down. All right. On most shows, you guys, you watch and you're just watching, but here, okay, you're part of it. You help drive the chaos. All right. Now, anybody new, let me explain quick what Origins is. This is where the fighters are forged. This is where people stop talking and step into the arena. All right. It's a single elimination bracket. Think of this as a mini verbal combat. Okay. It's between 4 to 8 fighters. Every matchup is a 1v1 debate. Every battle is 6 minutes. There's no extensions. All right. And as always, chat controls the battlefield. All right. So here's some of the moves you guys do have. All right. You can change names for $2. All right. Still the best $2 you can spend on the internet. You can change names for $2. You can put in a $2 vote to vote for who's going to fight. But if you send in 10, you just choose the topic that you want. And then you can you can choose the debate that you want. And you can also send in a additional 10 to force the topic. So it's 10 to set up a debate, 10 to force a topic. All right. And let's talk about what the winner gets real quick. The champion of Origins earns more than just the bragging rights. You get a custom verbal combat character, okay? And you also get a Q skip token. What that is on Verbal Combat Fridays, the back can get very crowded, all right? There's sometimes people go back there and they're waiting for hours before they can get on. Well, you have a chance to win a token that if you come Verbal Combat night and you're, fourth in line and you want to bump yourself up, you can go ahead and put yourself to next in line, and that will that's what your Q skip token is good for. Okay, so if you've been in chat thinking, you can do better, all right, if you've been talking like you're built for this, tonight is the chance to prove it. Okay, step in the arena or stay in the crowd. All right, let's build this fucking matchup and check out who is going to earn their origin. But we have a 1v1 request.
Leaning into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her. Ben.
Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and
Your
why they
position
should
is
bring
that
you back.
it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your position.
problem-
You admitted to it.
It's a
You
problem
admitted
with
to
the
it. Are you
criminal.
taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have
Actually, they feel
independent
pain way
thought.
before 24 weeks.
I don't think that a man wants to lie in our bed next to you, love, right?
I win.
You know the way. That's why you're sipping on two
I
different
won.
fucking spirits.
The woman says, well, I want the kid to go to public school because I want to work and I like women's empowerment and I like abortion and I support all these ideas. And the man says, no, who is the decider?
Prizes roll over. Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
The look of a man who's gone down on many other men. So congratulations on that.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
I'm always watching. Always lurking. No one is safe.
Okay, is this going over your heads? Do you want me to dumb it down for you?
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold. Chats in the fight, stories told. Attacks and battles, who will survive in this
And then next month, it could be 200 people who are good people. So how can you put a rough number on it?
This is the whole problem with hyper it creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing or murder.
In verbal combats, only one will stay. The fiercest fighter wins the day.
If you want to be the solo judge, it is 60 to be the solo judge. If you want to be, if you want to add on another minute, there's 10 for a minute. Okay. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Your soul is mine.
All right. Now it is time. All right. Time to get into 1v1s because we have 1v1s lined up for a while ago. All right. Or for a while now. Penetrator says, when does this video game come out? I know, right? With all these dope ass characters. It's going to be a movie one day. All right. Gonna be a movie about this shit. But let's get into the first 1v1 of the night. All right.
Time for 1v1.
So first 1v1 of the night, and we have a forced topic. Hold up. Let me see here. Okay. It's a weird one. Interesting. All right, hold up. Listening to music shouldn't be allowed while Yeah. No. Yeah, shouldn't be allowed while driving on city streets. Only major highways. What do you guys think about that? Listening to music shouldn't be allowed while driving on city streets. Only major highways. I spelt driving wrong. I missed the I. Hold up. What do you guys think about that?
Let the music play.
I'll take the opposition to that.
Wait, sorry. What side are you on, Tyler?
Let the music play.
Okay, and then you're gonna be on the opposite side, Abe?
Yep.
All right. Chat. This is crazy prompt, bro. Hey, I didn't come up with this one. This was a forced one. All right. Chat. This one here goes to 6 minutes, no added time. And after the 1v1, I will put the poll in the chat, and you guys will vote. And the lowest on the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Oh, wait. Let me give you the timer. Hold up. Sorry, guys. Let me give you the timer. I don't want no one to think they got gypped here.
That's a derogatory word. Can you not use that? That's a derogatory word to gypsies. Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Is that for real, or are you just fucking with me?
Yeah. Getting gypped.
Well, then
ripped off.
Well, then there should be pride associated because, empires were built on that.
Yeah, let's go. Fuck, I did it wrong. How come I can't just edit this timer? What's going on here? Why is my shit all stupid? Oh, I can. Never mind. Sorry. I was trying to give you guys a countdown timer instead of a count up timer since there's no added time. I fucked it up hard. Wow. That was horrible, guys. That was horrible. My bad. All right, but now I fixed it for you. All right, fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Hello, Abe, again.
Well, hello, Tyler. So, Tyler, I would say that the predominant cause of car accidents is distraction. Would you agree?
Yeah, I don't think that's predominant. For the sake of argument, sure. Distracted driving, yeah.
Right. And so I could see on the highway where there is a greater level of speed and less chance of pedestrians in the streets or children at play, distractions are less dangerous because there's less chance of obstacles being in the roadway. Would you agree with that?
No, I actually would not agree with that. As someone that drives for a living, how fast you actually move at 60 miles per hour is it's a lot of distance in a really very, very short amount of time. So
perfect. Okay. So if that's the case, if you think that it's dangerous all the way around, then I could even say that music should just be banned while driving because it is in fact a distraction. If you've ever noticed whenever tense moments happen in your vehicle, your first response physically is to turn the music down. Why is that?
I think because people are overloaded with a bunch of different information or different stimuli. That's why.
Yes.
So,
and an overstimulated mind has a higher chance of making mistakes.
Potentially, yeah. I don't think that would necessarily be a wrong statement. But one thing I'm trying to I would just kind of thinking about is so. We actually have a bit of a system. We have a bit of like a bit of a conundrum in our system where we're encouraged to have as many drivers on the road as humanly possible so that they can pay for premiums and pay for infrastructure through taxation. So it's like the insurance industries have actually encouraged this type of action. Imagine if we actually had a system in place that drivers that were actually more capable, say someone like me, and I'm not trying to like blow smoke up my own ass, but with someone that has many years of driving as a professional, I see people that are on their phone, not just distracted by music. I think a lot of people just have that background just as noise. I see a lot more people that are sitting on their phone. That is way more distracting, or eating or whatever else. I have music. I have never been in an accident where music was the problem.
Great. That's extremely anecdotal. Just because you haven't had a wreck because of music doesn't mean many people haven't had accidents because of music. And isn't it the case that in Canada they have a decibel limit for music inside of residential areas?
I think any place has like noise ordinances after certain hours. I think that's like across the board. It's like a local ordinance.
No, I mean even during the daytime. Say somebody who has bass boosted
Nope.
driving through town, they could be ticketed for it in
Nope.
many areas. I'm pretty
Black-
sure it is the
No,
case.
you can have that shit cranked. I think the bigger issue is that we actually have an insurance scheme that encourages people to not actually take seriously what they're actually partaking in. So I
Okay.
think if you can't listen to music and that just gets you into accidents, maybe you shouldn't be behind the wheel. Could we agree on that? If you can't,
Sure. I think if you can't pay attention to driving at all, then you shouldn't be driving. Sure, but the greater question would be: is there any opposition to? Could you give me a reason why you need music while driving in town?
Yep. Driver tunneling is very much a thing.
In town, in residential areas,
Oh,
you need
yeah.
music in residential areas.
Yeah, I think a lot of people they need that kind of background noise just to kind of break up the monotony of just listening to a vehicle's drone. That's actually what a lot of people complain, or that have been in accidents. They talk about actually it's just the hum of the vehicle.
Sure, and that would be a great case for highway driving, but that's not a great case for inside town where there is ambient noise, whether it's in town square, in the area where lots of hubbub's going on, or in a neighborhood where there may be sounds in the neighborhood. The highway, again, this is why the highway makes sense to have a little bit of music, because long haul drivers and things like this would have motor drone for long periods of time and possibly fall asleep. But when you're in town, you're like running to the store, you pump your music, and then you go hauling butt down the road to go to the store. You're less likely to pay attention to the street itself.
Well, I guess why is it so important that you have to take people's enjoyments away from them? Why is
Well,
them
it's not
having
about
better
enjoyments.
music?
It's about the fact that again, at the beginning, I asked, do you think that the predominant cause of car accidents is distraction? And music
That's not
is, in
music.
fact, a distraction. That's why
Barely.
people often turn down the radio the moment that something stressful happens, is because they need to minimalize the amount of input into the brain, the stimulus, like you said before.
So even if that's the case, like distracted driving has actually been with phones. Most of like fender benders and accidents are through phones, not through people listening to music. So I think those are two totally different avenues that we're seeing here. It's distracted driving, not because you're listening. Then you shouldn't be allowed to talk to someone in the city or in a town or whatever. They can't talk. They're not allowed to talk because they're actually distracting you. Like
All
that's
right.
ultimately where it's going.
Chat, I'm putting in the poll into the chat right now. If you don't see it, hit that refresh so you do.
Who's a furry?
If you want to vote for this man right here, that's in Blur and Frozen.
I might really?
You're voting for Tyler on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
I'm
United
starting
States
up
of Abe
your
Dinkus,
2 minutes.
and to the republic for which we vote. One vote for Abe Dinkus, of which I stand. on verbal
What the
combat
fuck,
origins.
Avarice? Fuck that.
He's got an American flag behind him. I can't not back that. Fucking syrup eater over there.
No, his is AI. His is fake. I have a real photo of Donald Trump as Superman.
I care less of Donald Trump, and I care more about that flag. I defended that flag. I didn't defend Donald Trump.
Yeah, but
Have you read this yet?
what?
Hey, is that Indian Jesus? No.
No. Smarty pants.
Look, his background is.
It's not like.
Yeah, well, have you read this yet? Savage Memes, Volume 3
I
by
haven't.
Jim Bob.
I want that though.
Or Savage Memes, Volume 4 by Jim Bob. Or Savage Memes, Volume 5 by Jim Bob.
Oh, God,
I
I'm
want one
hearing
of
Avarice
those.
twice, for fuck's sake.
But only because he said I need to sign my books because I'm.
Oh, you mean like that?
Yeah, because I'm
okay.
famous. That's the only reason why I want one of those books. I want him
Because I'm
to. The,
famous.
the signature has to be his signature and says I signed
Dude,
this because I'm famous.
I think I get a lot of love in the circle. I mean, right here I got and then once Speakeasy writes his book, I'll get one too. And then I have like Rachel Wilson's book here, and then that one's signed. You can see.
It doesn't like indeed Jesus.
Yeah, and then when Speakeasy makes one about how to rap as a white guy, you know, that one will come out soon. I'm gonna be sure to get that signed as well.
For sure.
Yeah, and then I'll be sure to take it to Trippy and see. I told you he'd make it.
Facts. That's how you do it. All right, chat. We got 24 votes locked in here, and 58% said the winner of the 1v1 is Abe Dinkus. Tyler, tell everybody in the chat.
Wow, that was close. You're getting better,
you.
buddy.
He has a fake background. What are we doing here? Obviously, I'm just screwing around, of course. It was very much a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Speakeasy and everyone over there. You can find us every Monday and Wednesday at 8 o'clock with my wife, Kim, who I'm soon getting a divorce. Because she left me twice. And every Saturday at 1 o'clock, we're talking Canadian and United States culture and politics. Other than that, thank you very much, everyone.
You can't leave her. Big calf.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And now, let me see who we got next here. All right. We got
Time for 1v1.
all right. Now, I know this has a forced topic, so give me a moment.
I got a frog in my throat, so forgive me if I'm doing a bit of that.
Okay, here. So this one is voter ID is a discriminatory poll tax targeting minorities.
No.
Yeah, I'm against as well.
Yeah, I think they're both going to be against on this one. Unless you have a different one, Jungle, I can I can try to find a one for you.
What about we should introduce competency tests?
For what?
Requirement for voting. You have to pass a competency test.
I would agree.
I think you guys will agree for most part when it comes to voting.
Just to rule you out, Teriak.
Okay, new one coming in. Cows should not be butchered.
How are you going to eat them?
Exactly. I'm a carnivore, like, you know.
If God didn't want us to eat cows, why do you make them out of meat?
Mm-hmm. And why do you make them so goddamn delicious? You know what I'm saying?
Right? I know.
Let me see if we get a different one sent in. Because restrict or abolish. Restrict. Abolish. Okay. Abolish. Exploits addiction. I mean, I don't think we even have to add in the because part, but I will just because government should abolish online gambling because it exploits addiction.
Whew. Government should abolish online gambling because it exploits addiction. Well, the second part's true. It does exploit addiction. So does corn. Can we say the other word speak? Can we speak freely on that, or do I have to use code
To
words?
say porn, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if
okay.
you're talking about it in the debate, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, gambling exploits online gambling, online porn exploits addiction. Should the government abolish it? Where are you at,
Are
Terry?
you guys taking here?
To be honest, I could go either way on this.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. No, I'm just...
As long as you don't go the same way, that's the main thing. Okay, let's figure it out. Government should abolish online gambling.
Do you guys want a coin flip?
Yeah, go on. I'm probably going to fucking destroy myself here, but yeah. Well, it depends which way it lands, but yeah, go for it. Let's do it.
All right, hold up. Let me.
As long as you're okay to react to go a coin flip.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Stop that. Share this. Okay, so heads Teriak is gonna be the affirmative on the prompt. Tails Kieran's gonna be the affirmative on the prompt. All right, looks like it's heads. That means Teriak's taking the affirmative. So chat, let me remind you guys, this goes to 6 minutes. All right. If or no. I was just gonna say the other thing. There's no added goes to 6 minutes, no added minutes. At the end of the 6 minutes, I'll put the poll in the chat. The lowest on the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Yeah, so a duty of the state is to protect its citizens, and when you look at gambling, it's often overlooked as an addiction, but it's one that's probably most severe because with, let's say, a drinking addiction, you can only drink so much, which means you can only lose so much money doing it. Whereas with gambling, you can lose everything. You can lose your house, you can lose everything, like every single like asset and financial you have and all this kind of shit. So As a duty to the state to protect its citizens, they should abolish the gamblings.
Okay. Thank you for that fine and succinct opening. So you're making the claim that you can't lose everything through drinking. Is that correct?
Yeah, like there's only so much you can drink, and there's only like
Really?
based on the cost of the drink and all this kind of shit. Yeah.
Like on one night only. So there's nobody who's ever lost everything by drinking. There's nobody who's had a home and a family and drank themselves to the point that they lost everything, ruined all the relationships, lost all their money.
Yeah, what I'm
ended up
saying is in
homeless.
one night, with a gambling addiction, one night you can lose everything.
Yeah, but you can still lose everything through drinking. So like, would that matter whether it's one night or over
Eventually,
2 or 3 years?
eventually,
Yeah.
sure. But the main point is that the duty of the state is to protect its citizens.
Okay. It's also to look after the citizens' freedoms.
Yeah.
Yeah. The freedoms to do. So do you think, for example, the government should, as another example, should the government ban marketing junk food to children?
Yeah, sure.
They should. Okay. What else should the government ban?
Right, you're supposed to attack my point, not just
Yeah, I am.
get me
On
to
my
list
hand.
off all like government's things. Like the main point
Yeah,
is the duty of
showing-
the
yeah,
government,
I'm-
which it seems
Yeah,
like you
and I'm
agree
showing-
that
I'm
the
showing
state
why
should
you're-
protect its citizens.
And I'm showing why your position is problematic, because once you allow the state to start banning things, what else? So where are you going to draw the line? We're going to ban. We're going to ban. Are we going to ban that? Like I said, the government is the government going to ban companies from selling junk food to anybody? It's bad
Well,
for
isn't
you.
that what we're
Bad for your
isn't that
health.
what we're trying to do in terms of the health? Like, should we not want the healthy citizenry? Like,
Sure, you can
75% of 75%
you
of
can promote
population
it.
is overweight or obese.
So they should ban it. They should ban marketing junk food, McDonald's, ice cream.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
So they should.
Yeah.
Okay, so your argument is they should ban that too.
Can you provide a counter to the actual prompt, Kieran?
Mhm.
You've now changed to let's talk about junk food.
No, I'm
Gambling.
Jeez,
We're talking to.
I thought you were smarter than that. Literally.
Uh,
In fact,
yeah.
you are smarter than that. You're
Insults,
playing games.
insults
You're playing
ain't
games right
going
now.
to get you out of this hole, Kieran. It doesn't seem
You're
like you
playing
actually have a counter position here. It seems like you're fucked.
No, I don't think.
Can
this
you
doesn't- I don't
apply
think-
some logic? Can you apply some of the logos and actually attack my position? Otherwise,
Mhm.
this is going to be an embarrassing defeat for you, sir.
Yes, there is more harm in having the government ban things than there is in letting people take the risk of
Online gambling.
of falling foul. Yes, some people can online gamble responsibly
How?
by not spending too much, by using their excess money, by using the money they put aside. They have a budget for gambling. It's a recreation.
Yeah, and some people can smoke meth responsibly. They can just like not smoke too much meth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying. Let's legalize meth.
I don't say they should legalize advertising, man.
Okay, yeah. So in terms of the online gambling, let's keep it on online gambling. Can you provide me a
Okay.
reason of why that would be infringing on a citizen that they cannot do online gambling?
Because some people like to do it recreationally.
Like they just like to do it. They like to
just-
gamble.
Yes, believe it or not, some people enjoy
What are
it.
the benefits of gambling?
I don't personally. It's a thrill, and you could win money.
Yeah, but it's irrational.
Why is it irrational? What are you talking about?
Because, like, by definition of gambling, you're putting a large amount of money on a situation you have no idea what's going to turn out.
What if you gamble?
So, like I
small
said,
amounts?
in terms of addiction and people that are addictive, the whole sunk cost fallacy, which comes
Yeah.
into it, where it's like people have that mindset where it's like, I'm already down $2,000.
Yeah.
Let me bet 10 grand so I can make that up and get a little bit of profit and all that kind of stuff.
Some
That's what
people,
the roll-on effect
yeah.
to it is.
Yeah, some people drive irresponsibly and have accidents. Should we ban driving for everybody?
Driving is heavily regulated.
It's not banned, and they advertise selling cars all the time.
It's
and they
heavily
advertise racing.
regulated, yes.
They advertise racing. They advertise burnout contests. They advertise
Which
monster
again,
trucks.
racing is again heavily regulated, done by professionals.
Yeah, so regulated.
And it's a very minute
agree.
amount of people that are
I
even able
agree
to
with you.
drive a
I
Formula
agree
1
with
car,
you.
let alone compete in the Formula 1.
We had a situation here where online gambling companies they had a slot during football games. So when they did the halftime report, there was some cunt there fucking
What is the
spruiking-
benefit to gambling?
spruiking his gambling. Hang on,
How,
let me
how
finish.
does gambling
Let
make
me
me a
finish.
better person?
And they stopped it. They stopped that. They didn't want to integrate it into the sport announcement. But to actually ban the whole thing, that's like banning cars because some people have accidents. There are plenty of people who enjoy
No, because
gambling.
the benefit to cars is that it's like you have quicker transportation,
Mm-hmm.
more
What's the benefit of
mobility, all
playing
this kind of
darts?
shit.
What's
There
the
is
benefit
no
of playing-
benefit.
The benefit of playing darts?
Hand-eye coordination.
What are you talking
Bazinga.
about?
Boom.
What are you talking about?
We
Do you
fucking
think
got him,
people-
boys. There is
do you
no
think-
benefit
do
to
you
gambling.
People enjoy it. That's the benefit. Do you think it's wrong that people enjoy things?
Some people enjoy shoving a cucumber up their hole. It doesn't make it right.
Should the government ban it? Is that what you're worried about?
In public
worried the
spaces,
government's gonna ban your
100%.
cucumbers?
You're worried about
The
it.
government's going to ban your cucumbers, bro? Maybe they can just regulate the size.
Just one benefit to
protect you.
gambling.
So wait,
One
it's your
benefit to
claim.
gambling.
It's your claim that you can't lose risk and benefit analysis through gambling scenarios.
Who are you asking?
Couldn't learn anything from it, huh?
You're not gambling then.
Interesting.
Oh, yes, risk analysis, and you can also because you fucking enjoy it. People spend money on a CD. What's the benefit? What's the cost? The cost risk benefit.
Yeah, and
What's the benefit? Answer the question. What's the benefit of buying a? What's the benefit of? What's the benefit
Yeah,
of
like
having
being
a Spotify
a
account?
hired gun are people who enjoy killing people. Like, should we allow that?
What's the benefit of?
Is that your
having a Spotify
opinion, or is that
Real
a fact?
quick,
because
chat,
it's a
I put
duty
the
of
poll. I put the poll into the chat, so if you don't see it, make sure you hit the refresh so you do. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Teriak on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Kieran Markin on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm starting that 2-minute timer.
I'd like to know if
So
Terry
it's a duty of the state to protect its citizenry, and there is no active benefits to gambling.
Not from themselves.
Should the government ban? Should the government ban vaping?
Sure.
It should ban vaping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough then. That's at least you aren't hypocritical. That's fine.
It does seem weird.
I'm
though,
still
Terry.
waiting
You're
for-
arguing
for some sort of counter to this
over-encroaching
argument.
total governance and control.
In terms of gambling, what is the benefit to gambling?
Winning.
It promotes
Profit loss.
fools. It
Profit
promotes
loss
people that will
auditing.
literally throw money away, trying to aimlessly try to make money rather than going out and doing a hard working day.
Agreed. But what about people that, place nice chunk of change on the roulette wheel and they hit big and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead." I just made
Should
a
we
chunk
ban the
of change."
stock market too then?
Because for every one
Should
of
we ban
them,
the stock market too?
there is
Terry?
plenty of fools that have lost money on it. The house
Sure,
always
should we-
wins.
should
If
we
gambling,
ban
if gambling wasn't, if gambling
trade?
wasn't if gambling was a good thing, you wouldn't even have casinos. These are
Should we
people who
ban
literally just
stock trade?
exploit people. It is exploit addicts.
Yeah, but we're
So what
talking
Should we
about
ban
banning.
stock
What
trade?
makes alcohol? What makes alcohol any different?
Easy. There's
Stop.
no time limit on the NC. If you can just put my NC back, I pay it. I will not stand for this blasphemy across my name.
Yeah,
I've already
but
paid to
stock-
override this.
Stock trading
Yeah.
is not
Yeah,
necessarily a gamble.
You can change the name. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Yeah, I already did. I already did.
What
I
are you
already
talking
paid.
about? Stock trading's a
Wait,
gamble.
wait. So there's
see.
odds. There's odds you might.
No, not
get a
odds.
Payoff.
Not odds. If you're willing to invest your money and understand what inflation is, then you're looking at the stock market as a way to preserve your wealth
What
So
about
day trading
speculation?
should be banned
against
too, then?
inflation. You
Like day
cannot
trading should
you
be banned?
cannot do the roulette table, for example, as a way to preserve wealth. You are gambling. There's a
Yeah,
difference.
day trading be banned?
One is preserving wealth. The other is gambling.
Real quick, 26 votes locked in, and 65% said the winner of the 1v1 is Teriak. Kieran, tell everybody in the chat where
I
we
voted
can
for you,
find
Kieran.
Thank you, Everest.
Yeah, me
Teriak,
too.
Teriak, thank you for handing me my biggest loss ever, I think. Good job. You'll find me at Kieran Markin 3340, soon to be called Kieran Markin. I recovered my old YouTube channel, so I'll be reclaiming that name.
Nice.
In the coming weeks, I'm working on a new format for a show. I'm going to be sending out invites to host interviews where we understand people's work.
Are you going to be looking for men with big noses?
I'll be looking for blokes who look like little boys to come and talk. Well, not in general. Take the L.
Clip it.
I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
That is clipped and shit.
Yeah, I fucked that up real bad. I'll take the L on that one. Okay. All right, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Pleasure. Always
All
a
right.
pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
I can't even believe he said that
Another
shit.
soul added to the.
Can I change my vote after the little boy comment?
And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And now we got another 1v1 in the works.
Time for 1v1.
Pseudo and average. And the
I mean, that's not true, but at least it's not blasphemy. I'll take it.
So here's the forced prompt. This is a weird one. White women think oppression is a chipped nail. Shaniquas think it's the entire system.
So we have no choice. This is it.
Which one you want?
Oh, fuck.
I mean, you do have a choice. I mean, if you don't even know where to go with it or something, you know.
White women think
If you don't have
oppression.
a stance here.
Shaniquas. I think I know what Shaniquas refers to. It's the entire system. I mean, both are true.
So you're gonna take both? Okay, I'll take that. No, neither are true.
You want to take that?
When I mean true, I mean that's what they both think. Generally.
Yes, I'll take that. They don't think that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Chat. This this goes to 6 minutes. All right, or it's gonna be a 6-minute match. There's no added time. All right, and at the end of the 6 minutes, I'll put the poll in the chat, and the lowest on the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
You have the affirmative. Go ahead.
Yeah, white women think oppression is chipped nail. So I think that part is pretty obvious. Most of them act like they're totally pampered. They turn the littlest bullshit into a bunch of drama.
Like, are we talking about like are you talking about all white women? So this is like women from Denmark too?
No, not. I'm talking.
Oh,
in
not
general.
those white women.
No, well, yeah, and white women
So,
in general.
what about white women from Greece?
Yeah, especially.
Okay, what about white Sicilians?
Especially, yes.
Oh, okay. White Sicilians are oppressed because of their nails. Sicilians.
Yep.
Okay.
They're all about their nails.
Okay. Continue.
Yep. I'm gonna go on to the Shaniquas.
Okay.
It's the entire system. Has in their mind, it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that they sleep with the most horrible, degenerate men. And their biggest concern is not that they have 18 different kids by 18 different fathers. It's, it's the system's rigged against them. And that's why That's why these men can only bring enough McDonald's for 3 kids instead of 18.
All right, you good?
I guess, yeah.
So the Shaniquas don't think it's the entire system. The black men think it's the system that has it against them. The women actually blame the men for leaving them. So it's not the men don't think it's the system. The men think it's the Shaniquas think it's the men, right? It's feminism, right? They blame the men, not the system, right? The men blame the system. All right. And the white women, it's not really the nail, right? They're acting out to their men. They blame the men. All right. So this whole thing isn't actually the oppression of the chip nail or Shaniquas think it's the system. They blame feminism, right? Not that the system, right? They're going to blame the men, right? It's all feminism blaming the men. It's all pointed that way. It's not the system. It's not the nail. They blame the men. And that's even the black women. That's why the men run out. Because that's what they're blaming. Because the men are blaming the system because they're the ones that are taken down. They were the enslaved ones. They're the ones that are getting put in prison. They're the ones the cops are, being racist against. It's the men that have to actually hide from these people, not the women. The women can still walk down the road freely. The women aren't hiding from the police. They're actually running up in front of the police screaming at them. They're not afraid of the cops. It's the black men that think it's the system, not the women. We have proof after this from TikTok video, YouTube video alike of black women getting in police officers' faces. What do you mean they think it's the system?
I think
no,
it's just
by any means they don't think it's the system. It's the black men that call it the system. The women blame the men.
Can I give evidence to the contrary?
You can try to give evidence. I'd like to see proof of this evidence.
I think the Shaniqua, my proof that the Shaniquas think it's the entire system, is the reason why they voted.
No, they think the system's taking care of them. They're the ones on welfare. They blame the men. They blame the men when they lose their money. They don't blame the system. They say you took our money from the system, men.
Who voted in large numbers for Kamala Harris? Was it white women? Was it black women? Or
was it
black men?
It was white men. Actually, it was white men that mainly voted for Kamala Harris. It was primarily. If you want the actual statistic, it was primarily white men that voted for Kamala Harris. I can show this. Stay tuned tomorrow for my debate, and you'll see this.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about per capita. Look at.
Oh, 90%? Per capita. No. Now you're moving the goalpost. Per capita. Per capita. Look up the per capita now. More. It doesn't matter about the percent. It doesn't matter about the percentage. It matters about the numbers. The numbers are what matter. Okay, what numbers? What's the larger number?
What percentage of black men
and how many
voted for Donald Trump?
Okay, question. I don't care about the black men. I care about the white men. I said white men. Real question here. So stop trying to throw in and poison the white. Stop trying to poison the well. Stop trying to poison the well. I said black men. I said white men. Hold on. Now you made a claim. Let me fight the claim because you made the claim. You said how many black women now voted for Kamala Harris? How many?
Percentage wise?
No, just how many? Give me the number.
It doesn't matter.
Give me the number.
No, it doesn't matter. It's per capita.
Give me the number
of them. It was like 8. It was like 80, at least 80%. Right?
No. Give me the number.
It was about 80%. I don't know how many.
Give me the number.
The number of actual voters that I don't know, but
give me the estimate of number of voters of white men or of black women. The number of black women.
I don't know, but it's irrelevant. It's per
you don't
capita.
know. Okay, so I have here. It says that more white men voted for Kamala than women, black women.
Of course. Of course they did.
So you're
We're
throwing
talking
in
about per capita.
again. I don't care about per capita when you're saying
That's
more.
what matters.
No, it doesn't. Not when it comes to votes. No, when it comes to votes, more votes matter. Not per capita. The most votes matter.
Determining the election, yeah, but as far as
So there we go.
Avarice, way to sidestep the entire debate.
What are you talking about? Those Shaniquas think that the entire it's not the entire system, it's the men. They think it's the men that's the problem. That was the crux of my argument. He's trying to sidestep it, throwing in red herrings, poisoning the well, and moving the goalpost.
Real quick, boys, and chat.
I didn't move it at all.
1 second, boys. Chat, I put the poll in there. Excuse me. If you don't see the poll, make sure you hit refresh so you do. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Avarice on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Pseudo Master Chef on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now.
Now,
Setting that
answer
timer
my
up, and you have
question.
2 minutes.
Do they blame the system or do they blame the men more?
They blame the system.
They blame the system. How? They blame
the system a little bit more than the men.
When they're running around, are they blaming it's all the men's fault?
They think the system is responsible for the men.
No, they don't. They think the men are responsible for the system.
Avarice, what makes up the system again?
The men.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's why they blame the men. Because the men make up the system. So they blame the men.
So you could almost say the men are the system.
But it's not. They don't blame the laws of the system, which is they don't blame. What I'm saying here is they don't blame the spirit of the land. They blame the people that build the land, which is completely different. They blame the men.
I have a question.
America.
Again, yes, but they still blame the men. You can shout America all you want, but that does not divert the fact that they blame men over the women. I mean, over the system.
I can't believe.
I really have a problem with the prompt.
Give me that per capita. It doesn't matter.
Well, you keep going with per capita like it does. Like that's somehow some size difference when it comes to the amount of votes.
It's not about votes.
Yes, it is. It is about the amount of votes when it comes to vote size and per capita. The prompt here isn't about per capita. The prompt here is about does Shaniqua think it's the entire system? But I'm saying no, they think it's the men. Where does it say per capita anywhere here in the fucking prompt?
Because it comes to them voting, it's the percentage of them that voted. Per capita.
Again, it's not even per capita here in the prompt. Where does it say they vote?
I just want to know if this prompt is even correct, because it says women think, and I don't think that is a correct idea. I think is women feel oppression is Chimney and Shaniqua's feel it's the entire system. Just putting it out there.
It's an ambiguous prompt altogether.
A little bit shady, shaky.
I need practice, and practice against Avarice is good.
We got 26 votes locked in. And 69% said the winner of the 1v1 is Avarice. Pseudo Master Chef, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
I'm hidden off the grid. I got a little YouTube channel, just inactive. You can find it under Pseudo Master Chef somewhere. It's just a bunch of drag racing videos and home cooking videos and some dumb shit nobody wants to watch.
Okay. Well, it's always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And now we got to get into the next one. Let me make sure who it is here. Yep. Okay. Let's get it.
Time for 1v1.
All right. Emmett and Avarice. Time for you to go at it.
Hello.
There is also a forced topic for you two. Get that. 1 second.
I hope it's baby heaven maxing. I hope it is.
Oh yeah, you're gonna throw me up a tree?
No, it's not that
no.
one. It's chewing gum while playing sports should be outlawed.
Which one do you want? Which side do you want?
I want to know which one you want.
No, I'm gonna let you pick your side. This is okay. It's a very weird one, but
it is.
Sure. Then I took the negative last time, right? I'll take the affirmative then. I'll make the argument.
That it should be out loud. Okay, so I say I shouldn't.
All right.
I have to get better at making arguments.
Chat.
Anyways.
Chat. This goes to 6 minutes. At the end of 6 minutes, I'll put the poll in the chat, and the lowest on the poll will lose their soul. All right, fighters. Good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Look, I think. Well, I got the affirmative. Hold on, don't jump in here. So chewing while playing sports should be outlawed, just because there's a choking hazard. That's primarily the choking hazard. I get that you say you can come up with some soft sports, like say what about like race walking or something like that. But primarily, most sports have high energy, high concentration. For example, wrestling, freestyle skiing, vert skating, even basketball and football, and the high probability of choking on bubble gum is extreme. And the main issue here is due to the way that modernity is now. Sports really can't afford those lawsuits. And we don't want to be able to take
you don't
those
care about the
lawsuits
people
either.
in reality, right? You just want to.
We care about the people, but we also want to avoid the lawsuits.
Yeah, all you cares about the lawsuits. Well, what about the actual thing that is at hand here? What about the American sport? What about baseball? Are you gonna go ahead and get the people? You're gonna go in and be like, no, you cannot take any bubble gum now.
They can have tobacco. Yeah. They can't have bubble gum. They chew tobacco. But baseball. They spit tobacco. They don't chew bubble gum. Bubble gum sticks. That's out.
It doesn't stick. What are you talking about?
Yeah, bubble gum's sticky. It's out.
No, it doesn't. No.
Yes, it
does. Anyway,
wait. You're saying bubble gum isn't sticky?
Not all of it.
Wait. You're saying what's that? Wait, you're saying there's a wall in Seattle dedicated to being called the bubblegum wall that they stick.
Yeah. After you chew it for a long time,
that you don't chew
they have
under
enough
the table
money. They have enough money to change the bubblegum, so you don't have to be with the same kind of bubblegum every 5 seconds. Anyway,
this is crazy. You've already lost this by saying it's not sticky, dude.
Look all the time.
It's sticky.
It is a sticky after a while.
It's sticky.
But you can change it because you have money for it.
Look, it's sticky.
Oh, okay. So you want it.
Now, can you tell me how much the cost of you? Wait, hold on. I got a question for you now. I got a question.
What you want is the police to get inside to
I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Before we go there, you want the police to go in there.
I got a simple question.
Tackle the quarterback.
Mine's an easier question. Hold on, easier question. What is the cost of a human life to you?
It would depend, right?
Well, no,
how much is a bullet?
How much is it to you? How much is
a bullet?
That's irrelevant to the cost of a human life.
Oh well, I think it's very relevant to the cost of a human life.
I'm asking you what the cost of a human life is for you.
Yeah, how much is a bullet?
How much is it worth?
How much is a bullet?
How much is a human life worth to you?
It would depend on the human life.
Can you just answer the question and stop dodging?
It would depend on the human life.
Okay, but just say a random life. How much is that worth?
For example,
let's say you were governing your people, right? And they wanted to know how much each of them were worth. What would you put cost on these people? Like if they had to say
that is so irrelevant because all you want to do is virtue signal. Oh my God! It doesn't matter.
If these people die, I want to know. I want to know.
That's what you want to do.
Worth to you.
You want to go all woman on me and be like,
I want to know how much these people are worth.
You cannot replace them. But before
no. I'm not saying they're not replaceable. I'm saying the insurance payout. The insurance payout's gonna be huge. I'd rather not have it in sports.
It's not gonna be huge.
We already pay enough money for fucking.
Have you ever just ate a little bit of bubble gum in your life?
again, have you ever heard of somebody dying from choking on
Yeah,
bubble gum? Yes.
I have ate bubble gum in my life. It didn't die.
And you don't want somebody
it didn't happen.
Yeah, you don't want someone choking on bubble gum while they're beating each other in football.
Yeah, you know what happens when you're beating each other in football? You know what's at hand 99% of the time?
Then you have the potential to choke on your bubble gum.
Medical emergency services.
And then on top of it, you have potential for a lawsuit.
Are you gonna tell me that in the NFL, where they can actually have concussions, they don't have anybody there that could just perform any kind of action in case somebody starts choking for a little bit?
There could be a point it's too light. It gets sticky. It can get stuck in the esophagus.
Have you ever swallow your bubble gum? Yes or no?
When it gets popped down your throat, yes.
Have you ever swallowed it?
It can get stuck. I don't chew bubble gum.
How are you with us? How are you with us?
I don't chew bubble gum. I don't want to. I don't want to choke. I don't want to choke.
No, you never chew bubble gum.
Not anymore. Because it's sticky.
So you have. Look at that contradiction right there.
It's
you're
sticky.
sticky.
You get cut in your throat.
Yeah,
that's why.
It's sticky like your argument.
Again, we don't want to have an insurance policy payout in our sports.
But it would be the same thing, right? Because you would you would like
the children
to get into the field.
So the children, you want all the 7-year-olds chewing bubble gum while they're playing soccer out there? We have enough doctors for all the small. No, it would be
different, right?
Wait, no. You said it's all sports, right?
Because
so
the parents are the enforcers.
Oh, so the parents are medically
they are
educated.
the enforcement.
But again, if they allow chewing gum in sports, they can just allow it to happen. So if it happens, then we're going to allow the kids to die on the field. We're going to allow children to die on the field.
It has nothing to do with the government.
You want babies. You want kids to die on the field.
It's gonna be funny, huh? It's gonna be funny, right?
You want kids to die on the field. Soccer kids.
No, because the parents can take care of that. The parents can say no.
What are you talking about? I get that they say, but it's not outlawed, so they can still do it.
No, what do you mean by outlaw? Outlaw has to be the government.
Yeah, we're going to remove chewing bubblegum.
It has to be the government
to prevent choking hazards and reduce insurance payouts.
What you want is the police to go over, tackle the parents because one of the kids had a little bit of bubblegum that day.
Right? Again, they can get a citation if they gets noticed, and that's what the referee is for. That's what the referee is for, is to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah, you want the police to go over there and be like, here's your citation,
you can get a red card or yellow card. You can get a red card. You can get a red card and get kicked out of the game. You can get a red card and get kicked out of the game. That's as best as you can go.
You're gonna get a red card for having a little bit of bubble gum as a kid?
because that could be a choking hazard.
And it would be still enforced by the league, not by the government.
Yes, which is still banned, which is outlawed.
No, it's not outlawed. The outlaw has to come from the government.
Yeah, and we're going to put it in there so that it's from all sports, which means the referees have to enforce it.
Real quick, I'm putting the poll into the chat right now, chat. So if you don't see that, go ahead and hit that refresh. All right. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Emmett on the poll. All right. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Avarice on the poll. Chat, get your votes in. I'm starting up that timer and you have 2 minutes. And I just had opened myself a Rumble wallet here. And apparently it's if you're on the page and you go to that tip thing, you can tip in Ethereum, Bitcoin, and
you give Speakeasy those Bitcoins.
That's crazy. I was like, yo, that's actually a sweet setup they got there on Rumble doing that. So yeah, I got a Rumble wallet now. Yeah, send me your Bitcoins, all of them, just the whole things,
everything.
Damn.
Unless Avarice wants to outlaw it, no more Bitcoin, no more.
The Bitcoin. What?
The Bitcoin.
Not much Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. It sounded like you said the big con.
I saw a news article today. Justin Bieber spent like $2.3 million in like the ape or whatever those ape things, ape NTFs, and that they're only worth like $23,000 or something like
the
that.
NFTs. Yeah,
the NFTs.
That was
the board ape.
That was the like biggest joke.
That was crazy.
Ever. I don't know how anyone thought that was going to be a thing. Yeah, but it's like the actual data that's linked to the picture.
Yeah.
You mean the picture that I can
Non-fungible is
screenshot?
wild.
That? Okay.
That was crazy.
It's true.
Non-fungible tokens.
They were fungible. Because you could just take a screenshot.
They were fungible, you're right.
They were very fungible.
Nothing's non-fungible, okay?
Seems to me they were really fungible.
Indeed. Indeed. Too fungible, one could say.
True that. I just started screenshotting all of them. I was like, oh, these are going to be worth money? All right. Let me screenshot these.
You want my board ape NFT over here?
Hey, bro, you want one of these?
Screenshotted it myself.
$10. 22 votes locked in, and 55% said the winner of the 1v1 is Avarice. Emmett, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you.
They can find me at Count Emmett. I have been doing some art streams and some stuff like that. So yeah, you can find me there. And thank you very much for having me on, Easy, and everybody. Have a good one.
Always a pleasure having you. Everyone go sub up, and if until next time, my friend. Oh, I wasn't on the right screen. Hold up. Until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And now we got another 1v1 ready to go. Wait, let me make sure whose it is. Okay, yeah.
Time for 1v1.
1v1, Abe versus Teriak. And the prompt here that's been forced upon you two is, hold up. The women's suffrage movement fundamentally improved democracy.
Disagree.
Okay, I'll take agree.
All right. I like it. It's a spicy meatball. Chat, this is going to 6 minutes. All right. If you would like, actually, there's no added minutes. I keep going to do that. See, I'm so used to verbal combat. It's going to 6 minutes. At the end of the 6 minutes, I'm putting the poll in the chat. You guys are going to vote, and the lowest on the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Make your case,
I would,
sir.
I would say that the suffrage movement fundamentally improved democracy, because what happened is the influence of feminism pushed into governance and sought to undermine the republic nature of our government and drive it towards a pure democracy. So democracy grew and the republic slowly pushed towards death.
Democracy's retard supremacy. Yeah.
Which they want. They want popular vote to win. They want
I don't
to
give a fuck what these cunts want, Dave.
Yeah, well, they're getting.
It's retard supremacy. It's anti-intellectual.
They did, in fact, improve democracy at the cost.
No, they did not improve democracy. If you want to improve
Yeah.
democracy, right? If you want to improve democracy, democracy technically can work if everybody is competent. If everybody's 150 IQ, then it can work. But if you have a sparse difference, like 150 IQ is the top and then fucking 50 IQ is the bottom, then democracy is a terrible idea. So introducing half the population back, well, more than half the population into the democracy pool, that dilutes the voting power, which means it becomes more retarded.
Yeah. Yeah. The technocracy is filled with high IQ people. And you're saying democracy could work with them. And they want eugenics. They want to get rid of all religion. They want to get rid of all religious principles. I'm talking about competency. You're saying high IQ in democracy would be better. And that's what women want too, by the way. Women's suffrage
I'm talking about
towards that.
I'm talking about competency.
You're not, though. You said high IQ individuals.
Yes, competency.
High IQ isn't directly attached to competency, by the way. You could be a...
competency. That's what I'm talking about, Abe. I'm talking about competency.
Carpenter, right?
Democracy can work with competent individuals, but the problem we have now with democracy is we have a bunch of retards that literally can't even understand simple competency tests. They call it races. That's what their argumentation.
Really good at tearing down the system in lieu of democracy.
You introduced more of that into terms of democracy. It's in terms of improving the democracy.
Yeah, they're pushing for pure democracy.
It does not. If you put more retards into the voting pool, that does not improve democracy.
They would call it progress and improvement, Cheriak. That's exactly what they'd call it. They'd say more and more people.
These cunts are calling men women.
Better for
everyone.
Don't
Don't make it true, Abe.
Hey, it's an improvement in the move towards pure democracy, Cheriak. You can claim that it's not, but the whole of the people in the standard would claim it is so.
It does not improve democracy. Introducing more retards into the voting pool does not improve democracy.
How not? It's making it more possible for everyone to vote, which is exactly what pure democracy is. It's everyone has a vote, and the popular vote wins. And they have pushed towards that, and they've slowly eroded the barriers to gain that.
The goal,
so tell me how that's not improvement.
Yeah, the goal of any government system is to produce a better result.
It is a better result.
So if you want democracy to produce better results,
by the democratic
adding more retards into it does not
standard,
improve
it is by the democratic standard. It is an improvement in democracy because more people are voting.
That's not an improvement in democracy.
That is, in fact, the improvement in democracy.
Okay, explain
democracy
the
is the voice of all people having the chance or the ability to cast a vote for their will upon the land. And if it is the case that more people have a voice, have their will played out in the land because of their vote.
No, yeah, and go on to the thing
women's
where it damaged the republic.
To break down the barriers of the republic is exactly that.
It damaged the republic, which then people will lose faith in the republic. Which will then lead to,
because if they can tear down the congressional college,
which will then lead to,
which is what they're
is the fifth stage of degradation of society? Fifth stage, fourth stage is
democracy.
What happens after democracy? Tyranny.
Well, it depends on where we're talking about, right?
Yeah. So this whole women's suffrage thing has basically gotten to the point where people will now say, "Fuck democracy, I want tyranny."
That doesn't mean that it isn't progressing, and it doesn't mean that is an improvement to the current system in their
they're progressing towards tyranny, which means people won't even get a vote now.
Tarek, if you go outside right now and you ask any Democrat if democracy is good and has gotten better since suffrage, they're going to tell you yes, because women have a voice. The African American community has a voice.
What they say.
Everyone now has a voice.
They say that men can become women.
Will within the system. So, by that standard, even though it is collapsing the republic, it is improving democracy.
By your own words,
in order to
by your own words, Abe, it's going to collapse the republic. Then what? Then what do we have? We have a tyranny.
Democracy reigns supreme.
No, we have a tyranny.
Democracy reigns supreme. That's what they want. They want democracy, pure vote to win supreme. That's what they want.
No, it will degrade past democracy into a tyranny.
It doesn't matter you can't tell me the future means it's not happening now. It is happening now. It would be counted as an improvement.
What has happened in history.
The greater number of people having political animus in the system. So you can't say that because in the future this may happen, it couldn't be counted as successful.
I'm telling you what has happened.
Or improvement today.
I'm telling you what has happened.
You're not, though.
I am. It has happened already in history. You start off with aristocracy, you then end up with democracy, then you end up with oligarchy, then you get to democracy, and then you end up in tyranny. Time and time again.
You can make the claim.
I do have to appreciate
Yeah,
it. It was a very interesting angle. I do have to give you props for the angle you took, Abe. But yeah, democracy's retard supremacy, folks. The sooner you accept that, the sooner life gets better. You know what I mean?
And people are letting it grow.
Putting competency tests in. Put in stake in the nation. Yeah, go ahead, easy.
I put the poll into the chat, so if you don't see it, chat, go ahead, hit that refresh so you do. All right. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Teriak on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm starting that 2 minute timer up. And you guys got 2 minutes.
What's your ideal system?
I said, are you guys really voting that much for Teriak? You guys are retarded. Well, I speak unmuted, but yeah.
I told you, democracy's retard supremacy, bro.
Not listen. He made an argument. He doesn't disagree. He's not disagreeing that like you're not saying that your way isn't like healthy, but what he's saying is for democracy, what is better technically for democracy is more people because there's more voting pool. Abe made a very logical argument.
I literally said it's detrimental to the overall goal of the country. However, it's improving the democracy itself.
Yeah, it's improving democracy. It doesn't mean it's improving the system. It's just improving
the democracy will not remain.
But it does now, and more are voting now than were in the past.
Yeah, we've had more voters.
Definitionally, it has improved.
Population growth. If you have more incompetent people voting, eventually you'll get to the stage where the competent people say we cannot vote ourselves out of this.
Look at the prompt.
We need a leader.
The prompt didn't say it was good.
That will put in tyranny. 4 hours
never said good.
It's one or the other.
The prompt never said it was good, right?
There was no moral classification, just improvement of a system.
Yeah, if it ends up killing democracy. If that principle ends up killing democracy,
you can't prove
what
that.
happens. Is that good?
Do you have proof?
I have
on that?
history on my side.
Okay, where's the proof
past
on that?
tense.
Because I'm using history to show you what has happened. Ergo, that's what will happen.
Okay, so where
the same way of like you kind of prove that the sun's going to rise in the morning.
So you can,
but it's rose every single day in true history.
You can prove that democracy is over and there's no more democracy in existence.
Read Plato, the Republic.
Okay, so wait, there's
see the way Abe used the example is going to erode the Republic and the Republic's going to be no more.
Hold on,
eventually.
You say
that story ends in tyranny, baby.
You say with Plato and the Republic. You're saying that. Wait, hold on.
Nowhere.
Are you saying? I want to be very clear. Are you saying that
future
democracy
stance.
no longer exists today? Because it'd be like democracy would no longer exist because of history.
All right, real quick. That is 2 minutes on the poll. 28 votes.
So it still existed.
It's a pattern
that
Plato. 1 second.
Through that pattern,
hold up,
democracy makes it through.
No.
Hold up. 28 votes. 71% said the winner of the 1v1 is.
I can't fucking believe this.
Abe Dinkus, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
Apparently in Logic Land, because you can actually make the argument.
You can find me at Abe Dinkus channel. Keep in mind, my last topic there was that, yes, democracy is bad for the overall health of the country, but more people means more democracy, and there's more people voting now than ever before. So it has improved democracy itself, even if it's going to kill the country.
Fair enough.
But it won't kill democracy because that lived on past the nation. Fucking Teriak.
No.
Shit. Abe, always a good time having you. Make sure everyone go sub up to Abe. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls.
I can't believe Terry.
That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And now,
yeah, you're grinning over there because you know that Abe had a better argument. In your soul, you know.
In your soul, you know. He said. To the final two, and we have a forced topic for you two as well. Let me get that here for you. Here, I gotta include that last part too, just because it's funny. So, somebody is coming to translate the prompt for you.
I just tell it without juice and topping this out my lifestyle. I just tell it for too late. I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
Hell yeah! This class
everyone
should
that didn't
not be
get it,
separated.
Schools should not
Go
separate
against-
classrooms for students with mental challenges.
Dude, that's our best bud. I actually, we had one that went in our elementary school. Fucking amazing guy. We'd say Pepto-Bismol, and he'd chase us around. It was fucking crazy.
We had one in our classroom, like it was he's talking about a class turtle or something. We had one in our class.
Dude, they're important to have.
Oh shit! What do you?
I
think?
got this.
What do you think?
I'm against. They
Yeah,
should separate.
You're a fucking racist.
Oh shit! Chat. We're going to 6 minutes. All right. If you do not, actually, you don't get to add time. So fuck you. Just kidding. Love you, chat. We're going to 6 minutes. Okay. After the end of 6 minutes, sorry, I'm gonna put the poll in the chat. You guys are gonna vote, and the lowest on the poll loses their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Listen, schools should not separate at all because every class needs I would say, like, how do you best put this? A punching bag, right? Every classroom needs one kid that you can kind of make fun of that's already retarded, right? Because it's the truth. It may hurt, but at least you can make fun of it, right? And if that person, not only does it build his character, like Greg from my class, who we used to call Pepto-Bismol, and I don't even remember if his name was Greg because we just called him Pepto-Bismol. I'm just going to assume it's Greg. But Pepto-Bismol, he himself grew stronger as well in spirit and in will, and he learned to be called Pepto-Bismol without taking it so aggressively. And in our case, without chasing us around the room. It is important to have these people in the classrooms.
When I was in school, they separated us out by intellect. So all the smart kids went to the A class, all the medium kids went to the B class, and then there's all the retards in the C1 and the C2 class, right? You do this because in terms of pace is very important for education. So if you put like smart kids with retarded kids, the retarded kids are going to slow the lesson down. Meaning, if you're going to get through more material and be able to understand and all this kind of shit. See the way you're interrupting me? You see the way you're interrupting me, Avarice? Because you know I'm speaking the logic. I got the logos on my side.
There it is, the logos. The logos doesn't have anything to do with this argument, you stupid fuck.
See the way he's getting upset, he's getting angry.
No, it's
exactly.
Stupid.
So you want to separate based on intellect because then the smartest kid can actually go faster and actually get more done and get through the lesson quicker and all this kind of stuff.
Now you're not putting them under stress. They don't do well
under class because they're just going to DOS anyway.
Now you have these soft kids that don't do well under stress, right? Now these kids,
no, they don't. They no longer segregate.
Yeah, again, the kids that you're saying we're going to remove the intellectual kids and put them in the quiet room so that they have a quiet room to do their own intellectual studies. Now when they're older, they can't do work when
it's
under
so the
loud
teacher
noises.
Can get through more with the students.
again, if they're smart enough to get through the book, they do,
because the potential of the intellectual kids is going to be hampered if you put them in a class with a bunch of dossers who are just going to time waste.
No, the teacher should do what my teacher did and ignore the retard, right? Just in the back making noises, just to ignore that.
Then what's the point of like putting them in the class then?
Again, I told you to have a punching bag to make fun of the retard and build his character.
You were that kid in the class, weren't you?
What? No, I told you we made fun of Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah. I think that's one of those repressed memories where you were actually Pepto-Bismol,
I remember his
but
name.
you convinced yourself.
Mike.
Yeah, right.
No, it was Mike. It was
Anyways,
Mike Butler.
You want to segregate based on intellect because you're able to do more with the intellectual kids, meaning you can push their potential more. The kids that want to sit back and be a bunch of retards and all this kind of shit, you put them in the colorful room and all this kind of shit, and you let them play their games and all this kind of shit because they're lost anyways.
Again, now when the kids the kids that need that quiet space, that's what you're building is kids that need quiet space that can't deal with something going on in the other room. Like this is for an example. Like I don't want my accountant of a welding shop to be distracted because the welder is welding, right? This is the same kind of thing.
Yeah, so you agree with my principle.
No, again, the reason there's not a separate room. They work in the same workshop. This is the whole idea. There is no quiet in these loud shops. So this is what we're trying to get at.
Yeah, you just said you don't want your accountant in the same room as the welder.
No, I don't want my accountant to be distracted by those loud noises, is what I'm saying.
Right.
I want him to be pre-ready for
why do
those
accountants work in offices and not welding factories?
Again, you're talking about just a building like with straight offices. I'm talking about like actual facilities that involve machine shops.
Yeah, it's not optimal.
Those again. A lot of those accountants, and for most of those places, like if you go to the Interstate Battery building, which is in Kenmore, Washington, if you go to that where they make the interstate batteries, the accountants are right there next to the floor in a little side cubicle where they make next to all right next to all the sound.
When you're talking about training kids, when you're talking about teaching kids, you want these kids to reach the maximum potential.
Again, in the maximum
mixing those kids in with the retards is not a good idea because the lesson is going to be hampered by a bunch of retards that need extra attention and all this kind of shit, rather than actually getting the lesson done.
You're assuming the lesson's going to be hampered.
I've lived this.
Again, I lived it too. We had one in the room, and I did just fine. I went to college for mathematics. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
and graduated, and I was in a school classroom with a retard.
Yes, maybe one retard, but you still want to separate that out because you would have done better. You would have got through more rather than the retard interrupting the lesson.
Absolutely not. It was better because now I do better with distractions because now when someone's yelling next to me, I can still focus on my paper in front of me, and I don't have to worry about the people hollering across the hall at each other. I don't understand how this is.
In terms of maximizing their potential, in terms of getting through more of the lessons and more things to actually be addressed and all this kind of stuff. Again, you can get through more if you take away all the dossers, if you take away all the kids that need more attention from the teacher.
You still get through the lesson just at the same
speed. Who should get more attention from the teacher, the bright kids or the mentally retarded kids?
All kids should get the same amount of attention.
No.
Attention.
Yes.
Okay, well,
in terms of answering questions, all this kind of shit. If you're going through let's say mathematics and the kid doesn't even understand what the plus sign equals, then the teacher has to explain what the plus sign equals to that kid, rather than the kid actually getting through the lesson.
Again, each kid, despite where they are in life, attention wise, should have the same amount of attention as a kid if they're going to public school, because that's what taxes pay for. Right, your taxes pay for equality in that taxes. Unless the taxes don't go to public schools and all the private schools want to do it their way, which I'm completely fine with. Right?
Yes, the private schools does it my way.
Again, public schools where the taxes go. Now the example for what I'm saying here is that what we're building here is the kids being able to handle distractions so that we can start getting these kids ready for trade schools.
All right, chat. I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. So if you don't see the poll, make sure you hit refresh so you do. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Teriak on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Avarice on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now because I'm starting that timer up. You got 2 minutes.
So, folks, if you want excellence out of your kids, you have to segregate them based on intellect. Now, this doesn't mean that, like for example, in my case, like I was in like the bright class for the mathematics, but for French, I was in the slow class because I was not good at French. You know what I mean? And it actually suited me better the fact that the lessons were slower and all this kind of stuff. Rather than trying to do a high pace and like imagine like we're jogging, right? Are you going to put all the fat kids try to keep them in the same unit as all the fit kids? No, you got to segregate so the fit kids can do more while the fat kids just focus on losing weight.
Again, alhamdulillah. It's all about the logos. Again, it has nothing to do here with having a moral punching bag and being able to have your kids handle a distraction, and that's the whole idea of having
that's the whole point of school.
Having one special needs kid per classroom. Is so that there is a good distraction in each classroom, so that kids don't have something.
A distraction takes away from the lesson.
Again, kids ought not be distracted, and this is part of that test is to work on that, right? Similar to like a Orthodox prayer rope.
Yeah. So if I go to church, you want people distracting from the ceremony?
Babies start screaming all the time in church. They do it all the time.
Yes, you want that.
Yes,
you want more babies distracting the service, and we just have to deal with it.
So
when Don Lemon invaded that church, that was a good thing.
Are you saying that you don't want a whole lot of
babies? So the Christians should just been more focused on the actual ceremony.
Are you saying that you don't want a lot of babies in church? Because I want a whole lot of babies in my church.
I don't want distractions in church.
I want a whole. You don't want babies in church?
You're the one that brought babies into this, Avarice.
I want a whole lot of them in church. And if they're distracting, that's on you.
Distractions. You don't want distractions. You don't want anyone. You want more interruptions for liturgy.
If they're screaming, right? That's on you being distracted.
Yeah, the mother takes them out of the church. Takes them outside the door and stuff, so it does not interrupt the ceremony.
Not orthodoxy. Not orthodoxy. No.
Real quick. That is 23 votes locked in.
No, and that's not true.
52% said the winner of the 1v1 is Teriak. Avarice, tell everyone in the chat where we can find you.
Whip songs, Rob Noor. Have a good night, everybody. You see me here tomorrow. The debate will be legendary. I'm going to get my sleep.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. Can't wait for the debate tomorrow. And until next time. No, you get your soul taken.
Your soul is mine.
You can't escape. You can't escape the soul take, all right? You can't escape it, all right? There's another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And there we have it, chat. Your winner tonight.
We have a winner.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Let's fucking go. Tell everybody where we find the Verbal Combat Origin winner.
You can find me straight after this show. We're going to be doing Wheel of Madness, baby. Also, you can find me over the rainbow. I'm a unicorn with my pot of gold and my Tylenol.
Let's fucking go. Congratulations to you, sir. And that means you have one VKO or VK token. So whenever you want to use it, if you're ever on running a little bit behind, you want to get yourself bumped up to the front, let me know. And also, I'm working on the way I want to set it up. I'm working on averages right now. So if you want me to do one for you, I can too. It's where I'm going to have like I don't know if you guys ever see like the old Mortal Kombat game. You used to be able to go into characters and then it would show the picture of the character and then have like a little origin story. And the character would have like a little scene photo there. Do you remember that? Like the one I can remember is it was Baraka, and it was showing him with like other ones of like him behind him that are dead, and it was telling some story about like how that happened. So you want me to make one of those for you too?
Yeah. I don't know like the like ideas, but if you can just keep around like the whole like Loki kind of like style or thing,
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of thing, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I'll keep it dope like that. Yeah. 100%. And you're streaming, you said, tonight.
Yep.
What are we doing tonight?
Wheel of Madness, baby.
Let's fucking go. That's what's up, mods. Make sure you share Teriak's channel in the chat. And one more time, Teriak, tell them all where we're finding you.
Yeah, so Tareyak. So think of like a tar pit, you know, and then like a yak, like the animal yak was there, got a little bit of tar on it. You know what I mean? It would be a tar-yak. Also, you can find me over the rainbow as usual. All the good stuff, and appreciate you having me on. As always, easy.
Let's fucking go. It's a pleasure as always. And we'll see you over there in not long for the Wheel of Madness.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yes, sir. And chat. You fucking beautiful chat, you. I cannot thank you all enough. I really can't, okay? Yeah. Jungle, big fucking shout out to you, you legend. All right. You're a fucking legend. When I see you at DebateCon, all right, I'm buying you all the shots. Spartacus says, well, I'm mean. Pizza party. We're going to have a pizza party now, guys. Tiny, if you could set up the raid to go over to Teriak's, if you haven't done so yet, please and thank you. You guys are amazing. I don't know. Sometimes it's I have to kind of like pinch my skin a little bit, make sure everything is real. There's times like I've like, so like the last VK night, the one that we broke the record. Great night to you as well, legend. That night we broke the record. I woke up in the middle of the night and had to like think to myself, did that really happen? Like, I'm not even lying. Not even lying. I literally woke up and I was like, did that happened real, right? That wasn't a dream. Had to like wake myself up fully to realize, oh, that wasn't a dream, that was real. Yeah, you guys are amazing. I thank God for you guys every single day, because you know I would not be here without you guys. Raid's already set. Thank you, Tiny. I appreciate that. Appreciate that as well. For a shout out to the Tiny and all the mods, always putting in work. All right, my lovely wife as well, all the work she puts in. All right, we're getting shit done around here. You guys are amazing. All right, you guys are absolutely amazing. I'm sending you guys over to Teriak's. If you're not subbed up to Teriak yet, sub up. All right, show him some love. Okay, he puts in lots of work. He's got lots of great content over there. He's consistent. He's always ready to stream after my streams. He's always ready there to give you guys more content. So go show him some love. Even if you're not going to stay around, go show him some love. All right, shout out to everybody who came up tonight on the hot seat in the Verbal Combat Origins. All right, love you guys. God bless you all. Remember, I always tell you, it can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube and Rumble, hands fucking down. I love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And for now, L for me. I'm not in the right mode. I was about to send you out with the Verbal Combat outro. There we go. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?